torches flare against the river's edge, their flames trembling in the wet night air. Smoke rises and bends in the wind, carrying the faint tang of burning pine resin. The villagers crowd together, wrapped in layered cotton robes, their faces drawn tight with unease. Children are hushed, pressed against mothers' sides, while the men step forward, holding gourds, cucumbers, and folded strips of paper. A rope stretches across the bank, tied to stakes hammered deep into the mud, meant to mark a fragile boundary between the human world and the dark current. Somewhere downstream, the water groans against rocks, surging after days of heavy rain. The people chant softly, voices falling into rhythm with the rushing stream. A boy's sandal floats near the reeds, silent proof of what drew them here tonight. The elders mutter, "The Kappa waits." Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The chanting continues, the rhythm broken only when a torch sputters and drops sparks into the water. No one dares laugh. Everyone remembers why they stand here. They believe the drowned child is not simply gone. He has been taken, pulled under by a river spirit that wears the face of a child, but carries the hunger of a beast. The fear binding this village is older than memory. Japan's rivers have always been treated as living beings, unpredictable and temperamental. Before Buddhist sutras and before the written hand of the state, water itself is seen as kami, a divine presence. Every bend in the stream, every waterfall, every stagnant pool harbors something more than water. Some are benign, whispering luck or fertility. Others, like the presence dreaded tonight, are malicious, feeding on flesh and fear. Rivers shape survival. They flood rice fields in spring. They choke roads with silt and wrecked bridges during typhoons, and they are the only source of fish when harvests fail. Villagers revere them, yet curse them, bow before them, yet blame them when lives are stolen. The Kappa emerges out of this paradox, a spirit that embodies both the gift of water and its appetite for sacrifice. Legends paint the Kappa as childlike in size, its skin tinged green, its back curved like a turtle's shell. Atop its head lies the Sara, a water-filled dish that glows faintly in the moonlight, said to be the seat of its strength. Spill that water, and the Kappa loses its power, falling limp like a drowned frog. These details differ from valley to valley, but the essence remains. The Kappa drags, it drowns, it demands. The boy whose sandal drifts tonight had vanished at dusk. His mother insists she saw small hands pull him down, though no other eyes confirmed it. Panic gripped the fields as night fell. Whispers began. He must have stepped too close to the reeds without an offering. The older farmers nod gravely. The river spirits expect payment. Without cucumbers, without proper chants, the river takes what it desires. This belief is not casual superstition. It organizes the calendar itself. In villages across the islands during the early Edo period, people carry baskets of cucumbers to water's edge at midsummer, inscribing family names on the skins in soot or ink. The fruit floats downstream as a promise. Take this, not our children. Some cucumbers are slashed with small knives to mark them as already wounded, a substitution for flesh. These offerings are repeated in rhythm with the agricultural year, weaving harvest with protection, gratitude with fear. Tonight, the offering is desperate. A child has already been lost, and no one wants to count another. Elders recite words remembered from their grandparents, fragments older than the temple scrolls. a chant mixed of prayer and threat, appealing to the Kappa's cunning while warning it not to trespass again. The boundary rope across the bank is sprinkled with salt, a rare commodity, but deemed necessary, its crystals thought to sting spirit skin. Children are told to watch closely, for if they glimpse movement in the reeds, it may be the Kappa peering back, amused by human gestures. Nearby, the headman recalls older tales, how ancestors described creatures shaped like children, eager to wrestle men at the river ford, or challenge travelers in sumo matches. If the traveler bows first, the Kappa will bow back, spilling the water from its head and collapsing powerless. Cleverness, not strength, is the way to survive. These stories are passed with the same intensity as instructions for planting rice. Vital knowledge, not idle gossip. A gust of wind cuts the torches sideways. Smoke blinds half the crowd. In that moment of chaos, someone swears they hear a splash beyond the rope. No one dares investigate. The elders signal instead to cast the offerings quickly, and one by one cucumbers hit the current, their dark shapes bobbing on the black surface. The river swallows them without pause. Silence falls. Will the boy be returned? The people do not expect resurrection, but they do expect balance, that the river, fed, will be satisfied for now. This is the fragile logic that holds them together. Appease what cannot be defeated, and life may continue with fewer graves. The torchlight shivers, the chant fades, and the night presses close, carrying the sound of the river deep into the bones of every witness. The night after the sandal drifted into the reeds, the village feels different. The quiet is not the natural kind, not the ordinary hush of farmland under moonlight, but the kind that presses against the chest, like a stone laid on the ribs. Lanterns stay lit longer than usual, their paper shades trembling in the humid air. Inside homes, doors are barred with extra crossbeams, and mothers keep water jars covered with cloth. A belief spreads. Even a small vessel of water, if left open at night, might draw a Kappa spirit indoors. Japan in the early 1600s is in the first decades of the Tokugawa shogunate, a world newly stabilized after long wars. Castles rise in stone, roads knit the provinces, temples receive steady patronage. Yet beyond the guarded gates of Edo or Kyoto, villages along the rivers still live in dialogue with unseen forces. Animism, the idea that every element of nature possesses spirit, is not a peripheral belief, but a foundation. Water is not merely a resource, it is a willful being. The peasants know this intimately. They bow to the sunrise, but they also bow to the river. In ancient chronicles like the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, compiled centuries earlier, rivers are described as living pathways. Gods cross them, heroes battle them, and spirits emerge from them to bargain or curse. By the 1600s, these older myths have not faded, but transformed. Buddhist temples frame water as a purifier, Shinto priests conduct rites along riverbanks, and local shamans still whisper the oldest charms in dialect words. Together, these create a dense weave of meaning. In such a weave, the Kappa thrives, neither holy demon nor holy kami, but something sticky and half-believable, passed along in warnings. The elders tell children that the Kappa is not only a threat to human life, but also a negotiator. It loves games, riddles, contests of wit. A sumo challenge at a ford is not unusual in stories. The creature bows before the match, spilling its head bowl water, and collapses. Clever travelers survive this way, while the arrogant drown. These tales teach more than entertainment. They instruct humility, cleverness, and respect for forces larger than oneself. The Kappa becomes pedagogy, a folklore textbook hidden inside a monster, yet fear overshadows play. The drowned boy is not a metaphor. He is a son, a brother. His absence drags grief into the village, and grief demands answers. In a culture where spirits and humans intermingle, the line between accident and abduction blurs. Was the child simply unlucky, slipping on wet stones? Or did the Kappa drag him down to feed? That ambiguity gives the legend its grip. The villagers cannot prove either, but they must live as if the second is true, for ignoring the spirit risks further loss. Rivers in Japan are dangerous, in fact, not only in myth. Rapid currents, sudden floods from mountain rain, and whirlpools near estuaries kill with brutal speed. Records from early Edo villages show high rates of drowning, especially among children fetching water or animals drinking at the bank. Without modern medicine, each death feels arbitrary, demanding explanation. Spirits provide that explanation, turning random tragedy into pattern. In this sense, the Kappa is not just a monster but a form of accounting, an attempt to make the senseless sensible. On the third day after the boy's disappearance, women gather to wash clothes in a shallower bend upstream. They speak quietly, wary of ears hidden in reeds. One recalls how her grandmother taught her to scatter beans on the water before wading in. Another insists that a single cucumber tossed yearly is not enough. The Kappa must receive them seasonally, in rhythm with the rice cycle. Their voices tremble between superstition and ritual instruction, but each word is practical. The Kappa becomes a factor in household management. As real as counting grain or cutting firewood, the men discuss it differently. Around the hearth, they recall stories of Kappa breaking horses' legs, pulling livestock into rivers, and ruining trade routes. A drowned horse is not just an animal lost, but wealth destroyed, a plow without power, a field left barren. Some insist that the creatures are drawn especially to strong animals, as if to prove their dominance. Others argue that horses sense them before men do, snorting at reeds, stamping hooves at invisible watchers. In this way, the Kappa operates both as predator and omen, a warning system for those who pay attention. Temples attempt to channel such fears into ritual. Buddhist monks, while officially denying the existence of river demons, still participate in ceremonies that soothe the people. They recite sutras for the drowned. They instruct on the impermanence of life, and sometimes they bless cucumbers or gourds before they are floated downstream. A paradox forms. The faith that speaks of enlightenment beyond superstition ends up reinforcing superstition to maintain harmony. In the records of some temples, one finds notes of discomfort, monks acknowledging that people listen more to the stories of Kappa than to sermons of karma. Animism, in this period, is not replaced by organized religion, but absorbed into it. The water spirits are renamed, reframed, but never dismissed. A villager might pray at a Buddhist altar in the morning and whisper a charm against Kappa at night, without contradiction. This coexistence is the soil from which folklore grows, layered, contradictory, yet cohesive enough to survive centuries. Meanwhile, the sandal found at the river has been hung by the headman at the communal shrine. It dangles from a cord, still damp days later, as both memorial and warning. Children walk past it with eyes lowered. Parents remind them, keep distance from the river, keep distance from the reeds. But distance is impossible. Water is needed daily for drinking, washing, irrigation. No life exists away from it. That paradox makes fear permanent. The monster lurks not in some remote cave, but at the very source of survival. One might ask, what would you have done if you were that mother, seeing her son vanish into dark water? Would you accept it as fate? Or would you join the others in believing that a cunning, childlike demon pulled him under? This question lingers unresolved, because belief is not only about what is true, it is about what helps one endure grief. By the week's end, the community agrees to schedule a larger offering. A procession will carry vegetables, sake, and paper talismans to the river mouth. A shaman will be summoned from a neighboring village to perform chants older than anyone remembers. The people understand that no single cucumber can replace a child, but still they hope. A gift, a bargain, a small price to keep the water calm. In that hope, the Kappa grows more real than ever, its presence stitched into every ripple of the current, every shadow near the reeds, every creak of wood as boats moor against the tide. The night deepens. Frogs croak, insects whir, the river murmurs. The sandal still swings at the shrine, dripping endlessly though dry air surrounds it. Someone swears it is not water, but tears. He opens the storehouse at dawn, hands steady on the sliding door, though sleep has not visited him. The headman steps into the grain dust air and lifts the wrapped ledger from its shelf. The cloth smells of cedar and soot. Outside, a thin fog clings to the river fields. He unties the cord, and the pages, worm-eaten at the edges, release a faint, sour breath of age. This is the Muraniki, the village daybook, where births, deaths, harvests, and disputes are recorded in brushstrokes that have faded to the color of old tea. The boy's mother waits outside with two other women, kneeling as if in a temple. She wants a name to stand beside her son's sandal, a precedent to tell her this has happened before, that the gods have not singled her out cruelly. He reads, the entry is brief, written in small economical hand. Keicho 4, 5th month. Child of Wayman, 8 years. Vanished at Matagiri Ford at twilight. Sandals found, water high. Women report laughter among reeds. The headman says the words aloud, and the women draw closer, listening as if the paper itself could answer back. The Keicho era, spanning 1596 to 1615, begins just after the battle that settles the land, when Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory in 1600 at Sekigahara alters every household's fate. The ledger does not mention that grand battle. It mentions only the river, the boy, and the laughter. A second line appears several pages later. Same hand, same thin brush. Offerings of kiuri, cucumbers, floated 7 nights. Horse found dead near Willow. Nothing more. No moral, no judgment. The headman closes his eyes. He can almost see the scene break free from the paper. Women at the bank, cucumbers bobbing like little green boats, water silt thick and impatient, the men too ashamed to weep openly. The ledger is not a sermon. It is an account book for grief. The river, in that season centuries ago, rises and falls like breathing. The Matagiri Ford curves in a long, slow S, and a reed bed hides a deeper channel cut by spring floods. He knows this from the way the current pulls at his calves each time he wades across. An unseen hand is not always a hand. Sometimes it is the physics of fast water, the sly grip of a back eddy that tugs ankles as surely as a jealous child. He understands this. He also understands the mother's certainty that something with intent, something that knows a name, acts there. The boy in the ledger, the one from Keicho 4, was born on a rain day, according to a note tucked in the margin by a different brush. Rain from the 3rd watch until the 5th. Child born with a thin veil over face. The headman frowns and traces the characters. A caul, a thin birth membrane, can be a sign. In some places, it is hailed as a blessing, proof the child is protected. In others, it is a warning that the child belongs to water, that water will call him back. The women outside whisper when he tells them this. Their grief does not soften, but it now has a shape, a story shape that holds pain. As a bucket holds water, further along the page, an ink blot spreads like a small night sky. The script leaps around it with hurried strokes. No priest that year. The village had no resident Buddhist clergy then. A traveling monk passed through only in autumn, weeks after the boy vanished. In the absence of formal rites, the people turned to older hands. A shaman woman from the next valley, a miko, spirit medium, stood on a flat rock and spoke in a voice not quite her own, calling the river by the name used in her grandmother's time, Mizuchi, water serpent. The headman knows the word, older than Kappa, older than much that is written. He describes it only in passing to the women. Naming too much gives the thing more places to hide. The ledger offers one more small window. On the 7th night after the loss, the village tied a wrist cord from rice straw, a shimenawa, between 2 willows and strung paper lightning, shied zigzag strips across it. The current hissed under the pale flags. Children, forbidden to cross, sat on the bank with long faces. Women set cucumbers afloat with names inked in a careful hand, family names, and beneath them the word kaesu, return. As the fruit bobbed away, men watched for the sign the old ones promised, a ripple against current, a bow in the reeds, an answering splash that might be a spirit's polite acknowledgement. Nothing dramatic happened. Yet after that week, no child drowned that summer. The ledger, pragmatic as a millstone, draws a simple line. Good harvest followed. What would you have made of such entries if you were the one holding the brush? Would you mark the laughter in the reeds as evidence, or as someone's frightened memory made solid? The ink does not answer. It records the world as it feels to the hand that writes, heavy with risk, heavy with need. He flips to a different bundle of pages, bound with hemp thread and labeled in a later script, bolder, more self-assured, years of peace. Here the brush begins to grow verbose, as if the writer has learned from temple men and traveling magistrates that language can carry authority. Kicho 10, 7th month. At the river bend near the mulberry grove, a boy of 6 fell where stones are smooth as gourds. Witness says small footprints of a child seen on the mud among heron tracks. The ledgermaker leaves a margin note. Webbed? The headman sighs. In memory, the world often sharpens itself toward certainty. The webbing the writer imagines, 3 broad toes, a splay like a frog's, could easily be the splay of a child's straw sandal in wet clay. Or not. The mind wants the river to have left a signature. Another entry follows quickly. Keicho 11 1st month. Horse drowned, legs tangled in vetch. 2 men swear they heard thin laughter, like a reed whistle. Horses are wealth, almost the difference between hunger and enough. A drowned animal stings the village body like a cut deep enough to scar. In some stories, Kappa ride horses into the water, clinging to manes with clever fingers, fierce in the fun of it. You can imagine, even now, that you hear such laughter when the night wind threads the reeds. Many do. Between these spare lines, the headman reads a whole life of the river. Building of new dikes under domain directives, a small canal for the mill, a complaint about sandbars after a typhoon. The early Tokugawa authorities are not uninterested in rivers. They regulate bridge building, set taxes on ferry crossings, and in later decades dispatch overseers to examine unsafe fords. But in these first years, the authorities' hand is far away. The village handles its own border with water, sharpening charms into local law. They stretch ropes across the bank, faint echoes of the Shimenawa, to mark the forbidden edge. They have gourds, hyotan, and let them float to see where the churn gathers, learning hazard by watching where the gourd disappears. They smear ash on stones near the ford so that morning will reveal footprints, human or otherwise, and set fish heads on sticks as offerings for a bargain. Take this, not that. Among the notes are the tools of ritual technology, described with the same matter-of-factness as plow repairs. Gohei, wands crowned with zigzag paper, planted at the mouth of a stream. Willow twigs bent into small hoops for children to wear on festival nights. Salt poured into seams of the bank, a bright sting along shadowed clay. A child's name appears in big, uneven letters on a cucumber, as if he himself wrote it. The letters are proud and slightly reckless. That cucumber would have drifted away after sunset, bumping the legs of men who waded in to give the stream its due. The headman pauses to explain to the women, gently, the small secret of the Kappa's courtesy. In many villages, mothers teach children a peculiar defense. If a Kappa calls from the water, one must bow deeply from the waist. The creature, compelled by its own flawless manners, bows back. The water in its head dish, Sarah, spills, and its strength goes with it. Caught in that polite collapse, it can be asked to swear an oath never to harm the family again. He says this softly because the suggestion of wit as weapon can feel cruel the week a child is lost. And yes, the custom suggests a dry humor about monsters that love both wrestling and etiquette. A tyrant of cucumbers is at least a manageable tyrant, but the ledger also includes a counter-humor, darker. A marginal note by a frustrated scribe reads, "The creature learns. Men start wearing small lids, coarse bowls tied with cord, when they approach the ford, like folk heroes in reverse, hoping to trick a Kappa into fussing with headwear rather than legs. Children sing a rhyme that goes thin in the air. Kappa, Kappa, count the beans I scatter, and they throw a handful of soybeans. The counting compulsion, another trick, buys time to run. It is a childish tactic, but then the opponent is said to be child-shaped. The headman closes the ledger on the first bundle of years and unwraps a second. Temple scraps gathered by a monk who loved marginalia. The monk's notes do not admit belief, yet they tangle with it. He writes, "Buddha teaches impermanence, yet women weep as if a soul could be retained by cucumbers. Still, to calm the village, I say blessings." Another line, "I tried to explain the current's eddy near the willow." The widow said, "Eddies also have names." The headman's lips quiver at that. How precisely it captures the meeting of doctrine and riverbank logic. A whirlpool, in their eyes, doesn't merely spin, it remembers. He reads an account of one summer lit by the visiting of traveling merchants bearing lacquered boxes and salt. The men tell stories they have carried along the Tokaido, the highway stitching Edo to the west, of a Kappa who steals a samurai's dignity at a castle moat of Prince Izu, with turtle-backed children grinning under eaves, of a lord in another province who taxes a ferry because monsters must be paid, and so must magistrates. Rumors trade like coins. The ledger grows noisy. It lists not only what is seen, but what is said, and words gain weight equal to footprints. Inside one set of temple pages is a charcoal sketch, half effaced, a round head with hair like a wet fringe, the dish atop it inked in a lighter wash as though shimmering, shoulders hunched, hands long-fingered. The figure's mouth is small and sharp, like a beak pinched closed. The note beneath reads only, "Seen by Torinosuke at moonrise." It bowed. If the headman could ask the monk who drew it, he would ask whether the bow came first from a boy taught good manners or from a creature whose power depends on a perfect imitation of courtesy. The drawing gives no hint. The women want action, not drawings. They ask about remedies. He finds a page labeled yaku, medicinals, and reads formulas that blend kitchen and thicket. Ginger tea for those who have swallowed too much river. Mugwort infused in hot water for aches in bones. Willow bark, yanagi, for fevers that follow a near drowning. The recipes, practical as any farmer's wisdom, sit beside chants transcribed in phonetic script, their meaning older than the characters that carry them. Medicine and magic lie down together on the page like siblings. Case notes multiply as the village grows. Keicho 12, 3rd month. Girl rescued at bank by aunt, handprints left on her shoulders, small and green-stained. Laughter heard again beyond reeds. The headman frowns. Green-stained? It could be algae slick lifted by panic grips, or dye from cloth worn through, or a mind translating bruise colors through fear. But the very detail, the color, locks memory into story so well that even the skeptical pause. Another entry, the same month. After placing 20 cucumbers, names inked on skins, storm broke and water rose to the east field. No more drownings that year. The ledger never claims cause. It simply sets events side by side and lets the mind draw bridges. One morning, the headman takes the ledger to the boy's mother. She bows and touches the cloth-wrapped spine like someone greeting a grave. He reads the Keicho entries aloud, slowly, allowing each character its full breath. The mother listens with a stillness that is not absence but the opposite, a tight presence, holding on to each syllable as if it could become a plank in the water. When he finishes, she says, "They did not say his name." He bows. The ledger rarely records children's given names, only households. She nods and asks whether cucumbers with family names were enough. He answers truthfully that the ledger never promises guarantees. It only remembers what was tried. Behind her house, a small garden rows its way toward the river path, cucumbers climbing strings, neat as beads on prayer cords. She picks 2, wipes them with her sleeve, and asks for brush and ink. On one, she writes the household name. On the other, she writes the name she gave her son when he was 3 days old, a name she has never spoken outside the house. He does not read it. The river may understand better that way. In the afternoon, the men test the ford in the old manner. They split a gourd and set the halves afloat to learn where eddies steal. They scatter ash on stones to mark morning tracks. A boy of 10, knees knobby, volunteers to stand near the rope and watch for movement in the reeds. His mother clips his ear and pulls him behind her. A farmer ties a length of red-dyed string to his wrist, bright as a crab apple, and ties the other end around a willow branch, declaring it a line the Kappa must not cross. His father smiles, but leaves the string tied. Rituals often live by that compromise, believed by the young, tolerated by the old, accepted by the river, because the river is not asked for its opinion. The headman recalls an older man's brag from his boyhood. that he once tricked a Kappa into signing a pledge on paper. The pledge, he said, bore a crude seal, a three-toed splash, and the promise never to harm the children of his household again. He wonders now whether that paper is buried in a chest somewhere, as the battle's banners are buried in temples, as so many proofs of fear and bravery are kept quiet. He also wonders if the pledge helped, or if good years and careful adults did most of the saving. Faith is often a collaboration between the seen and the chosen to be seen. As the sun sinks, travel noise rises on the road. Pilgrims pass, bound for far shrines, their walking staves making a hollow tok-tok on stones. They carry gossip like another kind of sutra, reciting the news of creatures and kings with equal piety. One tells of a village on the Kiso River, where a magistrate forbade cucumber floating as wasteful and was nearly driven out. Another speaks of the Red Seal ships, launched by Bakufu license in these decades to trade abroad, bringing new goods and, inevitably, new rumors about foreign water spirits. If foreign seas harbor their own hungry children, then surely ours do too, some argue, and that argument strangely comforts them. A universal danger is easier to bear than a singled-out curse. The headman notices how the ledger, under different hands, changes its personality. Some writers are skeptics, their brush stiff with doubt. Some are poets, their ink meandering into metaphors. But all respect the habit of record. That habit, this insistence on writing, becomes a kind of apotropaic itself. What is written is held, and what is held may be managed, bargained with, arranged. The Kappa, dragged onto paper, becomes less fog and more outline. Now he turns to a page whose heading has been pricked with a pin, as if to mark it in haste. Keicho 13, 9th month, the first child. The phrase is not true. Others have been lost before, but the writer must have meant the first child of this household, the first within memory of that particular scribe, or perhaps the first after a period of safety. The entry runs longer than most. At the ford under Matagiri, during the hour of the rooster, fog low, water fast. Child of Saheji, 7 years, carrying a gourd cup to fetch water, slipped. Mother reports seeing small hands on his sleeve. 2 boys running behind heard laughter, hollow, from the reed bed. The sandal brought up later from the bend, still tied. Cucumbers with names floated through the 7th night. A beam of willow set in bank. Salt poured. Shide placed. After the 7th night, wind shifted and dragonflies rode low. No more laughter heard for 9 nights. Festival held. No priest in attendance. Miko sang the river's name. The headman reads it twice. The details are unremarkable and precise. They taste of real moments. A bound sandal suggests a sudden pull. Laughter suggests the mind's way of explaining current and reeds and nerves. Dragonflies riding low. Fisherman's sign of fair weather and calmer air. Read here like a river's answer. He looks up, and the boy's mother is watching his face, as if his expression could translate the world. He does not say what the ledger will never say, that the child may never be found, that the cucumber offerings are for the living, not the dead. He says, instead, that the first child entry concludes with words that belong on a shrine tablet. The river accepted, and we lived the winter. That is not the language of victory. It is the language of survival. He offers it to her as one offers a towel after rain. At night, the village acts on the script the ledger has written. A procession forms, quieter than the one in the cold open night, hands firmer now that precedent steadies them. Women tie a length of cloth around their foreheads, practical and ceremonial at once. Men carry poles from which hang paper lanterns painted with water patterns, swirls and waves and blue-gray fish that look like shadows. Children walk in the middle, enclosed by adults, listening to the chant whose words they half know and half invent, because the oldest lines live best in mouths that do not ask for perfect meaning. At the bank, they install the small shrine they keep for flood season: a plank, a bowl of salt, a cup of sake, a sheaf of rice, and a rack for gohei. The Miko stands barefoot on a flat stone as cold as a coin, hair bound with willow bark. She names the river using the old syllables that feel like the current itself: rounded, pulling, then releasing. She names the child, this time with the name the mother wrote, so softly that the sound is more breath than word, as if meant for water alone. Then the cucumbers go in, one for the household, one for the boy by name, 4 more marked with the names of other children, because every mother knows fear is shared. They do not drop the cucumbers in like burdens. They set them down the way one sets down an infant for sleep, palm cradling, letting the water take the weight inch by inch, teaching the river how to hold. A man follows with a gourd half-shell, moving it onto the faster seam, watching where it spins. Another man plants a pole, just a stripped branch, into the soft bank and ties a red string to it. Red like a boundary in a map drawn from memory. For 7 nights they will return. The ledger entries teach persistence. A single offering satisfies nothing. Bargains with the world must be renewed as surely as rice must be weeded. On the 4th night, someone thinks he hears the thin reed laughter again. On the 5th, 2 dragonflies skate low in a shallow crescent. On the 6th, a horse shies at a shadow and nearly knocks its boy handler into the water. On the 7th, wind shifts, bringing the smell of the sea, though the sea lies far beyond fields and low hills. They call that shift a sign and decide it is enough. In the temple's side storehouse, the monk adds his own note afterward. I do not rebuke them. Impermanence includes our fear and our remedies. Rivers are sharp teachers. He records the herb infusions he brewed for those who waded in and came home shivering, and he writes a short exhortation about parents keeping children from the bank at twilight. He knows this, perhaps better than the Miko. The most practical apotropaic is an adult hand around a small wrist. That night, the headman sits by the shrine after the others go. He watches the rope that marks the edge, the way it sags under its own dampness, like a tired back. He thinks of the first child in the ledger, of the way the writer tried to tame chaos by writing it down, and he thinks of the boy whose sandal dangles now. It swings slightly in a wind too soft to feel on skin. He bows, not to the river alone, but to the act of remembering. Memory, too, is a spell. He leaves the ledger open to the Kicho pages on the small shelf by the shrine so any who come to sit may read. A pilgrim pauses and traces a character with his finger. A child on a dawn errand stops and spells out the household names on the cucumbers that were not taken and have washed up tattered on the bank. The letters blur, but their intent is still visible. Return, return. A fisherman, pragmatist to his bones, snorts at the thought of monsters but checks his net mending twice and glances at the reed bed's line anyway. Belief and skepticism stand shoulder to shoulder at the water, like 2 men watching the same current and giving it different names. Before sunrise, fog lays the fields flat, and the river's breath can be seen. A heron lifts like a folded paper fan opening, beats upstream, vanishes. In that soft interval, when night is a rumor and day has not yet claimed the work, the headman hears a sound from the bend. Not laughter, not exactly. A wet plop, a reed giving way, the little suction kiss of mud releasing a foot. He stands without standing. The rope holds. The bank holds. He does not go closer. He understands at last the purpose of the old tricks and charms, not to bind the river, which cannot be bound, but to bind the heart to endurance. The ledger will, in years to come, acquire more entries, some with dates and witnesses and notes in firm, magistrate-approved language, a few with sketched prints, one, far in the future, with a pasted news clipping. But in these Keicho pages, the first child is already present, and the first child is always the one you cannot bring back. The village learns its grammar of offerings here. The mother learns how to tell the day that follows loss. The river learns nothing, because rivers do not learn. They continue, and people arrange their meanings around that fact, like lanterns hanging from a branch that does not notice the weight. When the sun finally clears the low mist, it strikes the sandal hanging at the shrine and pulls a green from it that was not there in shadow. The color is the color of cucumbers, the color of willow twigs, the color people choose when they want to name growth in a place that has taken something. He ties the ledger closed and walks toward the bank with the steadiness of someone who will keep steady, even if the ground shifts, the steadiness of a man who will continue writing, because the act of writing is the nearest thing he has to a bridge. Morning rolls in with a thin veil of mist, stretching over the river like gauze drawn across a wound. The village stirs slowly, not with the light-hearted rhythm of ordinary chores, but with a nervous choreography. Doors open and close quickly. Voices speak low. Eyes linger on the reeds. The sandal at the shrine still hangs, dampened now by dew instead of tears, though no one dares touch it. It is left as both ward and warning. Mothers hurry their children away from the water path, and even the dogs, usually free to roam, are tethered near the homes. Something has shifted. The river feels inhabited, not merely flowing. In this tension, stories begin to multiply. The drowned boy becomes less a singular tragedy and more a reference point for every unease, every flicker of shadow near the water. At dusk, a girl swears she saw fingers rise briefly above the current, long, green, slick as eel skin, before slipping back beneath. An old man says he heard the unmistakable splash of a gourd being slapped flat on water, a sound he claims only a Kappa can make. The tale spreads quickly, embroidered with details, and within days, the boy's death has become part of a wider pattern of encounters. The elders gather at the communal hall, a simple thatched structure with smoke stains darkening the beams. There, sitting on woven mats, they discuss how to preserve both order and belief. Some urge restraint. Too many offerings, they argue, will drain the village's stores. Cucumbers are valuable, needed for food and trade. Others insist that stinginess will only provoke the spirit further. The debate circles like the river itself, round and unending, until the headman speaks. He reminds them of the ledger entries, those plain lines that gave the past a framework. The cucumbers did not harm us, he says. The boy was already gone. But since then, the river has been quieter. The hall falls silent. In matters of spirits, logic is a poor ally, but precedent is everything. From this debate grows a renewed attention to omens. Small signs read with disproportionate weight. A toad croaking near the shrine at midday is taken as a warning. Dragonflies flying low across the fields suggest the river's surface is restless. Even ordinary weather gains layered meaning. If mist lingers past mid-morning, some say the Kappa walks the bank unseen, shrouded in vapor. If willows bend against the usual wind, others whisper that unseen hands tug at the branches. These observations, repeated and argued, weave daily life with constant vigilance. Children, meanwhile, absorb the lessons in half-serious, half-fearful games. A group of boys invent a contest. One kneels at the river's edge, pretending to bow, while another plays the Kappa, forced to bow in return until his imaginary head dish spills. They laugh, but their laughter is nervous, glancing toward the actual reeds as if the real Kappa might take offense. The adults scold them for mocking, but secretly feel relieved. The game is a rehearsal, a way to practice survival. This period of heightened sensitivity also gives rise to a fascination with the creature's shape. Travelers' sketches, sometimes copied from temple scrolls, circulate among the people. In one, the Kappa is drawn with the shell of a turtle and the beak of a bird, its eyes bulging like those of a frog. In another, it looks almost human, a child with sallow skin and long, webbed hands. These inconsistent depictions trouble no one. The truth of monsters is not in detail, but in impact. Still, the variety of forms sparks discussion. Is the Kappa born of drowned children, transformed in the river? Or is it a separate race of beings, dwelling beneath the water from the world's beginning? The second theory gains weight when an elder recalls a tale of river children that predates even the word Kappa. In this older version, told in dialect nearly forgotten, the beings are called Kawako, literally, river children. They are neither ghosts nor gods, but their own category, born from currents the way frogs are born from eggs. They live in families, invisible except when they wish to show themselves. To some, this suggests a world of hidden society beneath the water, mirroring the human village in shape, if not in habit. The thought unsettles the mothers most of all. If river children have families, then perhaps the drowned boy has been taken into theirs, alive but unreachable. This idea leads to a quiet, dangerous hope. One night, the mother of the lost boy goes alone to the river. She carries not cucumbers, but a small rice ball wrapped in cloth, something he used to eat with sticky fingers. She kneels by the rope and whispers his name into the current, asking, not demanding, for him to eat well wherever he now dwells. A fisherman, passing by unseen, later reports he heard her speaking, and though he says nothing, the story spreads. It deepens the legend. Kappa are not only takers of life, but adopters, raising children in watery homes. The line between monster and parent blurs. The temple records this indirectly. A monk writes that women come seeking sutras to comfort children stolen by water demons. He copies a short prayer to Jizo, the protector of children and travelers, and notes, almost grudgingly, that the mothers seem calmer after reciting it by the riverbank. His skepticism bleeds through the ink, yet the ritual itself becomes another thread in the weave. Jizo statues begin appearing on small stone bases near bridges and crossings, sometimes wearing bibs sewn by grieving mothers. They are reminders that even if a child is lost to water, his spirit may still find guardianship. The authorities, distant in Edo, do not intervene in such matters yet, but the stories spread along trade routes. Pilgrims and merchants carry them beyond the valley, so that neighboring villages begin reporting their own drownings in the language of Kappa. borrowing the fear as if it were coin. The monster becomes regional, then national, a pattern recognizable far beyond its birthplace. With each telling, the details shift slightly, but the core remains. Small hands, sudden pull, laughter in reeds. Would you, hearing these stories secondhand, believe them? Or would you dismiss them as rustic superstition, the murmurs of farmers uneducated in current and tide? Many people still think that the Kappa is no more than allegory for drowning, a lesson dressed in scales and shells. So what do you think? The ledger, meanwhile, fills with entries. A note records that a horse drowned at the crossing. Another, that cucumbers floated one night were eaten away by fish before dawn. Sign of appeasement, the scribe remarks. One unusual entry describes a man who claimed to have wrestled a Kappa, forcing it to promise never to harm his family. The villagers gossip about his bruises, uncertain whether they prove the tale or undermine it. The ledger does not pass judgment. It simply preserves the possibility. As summer advances, the river swells with melted snow from the mountains. Floods threaten the rice fields, and villagers lash boats to trees to keep them from drifting away. In such moments, the Kappa is invoked as explanation and scapegoat, but also as negotiator. Offerings increase. Cucumbers float in greater numbers, carved with more names, and sometimes whole gourds are sent downstream, their hollow bodies echoing like drums when they knock against rocks. The sound travels through the mist, eerie and rhythmic, until it seems the river itself has begun to speak. For a brief period, no more children are lost. The village relaxes fractionally, as though the spirit has been appeased. But in the minds of the elders, quiet is only the surface. Beneath, the Kappa waits, as patient as the river itself, ready for another bargain when hunger returns. The weeks that follow stretch into a season, and the village lives as if on two layers of time. On the surface is the ordinary rhythm: planting, weeding, repairing sandals, brewing soy sauce, mending thatched roofs. Beneath, like the current under reeds, runs a second clock measured in omens, whispers, and offerings. Both layers are equally real. Each child's laugh near the river is counterweighted by a mother's sharp call to step back. Each harvest prediction is mirrored by a murmur about what the Kappa might demand next. By midsummer, the memory of the drowned boy has thickened into lore. His sandal is no longer only a relic of grief. It has become a sign. Pilgrims stop to bow before it, as though it were a shrine talisman. Children look at it with mingled fear and fascination, daring each other to touch it when adults aren't watching. None do. The sandal swings in the breeze, immune to childish bravado, proof that tragedy can outlast the bravest games. At dusk, when insects buzz and the river's surface glows faintly green under the moon, villagers tell stories aloud. Around hearths, near lanterns, they repeat what they have heard or half invented. The stories are less about accuracy than about passing on caution. One man claims that Kappa leave footprints like pressed lotus leaves, broad, wet circles stamped on mud. Another swears they mimic voices, calling children by name from the reeds. Women insist the creatures love cucumbers because their flesh resembles the cool, crisp snap of bones. The details vary, yet all lead to the same lesson. Respect the river, or the river will take what it wants. Children are especially drawn to these tales. They huddle close, eyes wide, memorizing the rules that might save them one day. Bow if challenged, carry cucumbers near water, avoid twilight crossings. folklore becomes education, and fear becomes pedagogy. Some children grow so used to the rules that they recite them like multiplication tables, each warning etched as firmly as any arithmetic. Never go alone, always bring an offering, never laugh at the water. The headman notices another pattern. Birth omens. Mothers speak of children born on unlucky days. On the 5th day of the 5th month, for example, when seasonal festivals mark dangerous crossings between realms. Babies born near riversides are whispered about, their futures linked to water, whether for good or ill. If an infant cries with unusual sharpness, neighbors may murmur that a Kappa spirit tugs at its soul. These suspicions are not shouted, but carried in folded paper, like secret letters. Over time, a network of quiet judgments forms, where certain children are treated with more caution, never allowed to fetch water alone, while others are trusted to roam further. The temples observe these customs with discomfort. A monk records in his journal, "The women keep a tally of birth omens, as if fortune depends on time and place, not karma. They treat cucumbers as charms more than food." I remind them of Buddha's truth. Suffering is universal, not punishment. They nod, then float cucumbers anyway. His ink captures the paradox. Organized religion cannot erase the animist substrate. Instead, it bends, adapts, and sometimes capitulates. To comfort the villagers, priests allow their sutras to be recited alongside old chants. Jizo statues multiply near bridges, bibs tied around their necks by mothers who want every possible guardian on their side. The fear of the Kappa shapes even the architecture of the settlement. Houses are built further from the riverbank, fields fenced with low reed barriers to keep children from wandering. Wells are covered at night, not because animals might fall in, but because spirits might creep out. The boundary between practical safety and spiritual precaution blurs until they are indistinguishable. If a reed barrier keeps children safe, does it matter whether the reason is physical or spiritual? The outcome is the same: fewer drownings. Yet the Kappa does not vanish into caution. Stories insist that it adapts. A farmer claims his horse balked at the ford, snorting and stamping, before the animal was dragged under by unseen weight. The carcass surfaced days later, its mane torn, its eyes clouded. The villagers mark the spot with salt and straw rope, treating it as tainted ground. Another family loses a calf, its body discovered on a sandbar, bruised and bloated. Whispers spread that the Kappa feeds not only on humans, but on livestock, draining vitality from the village's strength itself. The more the stories grow, the more rituals expand. Seasonal offerings increase from single cucumbers to whole baskets. Names are inked carefully on the skins, black characters bleeding into the green surface. Families who cannot spare cucumbers substitute carved gourds or even clay tokens shaped like cucumbers, trusting that symbolic weight carries as much power as the real fruit. Children watch with fascination as their names float away downstream, carried into the dark where the river bends. For them, the ritual is both frightening and strangely comforting. Proof that their lives are acknowledged, bargained for, defended by adults who whisper their names like passwords. One evening, during a gathering near the shrine, the Miko, the spirit medium, speaks with sudden urgency. Her voice shifts as if borrowed, deeper and wetter than her own, and she declares that the river is hungry for respect, not just cucumbers. It demands obedience. The people listen in silence, chilled, and afterward they argue. Was it truly the river's voice, or the Miko's invention to heighten her authority? Either way, the effect is the same. Children are more closely watched, and parents whisper more prayers before dawn. Tensions rise further when the magistrate's messenger arrives from the domain seat. His scroll contains warnings against extravagant superstitions that waste food and encourage unrest. The order is clear. Festivals of cucumbers are to be moderated, and gatherings at the riverbank reported. The elders read the edict aloud in the hall. The people murmur angrily. How can distant officials, safe in their stone halls, know what dangers lurk in reeds? The edict sparks quiet rebellion. Outwardly, offerings are reduced, but secretly, families continue. Cucumbers float at night when no officials watch, carrying inked names into dark water. The clash between authority and local belief intensifies, foreshadowing greater confrontations ahead. In the meantime, small incidents keep belief alive. A fisherman hauling nets at dawn finds them tangled with what he swears are long black hairs, slick and strong, not belonging to any fish. A girl returns from the ford pale and shaking, claiming she felt cold hands brush her ankle. An old woman dreams of a child with turtle shell skin knocking at her door. Each event is added to the growing oral archive, feeding the Kappa's reality as much as any ledger. Would you, living there, doubt the creature after hearing so many voices swear to its touch? Or would you bow to prudence, even if skeptical, knowing that disbelief might cost a life? In such a climate, disbelief itself becomes dangerous, a kind of arrogance that tempts the river to punish. At the end of summer, the people gather again at the riverbank. This time, the ritual is not just appeasement, but assertion. They carve wooden effigies of children, paint them with ash and rice paste, and set them afloat. As the effigies drift, villagers chant, "Take these, leave ours." The sight is haunting. Miniature bodies rocking on black water, lanterns glowing above them. The river swallows the effigies one by one, as if accepting the bargain. The crowd disperses in uneasy silence. For weeks afterward, the river remains quiet. No children are lost, no horses drown, no laughter echoes from the reeds. Relief mingles with suspicion. Is the Kappa truly appeased? Or is it waiting, crouched in the dark, its dish full, its appetite patient? The villagers cannot know. They live in the tension of gratitude and dread, knowing that the river never sleeps, and neither do the stories. The first chill of autumn brushes the fields, crisping the edges of leaves and thinning the chorus of cicadas. In the village, the season's change does not bring relief. Instead, it heightens vigilance. The river grows colder, heavier, as though it carries not only mountain runoff, but secrets accumulated from summer's tragedies. Every ripple feels sharper, each fog heavier with meaning. The sandal at the shrine has darkened with mildew, yet no one dares remove it. Its presence has become ritualized, a reminder and a barrier, proof of both loss and defiance. At dawn, smoke rises from cooking fires, and the aroma of millet gruel mixes with the sharper scent of pickled vegetables. Families gather their harvests, preparing to store rice and barley before frost arrives. Yet woven into the daily labors are whispers about the river child. Women gossip as they thresh grain, recalling odd births in past seasons, children who arrived with blue-tinged skin or who cried only at twilight. Men speculate while repairing tools, swearing that odd eddies in the water mark the lurking of unseen hands. Children, half frightened and half entranced, play Kappa games in the dust, bowing deeply to one another until one collapses in mock defeat. The legend lives not only in stories, but in gestures, woven seamlessly into their bodies. The idea of river bargains gains strength in this season. The belief is that Kappa, unlike other spirits, are transactional. They can be appeased with offerings or even persuaded into contracts. Farmers tell of creatures promising good harvests in exchange for cucumbers, while others recount pacts where Kappa swore to never harm a particular family again after being bested in sumo or tricked into spilling the water from their dish. These tales mix dread with a strange sort of hope. If monsters can bargain, then survival is possible through wit. One of the most persistent stories concerns cucumbers themselves. The vegetable, crisp and green, becomes more than food. Mothers carve their children's names on them before setting them afloat, trusting the river to read and accept the exchange. Some cucumbers are sliced lengthwise to mimic open palms, as though offering themselves directly. Others are stabbed with tiny cuts to symbolize injury, a warning that they are substitutes for flesh. It is said that when a cucumber disappears quickly under the current, the Kappa has accepted it with satisfaction. If the cucumber floats back to shore, however, the omen is grave. Rejected, the household may face another loss. Such offerings are not uniform. In one neighboring valley, villagers leave sake poured into shallow bowls, believing the Kappa to be fond of liquor. In another, dried fish are set at the bank, the smell sharp and pungent enough to mask the scent of human flesh. These variations circulate along the highways of trade, spreading through gossip carried by merchants, pilgrims, and traveling performers. Each new tale adds layers to the creature's character, turning it into something at once local and national, an ever-expanding figure whose habits shift like water itself. The temple records grow more conflicted. A monk, writing by candlelight, notes that peasants come daily, asking him to bless cucumbers and talismans. He protests that such rituals distract from true devotion, but his hand hesitates on the page. If I refuse, he admits, they will turn to shamans instead, and the temple will lose its place. So he blesses the offerings, muttering sutras that speak of impermanence and protection, even as he inwardly doubts. Religion bends again beneath the weight of local terror, yet there are those who resist. A younger priest argues that belief in Kappa undermines the order of karma, turning grief into superstition rather than enlightenment. He urges villagers to abandon their charms and to trust instead in moral discipline. His words fall flat. The villagers listen politely, then return to the river with cucumbers in hand. Philosophy cannot outmatch fear that grips a mother when her child walks too close to the reeds. The contradictions sharpen when livestock drown. Horses, valuable for plowing fields, are found lifeless in the shallows, eyes clouded, legs tangled in weeds. Some claim to hear hollow laughter as the animals thrash. Others find webbed prints near the site, smeared in mud. Such evidence fuels panic, for it suggests not only accident but intent. The Kappa becomes more than a spirit of drowned children. It is now seen as predator, targeting the very wealth of the village. Economic survival is threatened, and fear deepens into anger. In response, protective rituals intensify. Farmers begin stringing ropes across streams, decorated with paper lightning strips called shide. The ropes are sprinkled with salt, rare but potent, believed to sting spirit skin and deter approach. Families scatter beans at the water's edge, invoking the creature's compulsion to count them, buying time to escape. These acts are part protection, part performance, reinforcing the collective belief that something can be done, that humans are not entirely helpless. But belief in bargains lingers strongest. Stories spread of villagers who tricked Kappa into swearing oaths. One tale tells of a man who wrestled a Kappa and forced it to sign a pledge in ink, promising never to harm his household. The pledge bore the creature's crude seal, a splash of 3 webbed fingers pressed into mud. Whether true or not, such stories give hope. If a monster can be bound by contract, then the community is not wholly powerless. At the same time, ominous variations surface. Some whisper that Kappa are not individuals but a race, multiplying unseen in watery caves, raising families beneath the currents. If true, then appeasing one means nothing. Another may strike tomorrow. Others suggest that the drowned are not dead, but transformed, recruited into the hidden society of river children. This idea carries dangerous comfort, the thought that lost children live on, albeit forever separate. Mothers cling to it, even as fathers dismiss it as false hope. The magistrates of the Tokugawa state occasionally send orders condemning such rituals as wasteful. Officials argue that cucumbers are better eaten than sacrificed, yet the people disobey, secretly floating offerings at night, trusting the river more than distant rulers. The clash between centralized authority and local practice grows sharper, but for now, the balance tilts toward the villagers. No edict can erase grief. One evening, the people stage another ritual. Lanterns glow against the dark, casting rippling light on the water. Children are kept in the center of the crowd, watched closely, while men chant and women set cucumbers adrift. The river swallows them silently, but halfway through the ritual, a splash erupts beyond the rope. Some swear they saw a small head, hair slick and shining, rise briefly above the surface. Others insist it was only a carp leaping. The crowd freezes, hearts pounding. For the rest of the night, no one speaks above a whisper. What would you have done in that moment? Dismiss the sight as trick of moonlight? Or accept that the river had answered, its presence undeniable? In the days that follow, the river remains quiet. No more livestock drown, no children vanish. Relief settles like dew, fragile and temporary. But the ledger records the incident with care. Offerings accepted. Splash at ritual, no losses after. The words, plain and unspectacular, fix the memory into history. The Kappa remains alive not only in fear and whispers, but in ink, tethered to the page as firmly as to the reeds. And still, as autumn deepens, the question lingers. Is the creature appeased, or only waiting for its next bargain? The temple sits on a small rise beyond the last paddies, its tiled roof catching the first light like a calm wave. In the corridor that smells of cedar and ink, a monk kneels before a low desk, sleeves rolled neatly so they do not drag through the charcoal black of his inkstone. His brush makes patient strokes across a long sheet of mulberry paper, and each character glistens a moment before drying into matte certainty. He writes not sermons this morning, but names, the boundary between the seen and the recorded. He begins with the dead, the temple's kakocho, the register of the deceased, memorial roll, has grown thick from years of careful addition, a stratified book of ash. The monk slides open a cover to the page for the current season and copies the latest entry from the village headman's ledger, trimming the factual bark from rumor's leaves. Child of Saheji, vanished at the ford near Matagiri. Witnesses record laughter among reeds. He does not add Kappa, though the word hums in his ear like a mosquito that will not be swatted. Instead, he draws a small circle beside the name, a private mark that only temple hands read, indicating death by water. Rituals will follow, sutras recited, incense burned, paper names, toba, planted in the earth with a stick of willow. The monk's desk holds other ledgers too. A foolscap of Enji, temple origin tale, a folded Nico of offerings and repairs, even a thin packet of gossip gleaned from pilgrims. He handles them with a craftsman's care, not out of piety alone, but from knowledge that ink can be the tightest rope in a village. It binds memory in a way reeds and ropes cannot. Still, he hesitates when he reaches the matter of the river child. The temple's doctrine proclaims that suffering flows from causes and conditions, not the whims of hidden claws. Yet this doctrine meets the river as a reed meets a flood. It bends or breaks. He writes a second title on fresh paper, Water Rites Performed, 7th Night. In clean strokes, he lists what the village did. Cucumbers inscribed and floated, shied, zigzag paper, strung across a straw rope, willow branch planted, prayers to Jizo recited. He also notes the voice of the Miko, even though such a note makes his brush itch. The term he chooses is careful. Kataru, she spoke, not Yorairu, she was possessed. Language matters. The difference between superstition and solace on paper can be a single verb. By mid-morning, supplicants arrive. Mothers climb the slope with shoulders squared against grief's weight, asking the monk to bless cucumbers and small paper plaques, Ama, wooden prayer boards, painted hastily with blue waves. He complies, and while he murmurs sutras, his mind works on a problem bigger than any one family's loss. How to shepherd a community in fear without surrendering the temple's spine to every reed whisper. He understands the risk of refusal. If he denies them, they will go to the Miko alone, or to roadside shrines where fox statues grin, or to the riverbank without any words at all. Better to overlay an old form with new words than to leave a void. In this, the temple becomes not the antidote to animism, but a lacquer that preserves it. A younger priest in the same temple disagrees. He is newly literate in Confucian texts carried along the highways, manuals on order, ritual, and hierarchy. At evening meal, he speaks with quiet heat. If we admit these river children into our books, he insists, we unmake karma with stories. His eyes shine, and he taps the table with a finger. The world must be explicable. The boy slipped, the horse stumbled. We must teach prudence, not bargain with shadows. The older monk listens, neither agreeing nor rebuking. He thinks of the mother's face that morning, the way she knotted her hands around the cucumber, as if holding a child's warm wrist. He thinks of the boys daring each other at the rope. He thinks of the sandal swinging in damp air. Teach prudence, he says at last, and tie a rope. One does not undo the other. Outside, temple bells call the noon hour. The wooden fish drum, mokugyo, hollow drum carved as a fish, thumping a steady pulse. The monk walks the compound, sandals soft on swept gravel, and stops at a small shrine to Suijin, the Shinto water kami, water deity. The shrine is a simple roofed platform, but the offerings are vivid. A cup of sake, a chipped plate with a fish head, a sprig of willow in a toddler's fist-sized vase. The Suijin shrine is older than the temple by rumor, and certainly older than the monk. Here is syncretism laid like overlapping tiles, Buddhist sutra beside Shinto prayer, because the water that runs past their fields does not care which pantheon you invoke. It wants, if anything, both words and watchfulness. The monk writes a notice on a board by the gate in a clear hand. Children must not approach the ford at twilight. Offerings may be made on 6th and 7th nights only. cucumbers should be inscribed with household names, not individual children. The last rule is his attempt to shift the tender superstition toward a more general plea, to spare mothers the knife stroke of carving given names into green flesh. He knows the rule will be bent. Rules in this village are like willow rods, firm enough to guide but made to flex. Still, posting it sets a stance the magistrates' men can applaud. The magistrates' men do appear. In the world beyond the river's arc, the Tokugawa shogunate hardens. In 1603, Ieyasu takes the title of shogun. In 1614, he issues an edict banning Christianity, and in the 1615 summer campaign at Osaka, the Toyotomi are crushed. Power centralizes, and with it comes a hunger for order, even in small valleys. A clerk in lacquered hat arrives on a sweating horse, a scroll tucked in his sleeve. He bows with correct elegance to temple and headman, and reads, "Extravagant superstitions are to be curtailed. Prayers must not impede work. Food is not to be wasted in disorderly gatherings." He does not say Kappa either. The word does not enter government ink. The village listens, faces smooth. After the clerk leaves, work resumes. Men set stones in the ford with better placement. Women stitch tighter wrists on children's sleeves so little arms cannot slip easily from a grasp. And then, toward evening, families carry cucumbers under their coats to the water's edge, where lanterns hide more than they reveal. Law may govern bridges, but fear governs banks. Records pile up. The monk begins a separate notebook for the river, more practical than theological. Observations at the Matagiri ford. He uses simple categories a farmer might respect: date, weather, water height, reed bed movement, animal signs, human error. On one page, he notes that dragonflies flew low in close arcs and that children were kept home. On another, that a fisherman found his net thick with weeds twisted like hair. He sketches small footprints in mud, 3 wide splayed toes, and beside them, the same size prints made by a child's straw sandals, both traced for comparison. He speaks with elderly men about how the current builds around the willow bend, making a tsukui, a scooping eddy, that takes the calves first. His learning turns not toward spirits, but toward spirit-shaped dangers, toward what fear has taught them to notice, yet he does not deny the stories. When a retainer from a low-ranking samurai family visits the temple to donate a coin and confess a shame, he says he was guarding a castle moat when something small and strong seized his foot and tried to pull him in. The monk listens. The retainer swears he fell to his knees and bowed out of habit, a warrior's courtesy even to an unseen challenger, and at that moment the grip loosened. He heard water spill, like a ladle overturned. "It obeyed manners," the retainer says, looking both ridiculous and devout. The monk writes the incident down without commentary. He has learned that ridicule curdles into stubbornness, but record has a cooling effect. The Miko comes one dusk, barefoot, hair bound with a strip of pale cloth, a faint smell of mulberry wine clinging to her. She asks to speak in the temple garden, where moss rounds stones into soft hills. "Your board forbids names," she says, nodding toward the gate where his notice hangs. But the river knows names. Her voice is steady, not the deepened trance voice that makes some men nervous. If a mother whispers the child's imena, the true name spoken rarely, then the water listens more carefully. The monk holds his tongue. He believes that names hold power because people treat them as if they do, and that is enough to move behavior. "Let them whisper," he answers at last, "but do not publish names. We do not feed rumor more than we must." The Miko smiles like a reed catching sunlight. "You right," I whisper, she says. Between the two of us, perhaps the river will hear something like sense. On the road, pilgrims continue to thread stories through provinces like needle and thread through cloth. They trade rumors of water children on the Kiso, of Kawataro in Kyushu, with longer beaks and sharper mischief, of river gods appeased with horse entrails and years of plague. The monk wincingly adds a line in his notebook. Some villages use horse viscera, banned. He will argue against that practice if it approaches here, on grounds both moral and practical, and because he judges that such rites mostly stage fear rather than soothe it. Also, horses are precious. Even spirits must respect accounts. The temple's children, the boys who learn to strike the bell at proper hours and sweep the stepping stones, rehearse arguments as if they were sutras. If a Kappa bows back when bowed to, one says, then the 5 precepts hold even for monsters. The older monk allows himself a thin smile. Manners travel strange roads, he agrees. Perhaps courtesy is the only law that passes between worlds without needing a clerk. The boys laugh. The fish bell thuds. In the village lanes, a mother calls a child indoors in a tone that brooks no negotiation. Another law that passes between worlds without a clerk. The monk adds a cautious definition to the margin of his notebook, as if writing a label on a jar that will be shelved for decades. Kappa, river child, said to be small, greenish, with a carapace and a dish of water on the head called Sarah. The bowl is its strength. Can be tricked by bows or gifts. Loves cucumbers. He knows it is foolish to define what will not stay still. But farmers do better with lists than with clouds. A list is a bridge across fog. By late afternoon, a courier stops at the temple to deliver another notice from the domain. This one concerns bridges and fords. The shogunate intends to inventory risky crossings and to require villages to maintain guideposts and warning stakes for travelers. The older monk seizes on this as practical grace. He proposes to the headman that the temple host a day of work as right. Men will drive stakes at measured intervals. Boys will paint shallow depth markers on stones. Women will weave reed mats to place at slippery entries. And afterward, instead of a festival of cucumbers, they will place a single basket with household tally and dedicate the rest to food. We call it devotion, he says, and we call it engineering. The river will not object to 2 names. The headman, who respects any plan that makes many needs one act, agrees. On the morning chosen, the village moves like a single body. Stakes go in, ropes are tightened, stones are set to curb the pull of eddies. The Miko walks the water line and chants not to conjure spirits but to focus hands. The monk reads a brief sutra, not to erase older charms, but to crown them with a sanctioned calm. At the end, the basket of cucumbers is set gently on the current, and instead of 20 fruits with 20 names, there are 5 with the names of the 5 household clusters. Less spectacle, more sense. The basket spins once and drifts into the bend where dragonflies stitch the air with fine silver thread. A young father lingers by the new marker stones long after the others go, testing the grip with his toes, committing the distances to stride memory. He lost a brother here when he was a boy and refuses to let memory remain passive. The monk watching from the bank feels a quiet satisfaction, a sense that ritual can be coaxed toward tools without losing its dignity. If there is humor here, it is very dry. A creature bested by bows now meets its match in 1,000 small, stubborn peasant adjustments. Pegs, ropes, stones, and the steady refusal to let a child cross alone. In the temple's archive, the monk begins to clip together all references to rivers from older scrolls. The Kojiki and Nihon Shoki speak of water as living boundary, and local chronicles call a serpent-like Mizuchi by name. He copies choice lines in a hand even a farmer could read if taught, and places them in a folder labeled, "For public reading, 5th day of 5th month." That day, the Boys' Day of Banners and Carp Windsocks, will carry double weight now, celebration of suns, and instruction on how to keep suns alive. The Carp Windsock already teaches a little. The fish swims upstream with bright persistence. He will let that image do part of his work. One evening, rain hisses through the bamboo, and the temple corridors fill with the intimate sound of water on leaf. The younger priest comes to the older monk with his brows folded. A mother asked me whether her child, born by the river and crying only at dusk, is marked. He expects the older man to cut through superstition with a blade of doctrine. Instead, the elder answers with a rope of practice. Tell her to keep the child indoors at twilight for a season. Tell her to hang a small afuda, a paper talisman, near the door. Tell her to bring the child to ring the bell at noon, to give the day its spine. The younger priest tilts his head, tasting the mixture. And what of karma? He presses. The older monk spreads his hands. Karma enjoys doors that are shut in time. Down at the water that same night, a lantern betrays a family kneeling by the rope. They slide a single cucumber into the current, bow, and go. The lantern light sketches the reed tips in quick ink. Something moves where the glow does not reach. Perhaps a carp, perhaps a turtle, perhaps a creature that knows bowing and contracts and the scent of cucumbers better than any map. No one wades in to find out. The new stones do their work, firm underfoot, teaching feet where the pull begins. Before sleep, the monk adds a last note to his notebook. Of all offerings, the most useful is the habit of walking the ford in daylight with children, step by known step. He leaves the page open. The ink dries. Crickets start their thin violins. The river turns over in its sleep, restless as any mind. He prepares a short reading for the next day. No scolding, no grand talk of enlightenment, just a clear sequence of ritual and reason braided tight. Offer, observe, adjust, repeat. He will tell a story of a retainer who lived because he bowed, and a farmer who lived because he set stones. He will ask a question that hovers between doctrine and ditch. When does a story save a life? He suspects the village will answer not with words, but with how they step. And in the hush before dawn, when mist flattens the fields and makes the road seem to float, a sound travels from the ford, a slap of water like a gourd struck flat, then silence, then the faintest chuckle that might be reed or spirit or nothing at all. The monk cannot tell which. He only knows that at first light he will find a small, wet smudge on the new marker stone that wasn't there yesterday. 3 wide splayed marks, too neat for chance, too vague for proof. He will not circle it in his book. He will draw it once, and then he will schedule another day of work at the ford. Tomorrow, the village will gather charms of straw and wood, horsehair knots, carved gourds, a row of fluttering paper, tools worn smooth by many hands, memory turned object. They will not wait to see what the laughter in the reeds intends. The harvest moon swells pale and luminous above the valley, bathing the river in light so bright that it seems almost solid, a silver ribbon drawn between rice fields and wooded hills. The villagers gather again at the ford, not only to honor the grain just reaped, but to reckon with the spirit that lingers near the reeds. The night is cool, the air scented with drying straw and smoke from distant hearths. Torches line the bank, their flames bent by the river breeze, and once more the rope barrier stretches taut across the mud. This time, the ritual is less frantic than in midsummer. No immediate death presses on their throats, yet the memory of the boy's sandal, now shriveled to leather at the shrine, keeps the fear sharp. Offerings are prepared with solemn care, cucumbers marked with names, gourds carved with spirals, paper slips bearing prayers. The Miko stands barefoot in the shallows, willow branch crown on her head, chanting syllables older than any monk's sutra. Her voice rises and falls like the current itself. The people bow. The river answers with nothing more than its steady rush. But in that silence, belief deepens. When the ritual ends, men linger, voices low. One recounts an encounter from a nearby province. A retainer sent to patrol a castle moat swore that something seized his leg and dragged him under. He escaped only by bowing instinctively, and in that gesture, the creature's power spilled out with the water from its dish. Another tells of a Kappa tricked into writing its oath on paper, sealing it with a handprint shaped like a three-toed splash. The villagers nod. These are not simply stories, they are strategies. The creature may be stronger, faster, more cunning, but it is bound by rules. And rules can be learned, yet alongside awe, suspicion grows. Some mutter that the Miko profits from fear, stretching rituals into longer chants, demanding extra offerings of sake. Others complain that monks, while reciting sutras, slip into the same superstitions they condemn. Authority itself is pulled like driftwood into the current, unable to remain wholly dry. The temple ledger, once sparse, now fills with notes of cucumbers floated, children spared, animals drowned, omens cited. Authority tries to shape belief into neat rows, but the rows overflow. It is during this season that a new incident hardens conviction. A farmer, crossing the ford at dusk, feels a sudden pull at his ankle. He cries out, stumbling, and companions rush to grab his arms. When they drag him ashore, his leg bears livid marks, finger-shaped bruises wide and webbed. He swears he saw a child's head just beneath the surface, hair drifting like weeds, eyes glinting in moonlight. His story spreads through the valley by morning, every detail embroidered, every fear rekindled. For weeks, villagers avoid the fort at twilight, and children are forbidden to even glance at the reeds. The bruised farmer's wife turns to the temple. She demands that monks perform exorcisms, chanting sutras beside the water, while she scatters beans into the shallows. The headman consents, and the ritual is enacted with solemnity. Monks chant of impermanence, the Miko sings the river's older names, and villagers cast cucumbers until the current is thick with green. At the climax, a great splash erupts downstream, though no one sees the creature itself. Some say it was a carp leaping. Others whisper that the Kappa had been watching all along, amused, satisfied, perhaps insulted. The splash is entered into the ledger as evidence. Ritual performed, splash observed. No losses followed. Children, fascinated, invent games from the incident. They challenge each other to bow at the river, pretending to hear laughter, then collapse dramatically as though their head dishes have spilled. They draw webbed handprints in mud, daring one another to step inside them. Fear becomes play, and play becomes rehearsal for survival. The adults scold, but secretly they understand. Children who learn to bow to scatter beans, to offer cucumbers, are practicing the same defenses they may one day need. The magistrate's men return with warnings against extravagance. They insist offerings waste food, that river festivals distract from work. But their words carry little weight. The villagers obey in daylight, reducing the size of their ceremonies. Yet at night, the river is still fed. Authority belongs to paper. Survival belongs to the current. The villagers know which one they cannot ignore. Pilgrims carry the tale further. On the highways, gossip flows like sake. Some say Kappa are demons sent as punishment for sin. Others insist they are kami, deserving of reverence. Still others claim they are simply animals, rare, elusive, but natural. The variety of explanations only strengthens the legend. If so many voices describe it differently, then surely something must exist beneath. The temple monk, torn between doctrine and duty, compiles the first careful description. Kappa, small, childlike, skin green, back-shelled, dish on head containing water, tricked by bows, fond of cucumbers, feared for drowning horses and children. His hand trembles slightly as he writes. He knows he is not cataloging mere superstition. He is recording the contours of fear that shape daily life. By late autumn, the nights grow colder, frost edging the paddies. The river slows, its surface thin with ice. For a time, the village breathes easier. Yet the memory of bruises, sandals, and splashes lingers like smoke. Parents keep children closer, wells remain covered, cucumbers continue to vanish into dark water. Fear has become seasonal, woven into the calendar as tightly as planting and harvest. And then, on a foggy morning, a fisherman discovers footprints along the bank. 3-toed wide, pressed deep into the mud. Beside them lie faint drag marks, as though something crawled awkwardly onto land before slipping back into the water. The fisherman swears the prints were fresh, the mud still wet. He shows the headman, who records the sighting in the ledger. Villagers crowd to see, whispering, some crossing themselves, others bowing. Skeptics mutter about turtles or cranes. Believers nod gravely. The river child, they say, has grown bold enough to walk among them. Would you doubt standing before such prints? Would you dismiss them as animal marks, or would you bow silently, hoping the unseen watcher is appeased? The villagers choose caution. Another ritual is called, larger than before, lanterns blazing, chants echoing across the reeds. Cucumbers float, beans scatter, salt stings the mud. And again, a splash sounds from the bend, followed by a silence so heavy that even the frogs cease their croaking. The people bow as one, hearts pounding, then retreat in orderly silence. The ledger notes, footprints observed, offerings given, splash heard, no losses since. For now, balance is restored. Yet beneath the calm surface of the river, something waits, patient as time itself. Word of the footprints beside the ford travels out of the valley with the same speed as salt and lacquerware, folded into the gossip of porters and pilgrims, stitched into the talk of peddlers who walk the highways like moving bulletin boards. A story always finds the ears most ready for it. In this season, those ears belong to men who keep watch where water is disciplined into obedience. At the moats of a castle town, the castle rises from its stone skirts like a mountain with rules. Below its white eaves, a wide horikawa, moat, holds the sky in a trembling mirror, edged by ishigaki, stepped stone revetments, stacked with stubborn human geometry against the natural stubbornness of water. Lantern light from the gatehouse throws long shapes onto the surface, black bars that break and mend with every ripple. Carp roll their bodies in the gloom, and frogs saw a continuous thread of sound as if stitching the night to itself. Dripping comes steady from a spillway at the bend. Drip, drip, drip. A metronome for the nerves of anyone on night duty. He is on duty. He is a retainer of middling consequence, neither poor Ashigaru, foot soldier, nor the sort a lord remembers by name, one of those men whose value is measured in quiet hours done well. His armor is put aside for patrol. Tonight he wears a dark jacket and carries a short spear. His kabuto, helmet, sits on a bench, its lacquered gleam dull in the gatehouse shadow. He walks the parapet above the moat, steps placed where steps have been placed by 100 previous shifts, and he lets his body run the route while his attention listens to water. Castle towns by the early Tokugawa years are engines of order. After Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal elevation in 1603, lordly projects multiply. Moats dredged, walls faced, roads straightened, storehouses counted, rice converted into coin and back again. The law will soon harden further. In 1615, after Osaka's summer smoke vanishes and Toyotomi resistance with it, a rule will declare Ikoku Ichijo, one castle per domain. For now, in these in-between years, old forts still linger like stumps in forests, and new moats curl into bright wet belts around bureaucratic dreams. It is into such water-worn belts that the old river beliefs have slipped, choosing the easiest path. He knows the folk rules. Everyone does. Bow if challenged. Never walk the reed line at dusk. Carry a cucumber if you must cross alone. He laughs at them in daylight, and he ties his coin purse tighter at night. Tonight, the dripping at the bend has a rhythm that tugs the mind toward words. Something about the intervals suggests breath. He pauses beside a gap in the parapet stones where runoff trickles down and sighs. Drip, drip, drip. A frog stops. Somewhere within the shadows under the eaves, a carp turns and peels a crease of light off the water. The guard on the adjacent tower coughs, spits, and turns away. The retainer moves again, spear butt ticking the parapet like a blind man's cane. His sandals whisper on gritty stone. A gust carries the faint show of reed whistle laughter along the moat. So thin he could have imagined it. So particular he feels heat creep up his neck. He halts. The spear tilts forward. The laughter does not repeat. He explains it to his ribs. Wind through bamboo, boy's memory wearing out his eyes. The dripping continues as if counting to mock. He turns to go and sees it. On the stone just ahead, a crescent of wet that should not be there. It is not the random brush of a sleeve or the splatter left by a fishtail. It is too neat, this wide three-toed print, spread like a lotus pressed into paper. Another print shows beside it, smaller and oddly angled, as if a hand set down for balance. He stares until his eyes insist on a body to fit the marks, until it becomes impossible not to imagine knees bent, head low, shell glint, until imagination builds geometry the way masons do, stone atop stone until a wall stands and demands a gate. He does what training teaches him to do when confronted by anything that might be an intruder. He calls a challenge. His voice, meant to be firm, comes out with the edge he uses on boys pestering carp. Who goes? The night answers with a frog-swallowed syllable. Then, another sound, not drip, not frog, not quite chuckle. It is a short, hollow thing, like a gourd slapped against a table and released. He fights the impulse to step backward. On nights when a man is alone except for protocol, protocol is a friend. He remembers the laughing accounts he half-mocked months ago of travelers who bowed and lived to tell the bow. He sets his spear tip against the parapet, plants his feet as if before a lord's mat, and bows from the waist. A proper fold, eyes lowered just enough to show respect, not enough to lose sight of the stone's edge. It happens fast. A figure rises at the parapet lip with the movement of a turtle that has remembered it is a boy. Hair hangs in wet strips around a round head. Shoulders glisten like oiled wood. The outline wavers as if refracted by water, even though the figure stands where men stand. It is small, yes, but compact, more wrestler than child, and the impression that reaches him most strongly is not fright, but propriety. The thing bows back, perfectly. Even a flicker of arms at its sides suggests sleeves it does not wear. As it bows, the crown of its head dips, and he sees, just enough for belief to congeal, a shallow bowl at the skull's center, a dish whose water trembles like a small moon. The dish tips. A silver thread pours down the figure's fringe into the parapet cracks. The creature stiffens as if a cord has been cut. Its arms lose a fraction of their readiness. The retainer moves on instinct older than his career. He steps forward and sets his palm against the damp crown as if to steady a child who trips. The skin beneath his hand is cool, not scaly, not slimy, like the underside of a gourd left in shade. He feels the dish lip against his hand, and a thin meniscus of liquid quivers under his fingers like a held breath. "Forgive me," he hears himself say, not because he wishes to be polite to whatever tries to live at the gate, but because politeness gives him a net. "Forgive me, little lord," he says, choosing a title that flatters. "You have spilled." He lifts his hand, and the creature does not strike. It blinks, and its mouth, narrow, beak-like but soft, opens and closes with 2 small clicks. He does what stories advise. He speaks a bargain while the dish is weak. "I ask no harm to children of this town," he says. "No harm to horse, no harm to man at the ford or the moat. If you accept, I will set a cucumber at the spillway each 7th night, with the names of 5 households etched on it to satisfy hunger's counting. If you refuse, I will call the guard and the monk, and the whole dawn in against you. It is ridiculous. It is precisely the kind of ridiculous that works in a country where etiquette binds even a lord who wishes to kill." The creature tilts its head. Water sloshes in the dish and does not spill. His steadying hand has saved enough to keep it upright, and with that small pool preserved, the thing stands without swooning. It studies him. He has the strange sense that, of the 2 of them, he is the one who has stepped into myth. The creature merely holds to its own nature. Then it does something the stories do not record often enough. It uses language. The voice is thin and high and damp. It sounds as if spoken through a reed, vowels stretched and consonants softened by water. "If you bow," it says, "I bow. If you keep names, I keep covenants. If you break rope, I break rope. If you feed, I do not feed." The words pile like small pebbles into a wall. He takes them as oath, the way one takes a drunk man's sincerity before it blows away. "Sign," he says. And here he steps off the map of any tale he has heard. He reaches for the writing board hanging by the watchman's bench, the kind used to jot patrol notes for morning relief. He dabs the brush in ink and writes the simplest form. "I will not harm the children or horses of this castle town or its fords." He lets there be a blank for a mark. He sets the board on the parapet stone and waits, heart punching his throat. The creature's long fingers, webbed only at the base, he notes with a craftsman's curiosity, lower to the ink. It smells at the brush. It breathes on the board, and fog blooms on the lacquer like a small cloud. Then it presses the tips of 3 fingers onto the blank. The print left is no more miraculous than a student's hand blot, and yet to him it arrives as a seal. The ink spreads in a crisscross pattern like the grooves in a gourd's skin. It looks absurdly human. He should call the next guard, present this as a prank, make a joke that loosens the night. Instead, he reaches into the small cabinet by the gatehouse bench, pulls a cucumber from the dish where he hides them against his own superstition, and holds it out like a tea sweet. The creature's eyes brighten the way a child's do when a treat is slid across a tatami mat. It takes the cucumber in both hands with a politeness that would satisfy the strictest tea master, bows, slower this time, as if cautious of spill, and steps backward. The surface tension in the dish holds. A tiny rim of water remains, and with it, something like dignity. Then it is gone, slipping down the revetment with the surety of a pond frog, leaving only the wet crescents of its hand and foot, and the cucumber tucked like a green fish under its arm. He stands breathing hard, hand damp, board in the other, spear forgotten. For a long minute he expects a shout, an officer's laugh, a boy's hoot, proof that someone has witnessed him bargaining with a creature his mother used to threaten him with when he dawdled at the well. Nothing comes but dripping. The frogs saw their line back across the night. He takes the board inside the gatehouse, shuts the door, props it against the wall. He watches the ink dry into a matte certainty that looks exactly like human ink. He thinks of the law. He thinks of the shame of bringing nonsense into a domain office, and of the greater shame of keeping quiet if a bargain has been made that might save a child. He rolls the dilemma under his tongue like a cracked seed. Before dawn, he wraps the board in an old cloth and tucks it into his pack. The morning officer yawns through the change of watch. The retainer says nothing. He goes off duty and walks not home, but to a small sub-temple crouched beside the castle's outer market, the kind of place that collects the prayers of merchants whose bowls are full and of soldiers whose bowls are empty. He bows to the old monk who keeps the side gate swept and places the wrapped plank on a low table. The monk unties the cord, lifts the cloth, and studies the ink so long that the retainer hears his own heartbeat in his ears. The monk does not smile. He does not scold. He says, in the same tone he uses when measuring the height of an incense stick, "If this were a boy's trick, the trick is excellent. If this were a spirit's oath, the oath is excellent. We shall keep it here with the kokocho and with a copy of the domain's rice tax tallies. All 3 are weights on a scale we cannot see." He flips the board over and writes a notation along the edge in small hand. Moat Covenant, Keicho 11, 9th month, night watch, leaving off both the word Kappa and the retainer's name. He places the board on a shelf where scrolls lean like sleeping cats. By noon, the market knows. A fishmonger whispers to a cooper to a boy at a well, the boy to a mother whose hands are cracked from washing rice. The story arrives back at the water with the economy of a boat that has found the current. It changes shape in the telling, as all such stories must to fit the channel they enter. By evening, men patrol the moat with cucumbers tucked like talismans into the belts beside their short swords. By late week, A vendor near the gate sells small charms of carved gourdwood, each etched with 3 little lines like finger marks for placement at doorposts. Authority, when it hears, does what authority often does with the inconvenient, pretends to ignore while making a small, quiet adjustment in practice. The clerk who reads edicts against wasteful superstition from his lacquer case now skims faster past the part about festivals, and after the reading, he coughs and says mildly that if offerings are to be made, they should be made out of sight and without crowding the gate. The men at the moat notice that, after sunset, the storehouse near the spillway is never locked, and inside, a dish with 2 cucumbers sits on a clear shelf as if vegetables could be requisitioned like lantern oil. Orders flow downward from the shogunate, bridge audits, warnings against disorder, reminders that domain towns exist to collect and convert rice into power. The old beliefs take those orders like water takes a new stone. They slide round it, wear it smooth. The moat remains a mirror, and in its mirror lives a child-shaped etiquette that now and then reaches up to touch the stone. The retainer returns to duty a week later with soreness along his ribs, where sleep has been uncertain. He carries, against his better judgment, a second cucumber. When the hour grows deep and the dripping at the bend arrives at the sequence he thinks of as almost words, he bows once toward stone and water, not a full fold, but enough to satisfy his own nerves, and places the cucumber at the spillway where the current catches carp scraps. In the morning, it is gone. The guard from the adjacent tower says rats. The retainer says nothing. His wife notices bruises he did not notice, a smudged ring on his forearm, the shape of 3 rounded tongues, a crescent on his calf where the skin feels cold long after the room is warm. She pulls out a little bundle from the chest where she keeps her mother's herbs. She lights a twist of moxa, dried mugwort, lets it smolder above the marks, coaxing heat through skin with a tenderness she reserves for fevers. She brews a bitter infusion of willow bark, yanagi, and scolds him soft for catching chills in autumn air. In the morning, the bruise is yellow. The marks stay like a thought he cannot dislodge. Scrolls multiply. A young painter who sells quick pictures to travelers on the road that runs below the lower gate hears the story. Hears, too, that the monk has hidden the board in his shelf, and with that rumor as license, he takes up his brush and makes his own version to sell. A small boy with a turtle's back, standing politely under a gate lantern, head bowed, dish glistening like a water lily. Opposite him, a retainer in profile, spear set down, hand held out, not in aggression, but in an offer. In the corner, 3 little finger marks float like island clouds. He sells out of them in 2 days. The boys of the town copy the image in charcoal on plaster walls behind their father's shops, until it begins to seem that the town is watched by 1,000 tiny, courteous monsters. Masks appear at the festival that follows, carved by a joiner whose hands insist on working even when orders are few. They sit on young men's heads, half turtle, half child, with a round hollow on top that parents neither fill nor permit to be filled, because nothing invites mockery from the other side like a too perfect imitation. The masked boys dance near the bridge, stomping in a pattern a drummer beats that is very nearly a sumo cadence. Women watch from the edge with their hands clenched in their sleeves. The magistrate's aide watches too, lips pressed flat, his head doing the arithmetic of order and indulgence. He permits the dance. He counts coins as they are tossed into the moat and tells himself the revenue can be tallied even if the reason cannot. Gossip carries the story back into the countryside. across fields where our river bends between willow ribs. It arrives in the village that first taught our headman to study the current as if it were a character. Mothers hear it and feel a small, strange comfort, perhaps even in the city where rules are posted on boards. The water listens to bargains. The headman hears it and thinks of the scribbled entry in the Muraniki, first child, 7 nights, dragonflies low, and the speculative line that an old scribe once wrote about a pledge sealed with a wet mark. He sends a boy with a message to the temple there. If a board exists, let us borrow a copy of the words to place beside our sandal. The message returns after many days with a courteous refusal. The board will not be paraded, but with a carefully drawn rub of the mark, 3 ovals pressed side by side like the seeds one sees when a cucumber is cut. Investigation grows craftsmanlike because of this tale. If a retainer can wring a contract from water, surely a farmer can wring at least a precaution. Men begin to ash the stones before dawn along the village ford, not to catch goblin prints so much as to catch any prints, to learn where feet shift unexpectedly, where a child's stride would veer. Boys are taught to recite the sequence of safe stepping stones, as if learning a poem, each stone a syllable. Mothers turn the recitation into a lullaby. The headman marks the water's height against the same willow every morning and records on his ledger dragonflies low on the days when men slip. There is ridicule, of course. There is always a part of a village that preserves its dignity with jokes. A carpenter makes a little dish of copper for his son and tells him to practice not spilling when he bows, so that when the real thing comes, he'll keep his strength. The boy goes outside and spills 5 times in a row and comes in laughing glumly, hair damp. The carpenter considers, the way competent men always consider, and then sets the dish on a shelf, out of reach. A charm should not become a toy. The domain issues an edict that seems on its face to address trade, but rubs the river wrong in passing. Food shall not be wasted in offerings. Fish entrails shall be disposed beyond water. Festivals that congest bridges will be dispersed. Men nod. Women go on sewing the little red bibs for Jizo, the child protector, and hanging them at the bridge stone. At night, cucumbers still go in the water with names written not in full, but with initials that satisfy the need to write while giving the clerk no cause to scold. At the castle moat, a horse belonging to a rice broker balks and refuses to cross the bridge. It shies hard enough to spill its rider into the dust. The rider curses, then makes the mistake of beating the horse with a stick. Onlookers hiss under their breath. Even if no spirit watches, cruelty draws misfortune, like a salted rim draws moisture. The horse refuses again. Finally, the broker's boy, who has a head full of the new drawings, bows toward the water as if to a low table, then leads the horse with a halter light in his hands. The animal goes. The retainer on duty says nothing. Later, he will chalk up to horse nature what the boy will attribute to etiquette. The moat counts it a quiet win. The old monk by the market keeps his little notebook of water notes. In its margin, next to the line about the covenant board, he writes a caution that is not quite a doctrine. Courtesy binds when fear unbinds. Stone binds when faith wanders. He means that 2 ropes are better than 1. He means that a drilled stake holds even when a man forgets to bow. On a separate page, he copies, in careful hand, the story of the retainer's bargain exactly as the retainer told it, without embroidery, with the times precisely noted the way men of habit note them. A pause at the drip, a bow at the laughter, a finger mark where a signature would have gone, if spirits used seals. When the retainer's wife, months later, carries their new son to the temple for a blessing, the old monk opens the shelf where the board rests and lets her see the edge of it. He does not hand it to her. He does not let her touch it. The shelf's shadow turns even lacquer to caution. She bows, says a prayer to Jizzo for the child to keep his Sara, his head bowl of spirit, safe and unspilled in this life, and goes away with a calm she could not have taken from a lecture. Back in the valley, a different monk, the one who has become a kind of clerk of the river by accident and patience, learns of the Castletown pledge via the drawn rub. He pins the copy near the shelf where the sandal still hangs and does not explain it too loudly. People see what they need to see. Some see 3 smears that could be made by a boy's clumsy hand. Some see the proof of a covenant that explains the quiet weeks that followed. He adds a line to his practical ledger where he notes marker stones reset and depth markers placed, a line that reads, rumor of pledge at moat, cucumbers with household initials sufficient. Caution continues. His restraint is not indifference. It is a way of keeping the air in the village breathable. He announces a small change to ritual technology. Rather than carving full child names on cucumbers, names that pull at a mother's heart like a rope, the village will inscribe household sigils, a simple brush mark for each family, recognizable and impersonal. The Miko nods approval. The younger priest grimaces but says nothing. The river, which does not read either letters or grimaces, takes the cucumbers and turns them into fish and hunger and movement, exactly as it always has. The retainer, for his part, goes on watching water. He does not see the creature again as plainly. Twice, in fog, he hears the gourd slap laughter fly low and thin along the stones, and once he thinks he notices that the drip at the bend pauses when he bows, as if a hand had covered the lip. He has no desire to be a hero in a story. He wants a city where boys carry bundles and return with coins and complaints, where horses cross bridges without balking, where wives scold and brew and no one visits the side shelf at the temple except to dust. In a year that will come soon enough in this narrative, the big year of 1615, when Osaka's last fire cools into Tokugawa order, a formal paper will pronounce 1 castle per province and require others to be torn down, moats filled, walls dismantled, stones converted into foundations for rice warehouses. What happens to the spirits in such a year? Do they migrate to the single allowed castle, like clerks moved between offices? Do they sulk in filled ditches, refusing to accept new water as legal if it flows where the old oath was taken? The story does not say yet. The story is busy with rice and rope and children who must be taught the name of each stepping stone by heart. For now, the covenant holds in the way human covenants usually hold, partly because a mark was made, partly because men changed their behavior around it, partly because seasons cooperated, and mostly because fear and courtesy, braided tight, change the way a body stands by water. The board sits on a shelf. The mark dries into legend. The monk writes in a neat, placid hand. The headman matches the rumor to his ledgers and leans on the part that helps him persuade fathers to walk the ford with their sons at noon. On a cold evening when the frost pulls the river's skin tight and thin and the moon writes its pale poem on the moat, the retainer on duty at the gatehouse hears the distant echo of boys practicing the sumo stomp near the market, their sandals' thudded rhythm borrowing from a dance of masks. He sets his spear aside and bows once toward the drip. No splash answers, no head rises, no oath needs renewing. He He stands a moment with his breath turning to steam, and then, out of a habit he would be embarrassed to admit, he pats the parapet stone where a child's crown might pause for steadiness if the night were to tilt. The stone is as cold as river teeth. He goes back to his bench and pours hot water over tea leaves and drinks with the private, plain satisfaction of a man who has done his shift decently and seen nothing he cannot carry into sleep. In the valley, a mother lifts her child away from the ford at twilight and says no in a voice that brooks no argument. In the temple there, the monk slides his finger along the rub of the three ovals and thinks of the value of a good story that behaves like a tool. And under the reed fringe where the bank bows, something small and proper watches the rope line the villagers have reset that morning. And if it laughs, the laugh makes only as much sound as the closing of a book. Winter presses its cold palm against the valley. Frost rims the paddies, turning stubble into white needles, and ice glazes the shallows where cattle once drank. The river slows, thick and dark, carrying less sound but more weight. Smoke hangs low from thatched roofs, drawn into the stillness of a season when the land itself seems to hold its breath. For the villagers, this pause should be a reprieve, yet it is not. Fear does not hibernate. It curls in corners, disguised as memory, waiting for the thaw to offer it water again. In these months, stories fill the emptiness where fieldwork slackens. Families gather close to hearths, firelight painting walls with amber tremors, and words pass as steadily as rice gruel. The children ask, because children always ask, for stories of the Kappa. The adults give them, not reluctantly, but with a grim sense of duty. Tales serve as both firewood and fence. They warm and they keep. One grandmother tells of a boy born in the year of a great flood. He emerged from his mother with skin tinged faintly green, the color of cucumbers, and hair that clung wet to his skull, no matter how many times it was dried. The villagers whispered that he carried the mark of the river itself. He grew strong but wild, always straying toward water, always listening when reeds rustled, though no one else heard. One day, he vanished at the ford, leaving only a splash and a trail of bubbles. Some swore he had been claimed by the Kappa because he was half theirs from the start. Others whispered he had become one. To this day, they say, if you call his childhood name at the bend, the reeds will stir as if a boy answers back. Another tale comes from a fisherman, told and retold until its details feel carved in wood. He swears he once hooked a carp too heavy for its size, and when he hauled it to the surface, the fish's eyes glinted like a child's. The line snapped. The fish fell back with a splash, and in the same instant, a laugh rose from the reeds, a laugh shaped like a voice he knew from the village. It was the sound of a drowned boy, mocking from the other side. He never fished at that bend again. These tales are not entertainment alone. They are warnings etched deeper than ink. Every child learns the rules by winter hearthlight. Never cross at dusk. Never mock the water. Always carry an offering. Always bow if challenged. The repetition shapes them more reliably than any magistrate's law. Still, law intrudes. In the first year of Keicho's second decade, new directives ripple through the domain. The Tokugawa shogunate, tightening its grip, issues orders against wasteful gatherings that disrupt labor. Village festivals are singled out, though the edicts never name the creatures that motivate them. The local clerk arrives with a scroll. his lacquered hat gleaming despite the mud of the winter road. He stands in the headman's hall and reads aloud that offerings of food at rivers are prohibited except in strictly defined temple rites. His tone is flat, more weary than threatening. He has read the same to other villages. He will read the same again tomorrow, and he knows, as do the listeners, that paper rarely binds where fear has already built ropes. The villagers bow. They nod. They say they will comply. And that very evening, beneath the thick silence of frost, 2 men and a boy walk to the river with cucumbers wrapped in cloth and slip them beneath the rope line. The river accepts them without fuss. In the morning, nothing remains on the bank. The people smile thinly. Law speaks in daylight. The current speaks forever. The tension between official decree and lived practice grows sharper when a tragedy elsewhere reaches their ears. A pilgrim passing through tells of a hamlet where the magistrate enforced the ban strictly, forbidding all cucumber rituals. Weeks later, 2 children drowned together while washing rice pots. Their bodies were never found. The villagers there whispered rebellion, claiming the prohibition itself had provoked the Kappa's wrath. By the time the story reaches our valley, it is soaked in both pity and warning. Disobey authority, and you risk punishment from men. Obey it, and you risk punishment from water. Which punishment do you fear more? The villagers do not hesitate in their answer. The temple, caught between doctrine and duty, tries again to frame compromise. The older monk writes another notice on the gateboard, careful in wording. Rituals of gratitude may be offered as prayers, not as feasts. Let cucumbers be counted as symbols, not food wasted. Let them be few, not many. His brushstrokes are calm, but his meaning is clear. Obey the letter of the edict. Disobey its spirit. The villagers nod in gratitude, for they see in his script the same braid of pragmatism and reverence that keeps them alive. The Miko, meanwhile, grows bolder in her role. On cold nights, she leads families in quiet vigils at the riverbank, chanting old syllables that thicken the mist like smoke. She teaches children to carry beans in their pockets, to scatter them at the first sign of danger, trusting in the Kappa's compulsion to count them. Mothers stitch small pouches of beans into their children's clothing, like secret armor. The practice becomes so widespread that even skeptics comply. After all, what harm is there in beans? In winter markets, the legend finds new expression. Traveling artists carve small amulets shaped like turtles, or boys with bowls on their heads, selling them as charms against drowning. Merchants decorate their stalls with sketches of Kappa, grotesque yet playful, turning fear into profit. Some villagers grumble that the outsiders trivialize their grief. Others purchase the charms anyway, muttering that protection has many forms. The contradiction stands unresolved, as contradictions often do. The younger priest in the temple rails against this commercialization. If the people laugh while buying charms, he insists, their fear will grow roots instead of withering. They will build shrines to illusions. Yet even he cannot stop mothers from tying the amulets to their children's belts. Faith is not always logical. It is sometimes as simple as clutching wood shaped like a child and hoping it serves. By midwinter, snow falls heavy enough to mute even the river's voice. The ford is impassable, frozen in sheets that crack under boots. For a time, the villagers feel safer, their children kept from water by the cold itself. But this safety carries its own danger. Memory fades quickly when not fed. Some grow careless, dismissing the Kappa as a summer phantom, a spirit of reeds that cannot pierce ice. Elders caution against such arrogance. The river sleeps, they say, but when it wakes hungry. The headman, sensing the risk of forgetfulness, orders a ritual even in winter. On the coldest night, lanterns line the bank, their flames small suns trembling against the dark. Families bring cucumbers preserved in salt, wrinkled but serviceable, and set them on the ice near the rope. Children watch wide-eyed as the vegetables slide slowly into fissures where the ice thins. The sound of cracking echoes like distant laughter. Some whisper, it is the Kappa stirring beneath, testing the bonds of winter. The ritual ends with bows and silence. No splash comes, but the air feels answered. That night, the monk records in his notebook, offerings placed on ice. River took them when thaw broke. No child lost this winter. He writes the words with quiet satisfaction. They may mean nothing to a scholar centuries later, but to the people, they mean everything. They are proof that vigilance held, that grief did not repeat. Still, questions gnaw. Did the Kappa truly sleep beneath the ice? Or is it only human imagination that turns cracks and creaks into footsteps? Many people still think that the creature is nothing more than accident dressed in story, that drowned children are tragedies, explained with shells and dishes because grief demands meaning. So what do you think? For the villagers, the question is not abstract, it is survival. They cannot wait for scholars to debate. They live with rope and salt, with cucumbers and beans, with chants in the night and sandals hung in shrines. These are their weapons, their contracts, their maps through uncertainty. And in this winter of ice and silence, they cling to them as fiercely as any sword. Spring comes slow to the valley. The thaw begins with a whisper, a drip from the eaves, a trickle beneath the ice, a sudden splash where yesterday there was only silence. The fields, once iron-hard, soften into mud that swallows sandals, and the river wakes with a groan, pushing broken plates of ice downstream as if shedding a winter's memory. Villagers watch nervously, for they know the river never returns quietly. The Kappa moves most easily when boundaries are uncertain, when earth is not yet solid and water not yet free. At first, the thaw is welcomed. Farmers long to till. Fishermen dream of nets heavy again. Children, cooped by frost, dart outside like sparrows freed from cages. They chase each other near the banks, flinging clods of wet earth, ignoring the stern warnings of their parents. Fear, stretched thin by months of ice, grows careless in the warmth. Yet elders keep watch. They have seen too many springs begin with joy and end with mourning. The first omen comes in sound. At dusk, when frogs should croak, a hollow clapping echoes from the reeds, like two wet hands slapping together. Some claim it is the ice collapsing further upstream. Others shake their heads. They remember that Kappa are said to applaud mockingly before pulling a victim down. That night, fires burn later than usual. Doors are barred, prayers muttered. The reeds remain noisy until dawn. Next comes an animal. A cow, tethered near the shallows, is found struggling with a broken leg. Its hide is slick with mud, as if something dragged it down and released it only when the rope pulled taut. The beast survives, but whispers ripple faster than water. The Kappa have returned hungry from their winter slumber. The headman convenes a meeting in the temple hall. Candles throw restless shadows on scrolls that speak of Buddhas, not river demons. Yet the people's eyes fix on the floor, not the teachings. They are thinking of ropes, of offerings, of children's laughter, already too close to danger. The older monk speaks first. His voice is calm, as though carved by decades of practice. Fear is a river also. If you let it, it will sweep you away. Guard your children, yes. But remember, demons feed on panic as well as flesh. He urges discipline, order, and the renewal of the annual spring ritual. The younger priest, however, pounds his fist on the low table. He insists the villagers must resist. No offerings, no indulgence of superstition, for that is how spirits are kept alive. His words strike like stones against still water, but few ripples follow. The people lower their heads. They have already chosen sides in silence. When the meeting ends, mothers slip cucumbers wrapped in straw beneath their sleeves. Fathers repair the rope that stretches across the ford. The Miko prepares chants older than the temple itself, stringing together syllables that roll like water over stone. And the children, sensing the anxiety, ask more questions than before. Will the Kappa come for me? What if I bow so low I fall in? Do they ever keep friends or only steal them? Their questions are not answered, not fully. Answers, after all, are luxuries for safer lands. Here, survival is answer enough. The ritual begins on the first full moon of spring. Lanterns bob like fireflies as the procession makes its way to the bank. Families carry bowls of rice, pickled vegetables, and above all, cucumbers carved with the names of their children. Some have painted the vegetables with red ink to mimic blood, believing the color distracts the Kappa's hunger. Others tie bells to their offerings, hoping noise will confuse the creature long enough for prayers to root. The Miko leads, her voice weaving through the chill air. She sprinkles salt on the ground and scatters beans into the river, each bean landing with a faint plop, vanishing in circles that widen and fade. Children peek from behind mother's sleeves, eyes wide at the possibility that something beneath is counting, compelled by the ritual law older than written scripture. The villagers bow deep and long toward the dark current. When they rise, the river answers not with splash, but with silence. The offerings drift, vanish, or lodge against reeds, but no hand rises to take them. The people breathe relief, yet it is the kind of relief that sits uneasily. For silence itself can be omen. That night, one family lingers too long. Their youngest son, restless with curiosity, slips from his mother's grasp and runs to the bank. He kneels, peers into the water, and whispers a name, the name of the boy who vanished years ago at the ford. For a moment, nothing stirs. Then bubbles rise, breaking the moon's reflection into shattered silver. The boy screams. His father lunges, seizes him by the collar, and drags him back. Only wet mud clings to the child's legs, but the villagers are shaken. The monk records in his notebook, "River answered a call. Danger near. Ritual held. Child saved." Word spreads quickly. By dawn, the village is split again. Some say the boy only slipped, that bubbles are natural in thawing currents. Others insist the river was listening, waiting, eager for one more name to claim. The arguments do not matter. What matters is fear, and fear has once more deepened its roots. Outside influence complicates matters. A traveling merchant, hearing the tales, begins selling painted scrolls of Kappa with grotesque features, long noses, turtle shells, bowls gleaming with impossible brightness. The children giggle at the drawings. Some even paste them on their doors as talismans. The younger priest rails against this mockery, declaring that laughter will only tempt demons further. Yet parents do not forbid it. Laughter, they hope, may prove a shield stronger than salt. Meanwhile, fishermen report strange catches. Nets return heavier than usual, yet tangled with weeds that resemble human hair. One man swears he pulled up a skull the size of a child's, smooth and green, before it slipped from his grasp back into the water. Another claims his boat was shoved from beneath, rocking until he thought it would capsize. They tell these stories in hushed tones at the market, never too loudly, for the river is always listening. By mid-spring, tension knots the village tighter than rope across the ford. The headman consults with the temple once more. He asks whether greater ceremonies are needed, whether sacrifices beyond cucumbers must be considered. The monk recoils at the suggestion, but his silence afterward betrays unease. Legends elsewhere speak of livestock offered in exchange for safety, even of criminals drowned deliberately to appease the unseen. Such tales drift into the valley like smoke from distant fires, and once heard, they linger. Still, no child has vanished this season. The rope holds, the rituals continue. The villagers cling to the belief that vigilance, however costly, has kept the Kappa at bay. Yet in their hearts they know. The river remembers every name ever spoken upon its banks. It waits with patience that men cannot fathom, and so the valley lives in balance between edict and ritual, doubt and fear, laughter and silence. It is a balance fragile as thaw ice, trembling on the verge of collapse. One slip, one scream, one careless step, and the current will seize again. Many people still think that the Kappa is merely story, a vessel for grief. But in this season, with reeds whispering and bubbles rising, the villagers cannot afford such comfort. They treat the creature as real, because in the valley, belief is not an idea. It is the difference between breath and water. At noon on the third day after the moonlit ritual, a messenger trudges up the temple steps with mud to his knees and a bamboo tube bound with hemp at his belt. He bows to the older monk and the headman together, places the tube on the mat, and says only, "From the district office, copied from an old chest." The monk unties the hemp with hands that know, by feel, which knots belong to taxes and which to grief. The tube yields a roll of mulberry paper, crackled at the edges, the ink the brown of dried riverweed. He unrolls it halfway, and there, in a clerk's careful hand, is the date that the headman has been muttering since summer, as if to conjure precedent. Keicho, 13, by Western count, 1608, 3rd month, 7th day. The heading is simple, the script stoic. On the matter of a child taken at Matagiri Ford. Witnesses, measures, outcome. The clerk who wrote it must have been a patient man, the monk thinks, for he lets the page carry weight without ornament. Beneath the heading, the first line names the household and the child not quite by name. Formality erases given names, prefers the lattice of families. Rinbei's daughter, 9 years. The monk reads aloud to the headman. Women hover in the doorway where the corridor smells of cedar and cold tea. The boy with the red string still tied to his wrist shifts his weight to see the brush strokes better. The monk's voice is even, but in the room air tightens. The Kappa is not said, yet the syllables of water rub under every sentence like stone under a sandal. The report opens with what the clerk calls circumstance. A warm afternoon, ice already gone from the shallows, dragonflies tracing low curves, farmers' shorthand for fair weather. The girl carried a millet sieve to the river. tasked to rinse husks before evening meal. 2 boys accompanied her, one a cousin, one a neighbor's son. Both were 10, both inclined to run ahead and tease. The ford, then, is as it is now. The paper notes, willow to the north, reed bed to the south, the stones at the center, forming a broken line where men step in stride. The water that day was mid-calf on a man of average height. The clerk's mind runs as a farmer's does, measuring survivals. From here, the writing tightens into the thing the headman has wished for and feared. Witness lines. They are numbered, orderly, like rods set in a river to teach it a path. Witness K, cousin male, 10 years. We joked and ran ahead. She said, "Wait." She kneeled by the rope to rinse. I heard a laugh like a reed whistle. Her sandal slid. It was as if a hand took her sleeve. She went under without a splash. Witness M, neighbor's son, male, 10 years. Something like fingers rose. I threw a bean handful like mother says. The beans scattered, then bubbles, then nothing. The monk pauses here. The boy with the red string in the doorway unconsciously tightens his fist over the little bean pouch stitched into his sleeve. He has never loved his mother's needlework more. Witness A, aunt, female, 32 years. I was washing a pot upstream. I heard the boys shout and saw the rope bow. When I reached the place, the water loosened and a slipper drifted to my hands. It was still warm. The clerk underlines the last word. In that underline, the room hears the river's speed, the small brutality of a warm thing made cold. He moves to the section titled Immediate Measures. Here the paper dries into habit. Rope tightened, ash smeared on upstream stones to watch for prints by dawn. Gohei, paper lightning, planted, salt poured along the bank where the reed shadow thickens. The headman glances at the monk. The steps are theirs as well, learned by grandparents, passed down like plow lore. It is an odd comfort to see one's own terror recorded in bureaucrat lines, to be told that your fear has, at least, a protocol. Then the first true mark of a state enters the page. 2 titles are written with those tight, formal characters that carry both respect and suspicion. Yoriki, a samurai assistant constable, and Doshin, a lower-ranking police officer. The clerk records that a Yoriki arrived from the district seat before dusk, summoned by a boy on a foaming horse. A Doshin came on foot with a bamboo pole for prodding weed beds, and with the practiced calm of those who sort quarrels in markets. Their presence brings the shogunate into the ford, without the shogunate needing to say Kappa. Bureaucracy can reach the reeds by walking around the word. The Yoriki asks questions that are, on the face, good questions. Did anyone see a child in the current upstream? Did the girl wear a heavy winter coat that might pull her down? Had rocks shifted in the thaw to form a tsukui, a scooping eddy that grabs ankles, where there was none last year? He orders a line of men to move upstream in a hand-spaced chain, the grip-to-wrist method ferrymen use in flood. Left hand on current side man's right wrist, right hand on the next man's left, so the river takes all or none. They sweep the ford as if combing hair. They feel nothing but cold. The Doshin, who knows village pragmatism, tries other means. He floats half gourds to locate the channel's slyer pull. He smears fresh ash at stepping stones where boys leap. He sets a reed mat at the slipper's drift line to catch any second offering the current gives up. He watches dragonflies. He watches for egrets. He watches the color of water change over sand, from tea to ink and back again. He records each in short, irritated strokes. No body, no print. One frog. That last note is a man refusing metaphor where others might reach for it. When night thickens, the monk reads. The Yoriki tires of weather and asks the question that drags Temple and Miko into the state's light. What do you people usually do when the river takes a child? The headman, in the scroll, answers with the same evenness he uses now in the hall when boys bring quarrels over fields. We ask and we offer. He lists what the clerk calls customary means: cucumbers inscribed with household names, beans scattered, salt lines, ropes, willow planted, chants older than sutras, bows to water. The monk reads the next sentence slowly to taste it fully. The assistant constable permits an offering, without procession, on condition that work resumes at dawn. Authority wraps superstition in an apron called productivity, and calls the thing acceptable. They float the first cucumbers that night. The report does not sentimentalize. It notes that 5 fruits were used, that each bore a household mark rather than a child's given name. The clerk's choice. He prefers households to raw grief. That they were cut slightly at the tips, small incisions made by a mother's hand to mimic injury, to say substitution without saying it. The water took them quickly. The monk glances up at the mother of the boy whose sandal dangles by the shrine. She closes her eyes as if watching green pass in dark. In the margins, the clerk records sound. He is too careful to write laughter. That word carries an argument with it and a future. He chooses a hollow slap like gourd on stone, a thin reed tone when wind touches holes. The monk likes his caution. He prefers witnesses who do not feed their night back to themselves. The next section is called, With the Coolness of a Knife, Recovery. On the second day, a fisherman finds a bundle snagged in a backwater below the reed bed. The page spares words. The room, which contains a village and all its losses, supplies what paper cannot. The child is brought to the bank. The Yoriki orders distance. The Doshin kneels and, with a decent cloth, wipes the mud from the small face. The mother wails. The monk records that he paused in reading at this line, because simple words can be heavier than ornate ones. Then the report becomes briefly a physician's note, though the doctor has no clinic, and the only theater is a straw mat near a willow. Skin blanched, hair matted with algae. On the upper arm, 3 crescent bruises spaced as the 3 pads of a webbed hand might be, though such an explanation is not admitted. The clerk who writes this sentence solves as he denies. By saying what this is not, he lets the shape of what it might be sit beside the words like an ink ghost. The Yoriki, being a man under orders, asks for cause. The Doshin, being a man inside villages, says river. He adds slip and shapes the word like a stone placed squarely. The aunt speaks of a hand on a sleeve. The boy speaks of beans thrown and bubbles rising. The headman speaks of eddies that develop that never existed before, as if the earth under water shifts in sleep. The Miko says the river is listening, and the clerk writes beside her words in tiny script. The medium speaks metaphors. They soothe people who cannot be soothed. Even in small script, a bureaucrat's mercy is readable. Finally, the page leaves the child in peace and turns to the thing a government can record without trembling. Measures ordered. Ropes. Twice thick hemp stretched and tied not at reed bed edge but at willow and outer stone. New geometry to extend the taboo line farther from danger. Stones. Larger stepping stones set in a staggered pattern with hand-width gaps. 1, 2. Pause. 1, 2. So that a child's stride matches the safe path and an adult's body can block from behind. Markers. Poles set waist-high at the water's ridge with charcoal rings to indicate safe depth. If the top ring goes wet, the ford is closed. Hours, a formal rule posted at Temple Gate and Headman's Hall that no child shall approach from bell to bell when dusk approaches, defined as the time when swallows fly low and midges rise. The clerk believes in clocks made of wings. Offerings, permitted once each month at moonful, with 5 cucumbers bearing household marks, to be cut at one end, floated, and not discussed beyond the bank. The monk notes here the quiet art of compromise. Allow enough ritual to keep fear from fraying into panic. Forbid enough ceremony to assure men above that order still reigns. The last item in the measures list is, fittingly for a world that binds monsters with manners, etiquette. The Yoriki instructs the men who must pass at the ford at odd hours to bow if challenged by anything that resembles a child at water. It costs nothing, he says, according to the clerk, and if it buys a heartbeat, it has paid out a life. He does not mention the stories from a castle town, the plank with the 3-finger mark. Perhaps he has heard them and swallows them like medicine without naming. The monk writing now smiles at that line. A samurai's etiquette weaponized against a thing that may be nothing but accident and fear. A logical sword that may cut only air, and yet keeps a hand from flailing. The document does not end where stories usually do. It adds 3 follow-up observations spread over a month. On the 7th night after recovery, the Miko led a subdued offering. 5 cucumbers drifted. A hollow splash sounded downstream. No procession formed. Fields weeded next day as ordered. On the 14th night, ash on stones revealed only egret tracks and the round stamps of straw sandals. No web marks. The clerk writes this with a steadiness that almost argues with his earlier bruise note. On the 21st night, dragonflies flew high, a sign of calmer air. Boys kept home. No incidents. At the bottom, the Yoriki signs with the modest flourish of a man who knows his own authority's breadth and limits. The Doshin countersigns in a neat, small hand. The headman's mark is a farmed rectangle stamped with soot. Between those sober blots, the village reads a pact. Not the supernatural covenant the retainer once coaxed from a shadow on stone, but a pact made of stones moved, ropes retied, bells counted, hours named. The monk smooths the paper, exhales. The room remains still the way a field remains still when wind drives a cloud shadow over it. What would you have done? The monk says in a voice as practical as a ladle's curve. If you had held the brush that day, written Kappa and been laughed at in a city office, written slip and felt your own hand refuse the lie, or written, as he did, evidence, measures, result, and let those speak more loudly than any name. The mothers in the door do not answer. They are already busy with what the measures will require. The boys in the corridor whisper, "Bow," then make their shoulders remember how. The old monk rolls the document back into its tube and tucks it into a niche by the kakocho, the temple register of the dead, so that the memory of what has been done sits against the memory of who was lost. He copies, onto his smaller notebook, 3 items: bruises crescent-shaped on upper arm, household marks only on offerings, depth markers at waist. He draws the bruises as 3 ovals, not because he believes or disbelieves, but because making a shape on paper helps a village hold its balance between believing and doing. The headman walks with the Yoriki toward the ford, where the daylight makes the water honest, and the willow outlines the bank with the exactness of a map. Men already labor with crowbars and ropes, levering in new stones. Boys stand on the bank learning by watching. This is how we turn fear into weight you can step on. The Yoriki squats, his trousers darkening at the knees with damp, and shows how to place a stone so it pushes current away from the next. He is, for a moment, a mason and not a paper. Even the doshin wades into his shins, and with the same bamboo pole he used to pry reeds, nudges the gourd halves the right way so they stop in the channel's slyest pull. A government becomes useful when it learns to move like a villager. Women arrive with salted tea and grain cakes because work that saves children deserves sweetness. They also carry the 5 cucumbers, thick and green from winter storage, skins dulled but still obedient to ink. They do not write given names. They paint the household marks in sure strokes. A diagonal slash for Rinbei, 2 crossed lines for Saheiji, the small mountain for the Miko's house. The Yoriki pretends not to look. Pretending is part of his job. The monk, who is allowed to look, watches the muscles in the women's forearms as they hold steady for the brush. He files away the observation. Fear steadies hands when love does not permit shaking. The offering that afternoon is quiet. No lanterns, no hand drums, no boys in masks. The cucumbers go into the current like tools handed over a fence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They bob, catch, slide, then slip out to the bend. No splash answers. The rope, retied, tugs once and settles. A dragonfly stitches a brief silver seam above the water and vanishes. The Yoriki chooses that moment, the plainness of it, to declare the ford reopened for adults in pairs, closed to children until the first summer moon. He writes it on a board in that neat, severe hand and presses the charcoal down hard, as if to drive the rule into wood like a stake. In the evening, under a lantern whose yellow halo makes the temple porch a small island of warmth, the older monk reads portions of the 1608 report aloud to anyone who wishes to listen. He does not dramatize. He gives them circumstance, witness, measures, outcome. He knows the village needs narrative that does not intoxicate. Afterward, he sets the tube beside the sandal and the rub of 3 finger ovals from the castle town, so that the 3 together say what each alone cannot. A loss, a bargain, a plan. Healers pass through the gathered people, not as witches, but as neighbors with bundles of leaves. They hand out small tied squares containing mugwort, a bitter leaf used to warm from within, and bits of willow bark, a bitter bark for fever and aches. The monk blesses them without fuss. He has learned to let medicine and mantra share a tray. The river does not discriminate, neither should a temple. For the first 7 nights after the reopening, the village behaves as if the report were a bell whose sound must be obeyed. Men check the charcoal rings on the new depth stakes at noon and at dusk. Women keep the bean pouches by the door and warn children, not in screams now, but in voices that have rhythm, so warning can be memorized. The Miko walks the bank, not summoning, not daring. She hums an old melody that is half prayer, half counting. She begins to believe, a little, that the river appreciates not words, but cadence. On the 8th night, when fear has just begun to drowse, a splash sounds near the bend, a great, comic carp of a splash, the kind that leaves a circle bright in moonlight. Men rise from mats, women still their hands on spindles. No one runs to look. It is a victory of a small kind, to hear and not be dragged. In the morning, ash on the stones shows only the heavy commas of egret toes and the round sunburst prints of straw sandals where 2 boys disobeyed at noon and were cuffed in the evening. The report from 1608 has already begun its work of turning panic into a calendar entry. A letter arrives from the district office 2 weeks later, written by a hand different from the first. sharper, impatient. It praises the Yoriki's promptness, the headman's cooperation, and the temple's moderation. It warns, in the same breath, against excess food offerings and undisciplined gatherings. It attaches, as if by reflex, a scrap of a broader edict. Roads must be clear, bridges must not carry festivals, domain grain stores must not be endangered by water-begging customs. The headman reads it, hangs it by the door because one must, and then, with a quiet that contains 2 decades of harvests, keeps doing what the river listens to. Stones, ropes, bells, beans. The younger priest, after hearing the report twice, allows himself a grudging sentence that moves him a step toward the village and away from the paper universe where cause and effect run straight as a road. If we cannot persuade them to abandon the old words, he says to the elder monk, we can at least teach them better hands. The elder nods. Hands before phrases, he says. Ropes before reasons. They both smile a little, and in that human softness, the room's air loosens. In the market, a traveling artist tries to sell a lurid Kappa print. Big red tongue, gawping eyes, too many teeth. The villagers do not buy. They have seen a clerk's measured line about bruises. They have watched a yoriki set stones. The cartoon does not fit the weight they carry. He sells instead 2 small paintings of depth stakes with charcoal rings and a neat little rope across a watercolor ford. The wives put those above the door, and the younger priest chokes on his tea and laughs for the first time in a month. Sometimes a charm that looks like a tool is the only charm a practical valley permits. News walks the roads as always. A man passing through speaks of the Keicho earthquake of 1605 and the sea that leapt at night, swallowing boats in a gulp along distant coasts. He says, villages far away built dunes and planted pine because of one night's water. The headman tucks the fact quietly beside his own ford. Human engineering against water is not an insult to the gods. It is respect. He orders willow cuttings to be planted farther downstream to slow the river when it runs full in the 6th month. By the 30th day after the girl's recovery, 30 morning ringings of the mokugyo fish drum, one can feel a new habit hardening into bone. Men bow out of custom when a laugh travels through reeds. Women write household marks, not with shaking panic, but with a calligrapher's economy. Children are kept from the ford from swallow low to midge rise. They learn to mark time by wings. The miko stitches bean pouches in green cloth instead of red now. Green is cucumber's color. She says the river sees its own favorite and is kinder. The elder monk neither blesses nor forbids the color. He has given up the fantasy that a temple can choose the hue of a village's survival. And then, because a story that has reached its first summit must show its summit stone, the district clerk who sent the copy down sends a second, smaller note. Keep this in your temple chest. It is a rubbing of the Yoriki's signature and of the Doshin's countersign. It is also, though the clerk would deny it, a village amulet. The elder monk folds the new scrap and slides it into the niche with the 1608 report, the sandal, and the 3-finger rub from the castle town. He says nothing ceremonial. He is learning to trust the company that paper keeps. At dusk that evening, the headman stands at the ford with 2 boys and points, not to reeds, not to shadows, but to each new stone in order, making of it a sentence they can repeat when fear makes minds scatter. Left, he says, tapping a flat one. Pause. He touches the next with the toe of his sandal. Right. He lets the pattern become a chant, and the boys say it back. their bodies learning a grammar deeper than terror. When night falls, a wind comes off the hills with the scent of damp soil and willow sap. The river wears its thin silver skin and pretends innocence. In the reeds, something small moves with courtesy, disturbing not even a grouse. A hollow, gourd slap travels the curve of the bank like a joke told to itself. No one runs. No child walks the line. The rope rides its stakes like a song it has always known. The 1608 page rests in its niche, and though paper has no voice, the village hears it anyway. Circumstance, witness, measures, outcome, a cadence that rescues more lives than any one cucumber ever can. The humid summer air of 1659 presses down upon a rural stretch of Shizuoka. Rice stalks ripple under a sky bruised with monsoon clouds, and the river that cuts through the valley runs swollen, brown, and unpredictable. Villagers gather in uneasy clusters, their whispers muted by the wind. A boy has drowned again, another life taken in circumstances that no one dares to call ordinary. They do not speak the word aloud, but every gesture hints at it. Kappa, in the formal registers of Edo officials, the incident is reduced to accidental submersion. Yet among farmers and fisher folk, the story grows teeth. Witnesses insist the boy had been lured by something that looked almost human, bending reeds with greenish arms. The magistrate's men question the witnesses, stern and rational, yet their eyes flicker sideways at the mention of a wet trail on the bank where no man had walked. Such is the dissonance of the time. State ideology promoting Confucian order and Buddhist compassion, while underneath, folk imagination insists on monsters. The household of the drowned child performs the first of many prescribed rites. A small effigy of straw, bound tightly with red thread, is cast into the river as a surrogate body, a gift to appease the unseen aggressor. The thread signifies binding, the hope that the Kappa's grasp might be redirected toward the straw doll and not claim another child. Ritual detail matters. The thread must loop 9 times, an auspicious count to overwrite the misfortune of death. Women keen softly as they lower the effigy into the current, their voices layering with the croak of frogs and the hiss of rain. The local Buddhist priest, pressed by both sorrow and expectation, leads prayers for safe passage of the drowned boy's soul. Yet he privately confides to the headman that prayers alone will not ease the villagers' fear. They require physical protection, something visible to stand against the invisible. Thus begins the crafting of a protective charm. Cucumber slices inscribed with the boy's birth name and date, placed upon a household altar. Cucumber, the Kappa's favorite lure, becomes paradoxically both bait and shield. The belief is simple. Mark the cucumber clearly as belonging to the living, and the Kappa will be compelled to honor that boundary, lest it invite retribution from the human community. This period in the 17th century is not only about isolated rituals. It is about how communities negotiate collective safety in the face of incomprehensible loss. Across the valley, more families replicate the practice, carving names into cucumbers and casting them downstream. The river becomes a procession of floating green offerings, each rolling over the surface before vanishing into deeper waters. Does the Kappa read them? Or do the offerings simply soothe human hearts, giving them a sense of control? The answer depends on whom one asks. The villagers will tell you, to neglect such a rite would be reckless. Meanwhile, magistrate archives reveal subtle frustration. Reports describe baseless superstitions distracting the populace. Yet these same officials note the need to maintain harmony and avoid unrest. Thus, they allow the rituals to continue, unofficially sanctioned, so long as they do not interfere with taxation or public order. In this compromise, one sees the layering of belief, the rational order of Tokugawa governance coexisting with deep, animistic traditions. The drowned boy's story grows into a cautionary tale. Children are reminded to bow politely toward the river before approaching it, a gesture of respect that both acknowledges and placates the Kappa. Parents sharpen their warnings: never swim alone, never stray at dusk, never ignore the signs of a shadow beneath the water. The child's absence becomes presence, his name whispered as proof of danger, his fate a boundary marker. And within this, grief lies a question that lingers still. When tragedy strikes, do humans mourn more easily if they can blame a creature rather than the cold indifference of the river? The village river, swollen from storms, continues to claim its reputation as both life source and executioner. By 1661, a new cycle of fear emerges. 2 cattle vanish from separate farms within weeks of each other. To a magistrate, the losses look like theft, perhaps bandits selling meat on the black market. Yet villagers whisper of deep splashes in the night, followed by the sound of frantic bellowing cut short. Farmers point to wide drag marks on the muddy banks, too broad for human feet, too irregular for oxen stumbling. They mutter that only something low-bodied and immensely strong could pull a beast into water. Inevitably, the name surfaces again. Kappa. This time, the reaction is not just private ritual, but communal defense. The headman calls a meeting in the shrine courtyard, lit by smoking pine torches. Here, elders argue about strategy. Some demand a hunting party, men with spears, drums, and nets sweeping the river's edge. Others advocate appeasement, offerings of sake, cucumbers, and even small livestock to redirect the monster's appetite. The priest, caught between duty to doctrine and compassion for the frightened, proposes a compromise: a ritual hunt, symbolic rather than violent, to cleanse the river and satisfy both sides. At dawn, preparations unfold with precision. Men carve long stakes from hinoki wood, cypress revered for its purity. Women weave mats of reeds to lay across the riverbank, marking boundaries between safe land and dangerous water. Children gather stones to line the perimeter, instructed to remain silent as the adults perform chants. A conch shell trumpet blares, summoning not only the villagers, but also, they hope, the unseen spirit child beneath the river's surface. The air brims with incense and apprehension. The hunt begins with rhythmic drumming. Lines of men beat the surface of the river with poles, sending up sprays of water that sparkle in the sunlight. They chant verses taught by the priest, half Buddhist sutra, half folk incantation, words that both praise and warn, calling on the Kappa to reveal itself or retreat. Some younger men secretly hope for a glimpse, gripping their spears tightly. Others look only to the ground, unwilling to risk catching sight of something that might confirm their fears. By afternoon, the ritual culminates in the symbolic casting of bait. A live chicken, tethered to a float, is set adrift in the current. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the bird struggles, wings beating frantically. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, with sudden violence, the float jerks once, twice, and the rope snaps. The chicken vanishes beneath the foam. Panic erupts. Some cry it was proof, undeniable. Others insist the current broke the rope. The priest, voice raised above the noise, declares the offering accepted, the rite fulfilled. He orders everyone to retreat, reminding them that to linger is to invite insult from powers best respected at a distance. Slowly, grudgingly, the villagers disperse. Yet the image remains, a creature's unseen hand, or merely the river's own appetite. Weeks later, cattle losses cease, as if the ritual had worked. The village breathes easier, though not without a cost. They know the peace is temporary, and the Kappa never gone, only bargained with. Elders write the incident into communal memory, ensuring the story will be retold to future generations, both a warning and a proof that ritual action can hold back chaos. In Edo City, however, similar tales reach officials with increasing frequency. Reports from multiple provinces describe drownings, livestock vanishings, and strange wet trails near rice paddies. While magistrates dismiss the details as peasant fantasy, some scholars quietly compile these reports, intrigued by their consistency. The Kappa begins to migrate from oral lore into the written record, half demon, half natural hazard, an entity occupying both page and river. What would you have thought, standing on that riverbank, terrified villager or skeptical magistrate? Would you see only the current or the monster that people swore was watching from beneath? They bring the afflicted to the river at first light, when the surface is glass and the reeds have not yet found their voice. The air smells of damp straw and crushed mugwort, yomogi, a bitter leaf used to warm the body, and the dew on the rope between the stake's beads, like small, steady prayers. Some who come are coughing from a night of fever after rescue. Some carry a heaviness in the limbs that villagers call water ache, the dragging ache that follows a near drowning. Some cannot sleep because the sound of dripping arrives inside their skulls as if a reed were playing from within. There are others who are not ill but uneasy. Mothers who dream the same dream of a child's sandal turning slowly in a current. Fathers who feel a cold press on the back of the knee each time they step near the ford. Remedy, the headman has decided, must be made as visible as fear. The older monk stands on the flat stone he favors for sermons and for silence. He has laid out small bowls, each with salt and a twist of willow bark, yanagi, a bitter bark used for fever and pain relief. Beside them, tied bundles of dried ginger, shoga, a root sliced thin and warmed to settle the stomach, and mugwort smoldering in a clay cup, sending up a thin medicinal thread. The Miko has wound a willow switch into a hoop and set it to float at the edge, a ring through which each person will step when the time comes, so the river may read them and leave them unharmed. The hoop bumps the water's skin with polite persistence, a language of taps. They have chosen to call the rite river washing, though neither monk nor Miko uses the full word for misogi, cold water purification, because that term belongs to mountains and ascetics. Here the act is gentler, a mizuharai, a washing of what clings after fear. The monk's voice is low and practical. He outlines the steps like a list pinned to a kitchen door. Ginger tea for those who swallowed river, willow infusion for those with heat in the head, mugwort smoke for those whose shins ache, salt across the brow for those who cannot sleep, and for all. Water poured from a ladle over hands and feet, while the Miko names the river in syllables that have lived on this bank longer than the temple's carpenters. The first to kneel is a boy of 12 who fell from a rock while chasing a dragonfly. He coughs when he bends. The monk pours warm water over his wrists, then his ankles. then the back of his neck in 3 passes, each pass accompanied by the same short phrase. Here is the boundary. He mentions the word hare, Shinto purification from uncleanness, but defines it with a farmer's simplicity. We wash off the night. The Miko steps behind the boy and lifts the willow hoop, so he must duck his head to pass. As his scalp touches the green, she breathes the river's old name once, soft enough that the word seems to be the wind's. The boy looks older when he stands. His mother covers his shoulders with a dry cloth and, because habit is survival, knots a small bean pouch back into his sleeve. A fisherman's wife takes the place next. She is not ill, she is ashamed. She confesses in a voice that keeps tripping that in the hunger of last year she poured fish guts at the ford because it saved a walk to the midden. Since then, she says, her dreams carry a hollow laughter. The older monk does not scold. He gestures for the ladle and water and says only, "We will rinse the place on the hands that remembers the act." He pours over her palms, slow circles, while the Miko, without drama, whispers the word zangj, confession of fault, and lays a willow leaf across the woman's fists as if bandaging a cut that has no blood. Confession here is not spectacle. It is a way to return a person to the same path as the others without pushing her off the bank. A young man kneels with his jaw clenched hard. His father explains that since the ritual hunt and the chickens vanishing, he wakes at the creak of the eel traps and thinks he hears clapping under the window. The Miko listens with half-lidded eyes, not because she is summoning anything, but because the posture helps her hear men without inserting her pride. She tells him, gently, to confess the small insolences that ride in the mind at a ford. Did he step over the rope for a dare? Pass near the reed bed after dusk? Empty chamber pots at the wrong hour? He hesitates, then nods. He admits that he boasted during the ritual hunt, laughing that the river child would fear him. Later, alone, he had kicked a gourd half back into deeper water just to see it spin. The monk does not howl sacrilege. He says, "Take that thought in your hands and wash it." The Miko passes the hoop. The young man holds the willow hoop still for a heartbeat longer than required, like someone letting a scolded child take his dignity back. The cure portion of the day is part apothecary, part choreography. Women brew ginger thin as smoke, sweeten it with a breath of molasses that someone's cousin brought from a port years ago. They set mugs into hands that tremble and scold those who try to leave before the second mug. The monk mixes willow tea for the feverish and shows mothers how to count swallows, 7 in, 7 out, so the body learns to match the river's measure and not panic when breath thickens. Mugwort combs, little moxa, are lit atop coins, and the warmth is brought near the skin over shin and calf. The smell is field bitter and honest. When a muscle twitches as heat seeks the root of ache, the monk taps that spot with 2 fingers, the way men knock bamboo to elicit a snake. The Miko ties green thread around wrists, green for cucumber, not as magic thread, but as a reminder to keep hands on children at dusk. Between patients, the headman reads out small entries from the ledger whose tone has steadied their lives for a decade. On the 3rd night after washing, no laughter in reeds. On the 5th, a carp leaped, but children remained behind the rope. On the 7th, beans scattered. Child counted with the river. 1, 2, 3, and did not cry. The village has learned that counting, whether of beans or of breaths, turns fear into something rhythm can hold. Counting is a cure, too. Word of healing days spreads along the road. With the Sankin Kotai, alternate attendants, the duty requiring daimyo to travel to Edo. Formalized in 1635, highways have grown busier with processions, porters, and peddlers. In their wake come sellers of patent remedies and paper twists, powders for stomachs, plasters for backs, leaf bundles for water pain. A traveling monk mentions the Tamagawa Josui, the canal completed in 1653 that carries clear water into Edo, and the headman stores the fact with quiet satisfaction. Men are taming water elsewhere with channels and sluices. Their village is simply doing it with ropes and rites. One is not the enemy of the other. Both are hands on the same bowl. A mother with a baby swaddled close confesses a fear that smells of milk and midnight. The child cries only at twilight, she says. She has heard that such babies belong to water. The older monk does not deny that dusk sharpens edges for all creatures, human and otherwise. He puts his fingertip on the soft middle of the infant's brow, lays a line of salt there, barely visible, and calls it a bridge. He tells her to bring the baby at noon each market day to strike the temple fish drum, mokugyo, the hollow wooden drum carved like a fish, so day will own a beat for the child's soul. The Miko murmurs that the river will recognize the fish sound and be satisfied that this child already swims with the village. Between doctrine and river sense, a mother is given a map, a drum, some salt, a schedule. There is one man who will not come forward. He sits on his heels outside the circle of smoke and salt, with his hat brim low. It is the rice broker, the one whose horse balked at the castle bridge months ago, and who beat it, drawing quiet hisses from onlookers. People have not forgotten. He says he sleeps fine. He says the river owes him. He says the village owes him for his father's donation to the temple roof. The older monk, who has attended more stubbornness than storms, does not call him out. He knows that confession forced is not confession. It is theater. Instead, he speaks generally about the way shame disguises itself as importance, how water teaches everyone the same depth at the shin, whatever coins ride in a man's sleeve. The broker leaves before the last ladle lands. The Miko watches the empty space he leaves the way a heron watches a gap in reeds. Not every cure is taken. The river keeps a ledger of refusals, too. By midday, the air under the willows has the steady hum of work. The women laugh in quiet, laced bursts, laughter bent not at the river, but toward each other, small kindnesses warming cold places, and once, in the broad room of usefulness, a rare joke slides out. The headman, eyeing the slope of cucumbers lined like little green boats waiting for launch, says, deadpan, "If we ever lack ink, we'll pickle our brush tips." The older monk snorts in spite of himself. The Miko, stern as a reed most days, allows the corner of her mouth to tip. Humor, here, is a spice used on feast days only. In the afternoon, a different kind of confession rises, the sword a village uses to repair its own joints. A girl of 15, eyes like lake stones, kneels with her hands pressed white on her thighs. She was with the drowned boy at the river last year. She did not pull him. She did not push him. But she did not call as quickly as she might have, because he had teased her the day before, and a sting of anger froze her throat. She has carried this pebble under her tongue, and it has ruined her sleep. The older monk does not weigh guilt as a judge weighing coin. He asks her to say the boy's household mark aloud, and then to fix a new cucumber with that mark, and with hers. The Miko sets the cucumbers side by side on the water like children learning to float. There, the monk says, the river will carry the thought where it can do no one harm, the girl's hand stops shaking. The cure is not medical. It is administrative. A debt found and carried to the right ledger. Toward evening, the line thins. Bones have been warmed by smoke and tea. Eyelids settle easier in anticipation of night. The older monk wipes the ladle dry and sets it upside down to show that pouring is done for the day. The Miko gathers the willow hoops and lays them parallel on the bank. 2 green ribs drying in the last light. Most of the people drift toward the lane, speaking in low, ordinary voices about rice seedlings and weather, but one remains. The father of the boy whose sandal the village hung at the shrine in the first fearful summer. He has never knelt for the washing. He has never spoken a confession. He carries himself like a man who knows rope and stone, and the measured distance between stepping stones in the dark, and he refuses openly the idea that words could clean the mud that has occupied his chest for years. The headman does not press him, but the man steps forward today without being called, and the sunlight on his shoulders looks like a decision. He kneels. He places his palms on the wet stone and adores it with a concentration usually given to altars. When he speaks, the words are even. He does not dramatize. "I told him to fetch water," he says. "I was the last word in his ear before the river took him. That is the knot I cannot untie." The older monk does not reach for doctrine. He reaches for the smallest tool on the mat, a short strip of white paper cut in the zigzag shape called shide, the paper lightning that hangs from Shinto ropes. He lays it across the man's knuckles and says, "Name what you did as plainly as that paper. It hangs. It does not burn." The Miko places the willow hoop around both fathers' hands, as if crowning his stubbornness and his love together. "Now," she says, "let the water read it." The ladle pours. Water runs over bone and paper and willow and grief, and does not dissolve any of them, but it gives them a place to sit without cutting the skin. Cure is often only a better seat for pain. As the sun lowers, one more element joins the day. The town's new herbalist, a wiry widow whose brother served in a castle clinic and who learned, by helping with mortars and pestles, a dozen ways to make leaves admit their strengths. She lays out packets carefully labeled in a sturdy, readable hand. Willow for heat, ginger for stomach, loquat leaf for cough, licorice root for throat. She has copied some notes from Kaibara Ekin's teachings, the Confucian scholar, 1630-1714, who writes on plants and conduct, though she never says the scholar's name aloud. The village respects results more than footnotes. She shows mothers how to simmer loquat leaves until the kitchen smells like a sweetened forest. She teaches them to rub a paste of rice flour and ginger on a child's chest and call it a brick against the night. Remedies step down from scroll into hand. The older monk, pleased without boasting, arranges that a portion of each market day will be given to quiet confessions. No drums, no spectacle, only a mat, a bowl of water, a sprig of willow, a bit of salt, and a monk's ear. He writes on the temple board, "Zong, speak of what pulls your sleeve." Beneath, he adds the rules that keep words honest. Do not confess another's deed. Do not confess what you wish had happened. Confess the small thing your hand did. The Miko, who has learned where appetite and ritual blur, posts her own small board beside his. Bring a cucumber if you must, a bean pouch if you can, your breath always. The boards look like two sides of the same oar. By the week's end, the ledger's tone, its temperate cadence of circumstance measure outcome, has folded the washing into village habit. New lines, 4 children, washed after near slips, cough eased with ginger, father confessed delay to call, sleep improved. The headman notes in a margin, rare humor returning after long absence, that the river seems to prefer a village that reads its own handwriting. Confession has second-order effects that even the monk did not plan. Boys who used to swagger near the rope now compare bean pouches like badges and call each other to count out loud when a foot slides, ichi, ni, san, as if a game could drag a heel back. Men who would rather count coin than feelings now check on each other by asking in the rice paddies, "Did you wash?" which is a way of asking, "Are you carrying a knot that will trip you?" without touching a pride too hard. Two households feuding over the border of a field take their argument to the washing stone rather than to the magistrate. Something about kneeling near water and saying a thing aloud makes the furrows line up straighter the next day. Not all cures are herb and water. Some are assignments. The older monk sends the sleepless young man to mend the boundary rope by hand each morning for a month. He sends the fisherman, who dreams of laughter, to teach the safe stepping stone chant to the market boys at noon. He asks the proud rice broker, who still will not kneel, to carry a basket of cucumbers to the far hamlet where the river runs faster, and to do it without talking about himself once between willow and willow. Work, here, is therapy that wears a farmer's shirt. The day closes as it opened, with the river apparently untroubled by human rituals, with reeds giving only the usual whispers as night leans in. The village disperses through lanes that smell faintly of smoke and boiled ginger. The willow hoops dry to a paler green, then to straw. They will be burned at the next new moon, so no child will be tempted to turn them into play crowns. The miko gathers the last of the salt and tips a pinch into the current with the same pragmatic tenderness with which a mother tastes soup and adds one more grain. At the shrine, the sandal still hangs. The leather has stiffened, and the edges have frayed into something like river grass. Parents glance at it the way sailors glance at the sky, not for beauty, but for bearing. On the shelf below, it sit the tube with the 1608 report, the rubbing of the 3-finger mark from the castle moat, and a small folded paper labeled in the older monk's precise hand, cure and confession, sequence. It contains nothing that the body does not already know. Warmth, counting, breath, naming. But the village has learned to copy what works, and to keep the copy where hands can find it when panic lifts lids. As lanterns bloom in the lanes, a thin splash sounds at the bend, a single coin-sized ring that opens and fades. No one runs. In 3 houses, women lift kettles to pour ginger tea for those whose pulses still double at unexpected water sounds. In 2 others, men draw bean pouches tight and do not check the window. At the temple, the monk sets down his brush after writing the day's last line. Washed, warmed, confessed, night quieter. On the bank, the river lets a small cucumber skin wash back to shore empty and split, so a child will find it tomorrow and, in finding it, remember that bargains and cures are old as reeds. That is the village's wisdom at dusk. The body remembers what the mind forgets. Confession lightens the heel, and a cup of bitter tea can taste like a hand holding you upright. If monsters listen, and who can say they do not, then perhaps they too prefer a village that goes to sleep with its ropes tight and its names spoken plainly. At first light, the Tokaido Road wakes like a long animal. 33 shukuba, post towns, stretching between Edo and Kyoto, each with its own throat clearing of cartwheels and tea kettles. Porters shoulder bales, Palanquin bearers test straps. A hawker unties a bundle of broadleaf fans painted with carp and waves. At the edge of one post town, where the highway dips to a river ferry, a bell clangs to call travelers aboard, and voices knit themselves into the country's newest engine. Talk. In that talk, the river child travels faster than any horse. He stands by the ferry rope, an innkeeper with shoulders like barrels, calling to pilgrims as they step from the plank. "Have a cucumber," he says with salesman piety. "Blessed at the Suijin shrine," keeps river children polite. A few laugh and pay anyway. A few, who have sons at home, pay without laughing. Coins wink into a wooden tray. Names are brushed in quick strokes on glossy skins. Household marks, mostly, because even travelers know the weight of a given name, and the green fruit slide like little boats into the current. The ferry's plank creaks. The head boatman shouts a cadence to keep the poleman in time. Sedge brushes sandals. Somewhere downriver, a heron lifts and folds itself back into reeds. The road breathes and moves. By 1601, Tokugawa Ieyasu has already begun stitching the routes. The Tokaido's post stations are formalized, and by 1635, the shogunate's Sankin-kotai, alternate attendance, sets daimyo marching with retinues twice a year, swelling the highways with obligation. Roads pull gossip along like a fishing line. The Kappa slips between bales of rice tacks and crates of lacquer, riding in a porter's joke, a monk's warning, a mother's whispered instruction to a child too near a wayside ditch. At the Hanjin, the official inn for a lord's party, papers are penned in a crisp hand by a clerk who has slept on lists for years. He copies an order from the domain seat. Bridges must not be blocked by festival. Ferry landings must not host nuisance rights. He does not write Kappa. Paper rarely does. But he leaves room between lines for what the eye knows and refuses to admit. A traveling scribe peeks and later rephrases the edict in broad strokes for a chapbook he will hawk in Kyoto on the proper conduct at rivers. Inside, a small block-printed figure bows at a ford before a shape that looks both like a turtle and a boy. Kanazoshi, cheap printed booklets, bloom in the mid-1600s like a crop that needs only stories to ripen. One thin volume, sold in an Osaka alley in 1662, carries 9 pages on river children, the ink crowded with practicalities. If challenged to sumo, bow deeply so the dish on the head spills. Sarah, the little bowl that holds a kappa's strength. Carry beans, scatter them to make the spirit count. Never let a child cross at Swallow Low. The book has errors of place and season, and still it sells. People want recipes for fear. Merchants retell what sells. At tea stalls where steam smells faintly of roasted barley, they trade variants like bolts of cloth. In a Kyushu telling, the creature is Kawataro, beak sharper, manner ruder. In a Kiso Valley version, it is Kawako, river child, with hair slicked like eel skin and a politeness as precise as a tea master's. One man swears that in his home district, the Kappa steals a shirikodama. Butt soul, a mythical ball said to hold a person's vitality in the lower body, and he lowers his voice at the unsayable. Another snorts the rumor away as urban filth and says, "No river god wants what men laugh about behind doors." The highway edits as it carries. The road always prefers a story you can use to one that merely shocks. Pilgrims walk among the merchants like beads on a single cord. They go to Issei in slow waves even before the great pilgrim booms a century later. They veer south to Kumano, north to Zenkoji. They climb Koyasan to coarse tatami and the smell of cedar. In their song bundles, the little packets of chants clipped to belts. New lines glue themselves to old refrains. Bow at water, carry beans, whisper the household mark on cucumber skin. At a wayside ojizo, a child protector statue with a red bib sewn by some mother from some valley, pilgrims leave coins and a cucumber slice and move on, their sandals clicking like abacuses. Coins in water start as sincerity, and here and there harden into proto-fees. A canny shrine warden sweeps the ford and finds enough copper to replace the rope. At night, lanterns burn in a Hatago inn, paper walls insulate and fail, and voices bleed through. A carrier rubs a bruise on his shin and swears a wet hand gripped him at last's night ferry. A porter with more experience than teeth says, "That was weed. Real ones laugh first." And he makes the hollow, gourd slap in the back of his throat to prove it. And everyone laughs while changing how near they sleep to the wall. This is how the river child's edges blur, and also how its spine hardens. Every retelling sandpapers off one village's needless detail adds another's necessary trick. The Miko's chant from our valley loses half its syllables on the Nakasendo and gains a new refrain closer to the dialect of Shinano. A magistrate's rule about depth stakes, charcoal rings to mark safe water, leaps from one district to another in imitation. Soon, a traveler can guess, without anyone telling him, that 2 rings wet means turn back, and a single wet ring means men in pairs only. Authority rides the same road as ghosts. In a market town near the Kiso River, traveling puppeteers throw a cloth over a low frame and make reeds out of their fingers. A small turtle-backed figure pops up and bows with its head dish glinting. Children squeal, parents scold, the troupe passes a basket. The script is comic. Someone's top knot is nearly snatched, but the last line is sober. Bow first. The audience nods. Entertainment has done what sermons aim for, a practice memory. Offstage, a cucumber merchant pays the troupe to mention his stall. He swears business doubles on nights when a Kappa bows. Scroll illustrators feed the road's appetite for pictures. Izu, illustrated maps on paper, now include small icons, wave lines at fords, willow marks for dangerous bends, a little turtle boy head near post-town ferry ramps. An Edo painter named Hishikawa Morinobu will, by the 1670s, print images so clean the whole city will see itself anew. For now, lesser hands carve blocks rough, but good enough to make an eye jump at the suggestion of movement in a reed bed. The road learns to read fear in wood grain. In our valley, prints arrive wrapped around cheap sweets and then pinned above doorways as talismans that keep more dust than demons. The older monk squints at a chapbook illustration and notes the dish is drawn too deep. It would never hold on a moving head, and smiles at the way people find comfort in wrong proportions. He does not forbid the pictures. He knows an image can hold a rule longer than an edict will. The road also carries the state's sharper edges. Sekisho, checkpoints, stand like teeth on the highways. They count swords out of Edo and women into it, enforcing the rule that daimyo wives remain in the capital as hostages to loyalty. Guards at a barrier hear a peddler boast of a river demon and make notes, not because they care about demons, but because gatherings at bridges can turn to unlawful assemblies. Papers move, edicts refresh. A clerk in a castle town writes, "No obstruction at ferry landings," and an innkeeper like the one by our ferry learns to sell cucumbers quietly after dark instead of shouting blessings at noon. The road invents economies around fear. A tinsmith in a Nakasendo town hammers out thin copper dishes the size of a child's palm and sells them as Sarah charms. To keep your own head bowl from spilling, he says with a grin. Boys wear them on cords and bow dramatically to spill phantom strength, and then laugh at themselves when the dish clinks against bone. A mother buys one anyway and hangs it by the door to catch dust and comfort. A paper shop prints a Fuda, talisman slips, bearing the character for water stylized into a bowl. The slips go on lintels, ferry boats, and even the crates of a fishmonger who swears his eels have been too lively near the landing of late. Not every road tale deepens fear. Some chip at it, flinging ridicule like pebbles. A Rakugo storyteller in an Edo backroom, the art plants its roots in the late 1600s, spins a yarn of a fussy dandy whose elaborate bow to a river admirer tips his own wig into the water. The Kappa returns it with perfect courtesy, and then hands him his dignity too, and the room heaves with laughter. The moral is not about monsters, it's about men. Still, when those same men cross a bridge that night, they put hands on the rail and lean less far over. Summer swells the trade, and with it, the reach of what we fear. In 1653, the Tamagawa-Josui Canal begins carrying clear water into Edo. Engineers measure and grade, counting slope inches and drop gates. Pilgrims bring back stories of walls of water tamed by wood and rope. In our valley, men listen and then wedge one more stone into the ford and say nothing but feel justified. If they channel a river in the city, a farmer mutters, "We can channel one step here." Histories will call this irrigation. The village names it good manners toward water. As stories pass through hands, customs lift from one region like stencils and are pressed down upon another. In a town near the Tone River, people wear cucumbers tied to obi sashes during Obon and call it a family joke that keeps their ghosts amused. The habit walks to us and sheds its festival color, but leaves the logic. Carry what the river likes, keep it busy. In return, a habit born in our valley, inscribing household sigils instead of given names on offerings, slides east and appears on a ferry ramp in Sagami as local wisdom. The road is a loom. Myths are its weft. Travelers note which places are strict and which are lax. In one post town, a signboard declares, "Children must not approach from Swallow Low to Midge Rise." In another, the board reads simply, "Bow before crossing." In a third, there is no board, but the rope sags a little tighter, and the ash on stones is always fresh. People learn to see law and habits, even when the magistrate keeps his pen dry. Markets turn fear to sweets. A confectioner molds sugar into little green turtles and sells them as Kappa candy, and mothers buy them because children must still have sweets, even when reeds whisper. A brewer ages a sake he names River's Courtesy and paints a small dish on the label. A bamboo worker weaves shallow baskets to float offerings and calls them peace boats, and he eats because people buy peace when they can hold it. The older monk watches this commerce without rolling his eyes. He thinks of how a village once had only cucumbers and chants, and now it has charms and pictures and rules that travel faster than floodwater. He copies a passage from a visiting scholar's grass book, Notes on Plants and Conduct, in which Kaibara Eken urges that children learn through habit, not force. He pins the copy on the temple board above his own neat hand. Practice makes manners. Manners make safety. No one reads the scholar's name. They understand the line. Along the road, pilgrims collect stamp impressions in little books as proof they have visited famous shrines. An enterprising shrine near a ferry offers a different impression. 3 ovals in a row, like a certain wet mark on a certain gatehouse board. For safety at crossings, the attendant murmurs as he presses. The stamp leaves no legal comfort but eases a mother's breath 3 streets later. Coins move. Bells answer. Her child looks twice before stepping off the plank because the highway stitches provinces, contradictions bump shoulders and keep walking. A Confucian tutor from Edo declares at an inn table that belief in river children is childish. A carpenter from the next town over quietly notices that the tutor lifts the hem of his robe extra carefully at the ferry and bows slightly before stepping in. Everyone pretends not to see a man bested by his own foot's intelligence. What would you make of him? Hypocrite or human? The road forgives more than temples do. Stories sometimes arrive bruised. A group of young porters from the Kanto plain, full of night and rice wine, mock the local caution at a steep-banked ford. They leap the rope for fun. One slides, drops to a knee, and laughs to hide the hitch in his breath. They tell the tale later in a tea house, as if they had manhandled a demon. The tea house owner serves them salt plums and makes a mental mark. Tomorrow, she will remind the ferrymen to check the charcoal rings. Bravado is a cousin to accidents. The road knows both, and sometimes a tale arrives useful as a peg. A retainer from a distant castle repeats, without flourish, that a yoriki, a samurai assistant constable, once ordered charcoal rings on depth stakes, and children kept outside those rings lived. He does not say where, though we know. He says only, "Write the rings high in flood." A headman hearing it carries the trick home like a farmer pocketing a nail from a city street, small, slightly rusted, perfectly serviceable. By now, a generation of children has grown up taking for granted what their grandparents learned the hard way. They have bean pouches stitched to sleeves as a matter of course. They can list the safe stepping stones in their sleep. They know that if laughter skims the reeds, a bow costs nothing and sometimes buys a heartbeat. They know that on the 5th day of the 5th month, Boys' Day, the carp windsocks thrash along the road, and every boy is told twice as often to keep away from the ford, and that in Oban, lanterns float on water to guide ancestors and to teach children the river's surface grammar. Light, then dark, then light again. On the Tokaido, officials distinguish between riots and festivals because they must. Shrines do not, because they cannot. A local lord posts a notice. Cucumbers may be offered only at proper shrines. Throwing food into rivers is prohibited. The ferry rope receives 3 green ovals after nightfall. The law's language and the reed's whisper share a village, and the road carries both without choosing. The road also ferries counter stories, and the village keeps a shelf for them the way a kitchen keeps vinegar. A Kyoto traveler passes through and says he has never seen a mark, never heard a laugh that wasn't frog, never found a bruise on a child that couldn't be explained by rock. He says, "We love monsters because they make our caution feel noble." An old woman nods and sets a cucumber to float anyway. She tells him he is welcome to disbelieve as long as he does not take her grandchild to the ford at dusk. Conviction and skepticism share a teacup and go their ways. In the slack afternoons when the ferry rope hangs, boys gather at the bank to swap their own printed wisdoms. Salt keeps spirits from climbing? They ask. Not exactly, someone says. Salt keeps men honest. Does the Kappa keep oaths? Another asks. It keeps its nature, an older boy answers. Oaths are just the shape our fear takes to bargain with that nature. Will bowing always spill the dish? Bowing always buys a moment to think, someone says, and thinking spills the dish of any danger a little. In the background, adults pretend not to listen to the best classroom in the province doing its work. By late summer, the markets turn noisy with evenings of gossip. and the bonodori circle dance, and the oldest men claim that in their boyhood these roads were emptier, that water took what it liked without name or print. The women say nothing and keep a hand on a child's wrist. The older monk adds to his ledger the line he favors when the world wants summary instead of poetry. Stories traveled, customs changed, fewer small graves. For a man trained to see illusion in all names, he accepts a satisfying amount of cause and effect. A storm one week swells the river to a brown mussel and frays the ferry rope. The boatmen lash a new length and ask travelers to help pull. A pilgrim who would have spoken ill of peasants in a city salon leans with both hands and feels in his shoulder what a rope asks a body to be. He tips coins into the collection jar afterward without ceremony. The road made him a villager for a minute. It is enough. That night, our innkeeper by the ferry posts a modest sign. For travelers' safety, bow, stepstones in order, carry beans, cucumbers blessed inside. He paints, in a clumsy, steady hand learned from watching clerks, 2 charcoal rings next to a stake, and a small green oval below. The sign is ugly. It works. A mother from far off reads it, pulls her child back by a sleeve she never lets go of, and the boy sulks through the crossing without testing fate. The road writes rules on wood. Rivers write rules on bone. The village prefers wood. Sometime after midnight, a hollow chuckle runs along the reed line. Not malicious, more like the small sound a gourd makes when turned in a wet hand. 2 boatmen, drunk and grinning, bow anyway because their bodies have been taught to practice even when minds wander. A little dish somewhere tips and does not spill. Courtesy moves between worlds as lightly as a breath. What the road has done, by the time crickets burn out their last late summer songs, is what neither temple bamboo nor magistrate scroll could do alone. It has carried practice. It has stretched a village's caution to fit a country. And so, the merchant who departs with bales and returns with news, the pilgrim who leaves with fears and returns with rules, the porter who leaves with jokes and returns with a bruise he downplays. Together, they have made water safer not by winning an argument, but by rehearsing an answer. If a stranger were to ask at the ferry, "How do you tame a river child?" the innkeeper would shrug like a man who has survived enough seasons to trust only the simple. Bow, count, set stones, mark names, boil ginger, sleep with the rope tight. He sells the stranger a cucumber anyway. The stranger laughs, writes a household mark none here recognize, and sets the fruit afloat. For a stretch, the cucumber keeps pace with the ferry, then slips into the bend where dragonflies thread air with silver seam and is lost. Only the road remembers everything, and even it chooses what to pass along next. The year is 1638, and in the rice-farming basin of Echigo Province, spring floods roar across the paddies. Villagers balance on the thin dikes between fields, carrying baskets of seedlings to replant. As the waters recede, a boy named Daichi points to something glistening in the shallows. What he sees is not a simple turtle, nor a drifting carp. It stands upright, child-sized, with mossy hair slicked down its forehead. The crown of its head bears a shallow bowl brimming with water. Before anyone can call out, the figure slips beneath the surface, leaving only a trail of bubbles. The people gather in murmurs, for they know such a sight marks the presence of the river child, the dreaded Kappa. News of this vision spreads quickly, and temple officials arrive within the week. The priest Honen, trained in Edo, arrives with scrolls that describe the Sui Jin, water gods of older centuries. some benevolent, some cruel. He suggests what Daichi saw may have been a trick of light or an unclean spirit in temporary form. Yet the villagers cling to a sharper memory. The Kappa can drag livestock, even children, into rivers. They cannot afford to dismiss it as illusion. A decision is made to perform a chobuku, an exorcism rite specific to river spirits. The ritual unfolds in detail. Bamboo poles are cut into equal lengths and lashed into a frame resembling a crude gate set at the river's edge. Upon it, they hang amulets drawn with Sanskrit seed syllables, banji, meant to anchor protective Buddhas to the site. Salt is scattered in arcs, 3 handfuls cast to the east, 3 to the west. A live carp, its scales shimmering in torchlight, is lifted from a basket and offered back to the river. The priest chants verses from the Lotus Sutra, his voice steady even as the villagers whisper behind him. It is said that should a Kappa be near, the water within its head bowl will tremble, betraying its form. When morning breaks, the fields lie calm. No tracks are seen on the muddy banks. Yet the villagers, convinced of the Kappa's patience, continue to watch. They tie gourds and hollow cucumbers along the riverbank, for cucumbers are said to lure Kappa, each fruit carved with the names of the household children. If the Kappa takes the cucumber instead of a child, the pact is considered sealed. This mixture of offering and threat reveals a paradox in the relationship: fear of the river child, but also acknowledgement of its power to bless or spare. Later that year, a magistrate's official traveling from Edo records the incident in his notes. He labels it Kappa no Uwasa, a rumor of Kappa. In his commentary, he admits such beliefs complicate governance. Peasants lose work hours tending to rituals, and magistrates must weigh whether to suppress or allow these acts. Suppression risks unrest. Tolerance risks ridicule from higher authorities in Edo. This political tension becomes a recurring undercurrent in the history of the Kappa. Officials, both mocking and half-believing, never entirely able to expel the fear from village life. By autumn, another tale joins the Ichigo record. Fishermen along the Shinano River claim a cow was found drowned, its hindquarters torn as if by human hands. The men swear they saw a greenish arm vanish beneath the current when they tried to drag the carcass ashore. Word of this sighting spreads, and more cucumbers are offered to the waters. It becomes difficult to separate natural accident from folkloric sign, but the villagers themselves see no boundary. Every drowned cow is proof. Every unusual splash, an omen. One might ask, in such an age of scarce medicine and fragile harvests, what would you have done? Would you have laughed with the magistrate's clerk, or whispered charms with the villagers? Both paths had their risks. Through stories like this, the Kappa legend grows not as a tale of monsters in abstract, but as an integrated explanation for daily tragedies. Drowned livestock, missing children, unexplained ripples, all are folded into one living character that cannot be dismissed. The 1600s record thus preserves both the myth and the political anxiety it inspired, cementing the Kappa's role as not just folklore, but a force shaping the balance between authority and village survival. Winter settles across Echigo, and the rivers crust over with thin sheets of ice. Yet the villagers remain restless, for memory of the drowned cow lingers. Farmers whisper as they shovel snow from their roofs that the Kappa does not sleep, even in the frozen months. They say it lingers under the ice, peering upward with amphibian eyes, waiting for the thaw to claim another victim. In this atmosphere of fear, The village council calls for a midwinter protective rite that blends Shinto, Buddhist, and folk elements, a syncretic defense that might please all powers at once. The ceremony begins at dusk. Bonfires crackle along the frozen riverbank, their smoke rising into the pale twilight. Wooden tablets known as ima, small planks with written prayers, are hung from poles planted in the snow. Each bears the name of a child or ox, written in hurried brushstrokes. Priests chant, but so do elders, each voice overlapping in a polyphony that feels more urgent than orderly. A hollow gourd is filled with rice wine and lowered onto the ice, meant as both bribe and ward. The belief is simple. If the Kappa drinks, it is satisfied. If it rejects the wine, it will turn elsewhere. Not all comply. A young farmer named Renzo refuses to write his son's name on the tablet. "Superstition will not plow the fields," he mutters, and walks home with a snort. This act of defiance soon becomes fodder for whispered caution. For within a week, his son falls into the shallows while fetching water. The boy is pulled out quickly, but not before he coughs up river water tinged with algae. Renzo's neighbors stare with hard eyes. He relents, carving a cucumber with his son's name and casting it beneath the ice. The episode illustrates how communal belief enforces compliance. Dissent is not only unpopular, it is dangerous, because any misfortune becomes proof of disobedience. Meanwhile, a traveling monk from Kyoto arrives, carrying texts of Neo-Confucian ethics. He argues that such rites are wasteful, distracting from proper moral conduct. The magistrate seizes on this argument, eager to align himself with modern doctrine. He attempts to forbid further cucumber offerings, insisting they drain village resources. But his decree sparks protest. Women gather at the riverbank, holding cucumbers above their heads, declaring they will not abandon the custom that guards their children. The standoff never erupts into violence, yet it leaves a lasting mark. Folk practice directly challenging state power. As the freeze lifts in early spring, the river surges again. This time, no livestock are lost. Villagers attribute the calm to their steadfast offerings, while the magistrate claims credit for his supervision. The tension between official narrative and communal memory sharpens. Whose interpretation will survive in the records? It is a question that shadows all folklore. One evening in the thawing season, fishermen report a strange sound beneath the ice. Not the creak of thaw, but a deliberate knocking, like fists on a wooden door. They swear it came from under their feet, near a spot where offerings had been dropped. They flee in terror, convinced the Kappa was signaling hunger. In the months that follow, this story is retold across provinces, morphing into different forms. In one village, the knocking becomes laughter. In another, it becomes a scratching claw. Folklore stretches, reshapes, and travels faster than official reports ever can. This period also gives rise to talismans carved specifically for Kappa protection. Merchants begin to sell copper charms etched with the kanji for river child bound inside a square, symbolically locking it. These charms become so popular that by the 1640s, records from Osaka mention them as common household items. What began as a small village's improvisation spreads into commerce, embedding the Kappa more firmly in Japan's cultural economy. Still, beneath the commerce and ritual lies a lingering unease. Parents instruct their children not to walk near streams alone, and boys dare one another to throw stones into the current. Girls are told to bow politely if they see ripples form into a humanoid figure, for folklore teaches that Kappa are bound by etiquette. If you bow, the creature must bow back, spilling the water from its head bowl and weakening it. This curious loophole, politeness as weapon, becomes one of the strangest but most enduring protective strategies. Yet etiquette is not always enough. In the spring thaw of 1642, a horse is found drowned near the ferry crossing. Deep bruises on its hindquarters suggest hands, not hooves, dragged it under. Though skeptics say ice and current alone can explain it, the villagers nod grimly, whispering of the Kappa's return. The magistrate orders the incident written as natural misfortune, but the villagers carve new cucumbers within the week. Their story will outlast his decree, and so the cycle deepens, each new incident feeding belief, each ritual reinforcing memory, each attempt at suppression giving way to yet another whispered tale. As centuries roll forward, one lesson stands out. Rivers do not forget, and neither do the people who live beside them. What would you have done, standing on that thawing bank, hearing the knocks beneath the ice? Would you have laughed it off, or carved your child's name into a cucumber and hoped the river child was appeased? The choice is never abstract when the current runs at your doorstep. The ledger changes hands. The headman who first copied the Keicho entries walks more slowly now. His son, careful-eyed, with ink that leans forward like a man listening, ties the cloth around the book in the mornings, unties it at night. Pages have thickened with years, cucumbers floated, beans scattered, depth rings marked, child saved. Between those lines, newer strokes appear. Road travelers bring prints, ferry rules posted, merchants sell copper charms. The village is older, and so is its fear, smoothed by use the way a river rounds a stone. Yet the fear still does what fear should. It keeps wrists tight to small hands at twilight. Outside the valley, things glitter. The Genroku years bloom, 1688 to 1704, when Edo swells with theater chatter, Osaka markets swagger, and Kyoto prints turn everyday life into clean lines. Ukiyo-e carvers make courtesans look like they invented lantern light. Books swell like gourds on low tables, kanazoshi cheap and fast, clever essays on moral conduct, herbals by Kaibara Eken, joke books that pretend not to teach. In the lanes behind the big avenues, law steps with a new gate. Tokugawa Tsunayoshi, the shogun they will call Dog Shogun, issues the Shorui Awaremi no Rei, the edicts on compassion for living things beginning 1687, forbidding cruelty to animals, punishing those who harm dogs, warning against unnecessary killing. The edicts travel outward, softened by hills and translation, but they travel nonetheless. In many places they are mocked. In some, they are a balm. In our valley, they mix with a river's ethics in a way neither edict writer nor monk fully predicts. The edicts arrive as paper, as so often order does. A clerk on a sweating horse brings a scroll. The headman's son reads it aloud under the shrine eaves while smoke from pickling fires twists up. No harm to dogs, the clerk recites, still dignified though his boots are muddy. No cruelty to horses. No unlicensed killing of animals. Do not discard entrails in rivers. He hesitates at that last line. His eye flicks to the ford. He swallows. Violators will be punished. He does not say punished how. Nobody asks. Punishment is a reed that bends, but whispers louder for bending. The older monk, older now, yes, but still the room's slow metronome, hears the edicts and nods to himself. They match his doctrine's gentler slope. The Miko listens and stares past the clerk's shoulder to the bend where the willow points like a finger. She is not against kindness. She is against the shaming of tools that work. Animal offerings, once rare but occasionally used when fear hacked sleep, must now end. The village will not bleed a chicken at the rope again. Perhaps you felt a breath of relief reading that. The monk does too. But a hole opens where a certain kind of desperate rite once stood, and holes in custom tend to suck accidents toward them. Something else must stand in that place, or darkness will, so they build something of a different shape. The Miko takes long white radishes, daikon, winter's bone, and carves them into chickens. She scores little feather lines with a paring knife and paints a drop of soy at the beak. Daikon birds, the children gasp, delighted and grave. The monk blesses them, because refusing would do nothing but shove honesty toward a ditch. Men lash the daikon birds to floats, set them out on the water with the same controlled hands they used for living bait in earlier, worried years. The river pushes and resists like a mule, then accepts what is given. The floats rock like clumsy yeses. Even the younger priest, who once pounded the table against offerings, stands watching the carved birds go and admits, only to the ledger, that his heart unknotted a notch. In Genroku brightness, the highway widens. A salesman from Osaka arrives with a packet of printed slips. Ofuda marked with the character for water stylized to look like a shallow dish, tucked into a square. He claims the mark locks the river child's bowl. He claims his uncle sold them at a ferry in Sagami, where no boy has slipped since the rainy month. He claims very well. Mothers buy 2, sometimes 3. They paste them where lintels hang low. They slip them into bean pouches. They tie one near the rope with green thread for the eye that counts. Skeptics call the slips paper that likes coin. Believers call them paper that remembers a rule even when a father forgets it. The slips stay, and that is the important part. 2 things happen within a month that set the tone for a new kind of argument in the village. The first is a near miss. A merchant's apprentice on a pack horse crosses without waiting for the older man because he thinks the rope's sag means permission. The horse balks near the second stone, legs stiff. A gust troubles the reeds, and the apprentice hears, or thinks he hears, a hollow clapping. He bows because his body learned it years ago. He bows deeper because he needs the bow to be a tool. The horse takes one breath and steps. The apprentice crosses. On the bank, he shakes his sleeves as if dignity were water and could be whipped dry. He tells the tale that night in the inn with more swagger than tremor. The men around him laugh in the tone that saves face. Still, when they visit the latrine, 2 of them quietly touch the charms on their belts. That is how tales do their work, in the finger on a thread, not the laughter over a cup. The second event is a letter. The headman's son receives a folded note from a cousin in the city who works at a sake shop near the Sumida River. In 1657, the Meireki fire melted streets into tears. After, men moved water with new ambition. Now, in the Genroku glow, the cousin writes, flood walls go up, embankments straighten river curves, and in a tavern near a new bank, a storyteller has been telling, night after night, a comic piece about a dandy who bows so low to a kappa that his wig spills. The kappa catches it, bows, returns it, and asks politely for a cucumber. People like to be afraid together now, the cousin writes. They pay for it with coin, then they go home and bow for free. The headman's son reads the letter aloud in the temple hall. The villagers do not love being told their terrors have become entertainment. Still, afterward, 2 mothers confess that laughter moved something jagged in them. And when a tool and a joke point the same way, a village will take both. Mid-season, the magistrate's aide arrives again, newer hat, firmer tone, a little belly that speaks of many nights sitting with tea and lists. He points to the radish birds waiting on their floats. No animals harmed, good, he says, but no gatherings at the ford. The edicts are clear. Do not obstruct bridges or ferries with rites. Work is our offering to order. The headman's son keeps a voice like a straight path. We will not block crossings, he says. We will launch from upstream where the bank lips and the rope begins. The aide watches his face for a smirk and finds none. He watches the rope and sees it tied tighter than he remembers. He yields a notch. Authority bows too sometimes, though it keeps its dish full. The village adds a wrinkle that makes both authority and river glance twice. Paper oaths for children. Inspired by a rumor about a Castletown board with a wet three-finger mark, the headman's son cuts small slips of mulberry paper and writes, for each child old enough to kneel without wriggling away, a line in big, readable hand. I, of the household mark, will not cross the rope between swallow low and midge rise. I will bow at laughter and count beans without dropping one. The child presses a thumb into soot and stamps beside it. The slips are hung at the shrine with the sandal and the 1608 report. The Miko hums an old syllable over them that makes the paper sound like a reed. The ritual is not a contract with a monster. It is a contract with a future self. Even the younger priest, who has learned what fights to lose so that he can win the ones that matter, nods and offers to teach the children to read their own vows. A small case finds its way into the ledger in the neat hand of the headman's son. A case minor in spectacle, major in implication. Genroku 7, 1694, 5th month, cool evening. Child of Kichibe, age 12. Laughed near rope. Stepped out one pace. Beans scattered by sister. Child counted aloud and stepped back. The entry does not mention spirits or splashes. It does not need to. It records that counting, taught like a game, did what grown men's shouting might not. It brought a heel home. The road continues its mischief and its mercy. Kawaraban, cheap single-sheet news, arrive from Edo with woodcuts of scandal and poem, and once a small panel of a Kappa, peering from reeds with a beak like a fruit knife. The children shriek with delighted fear. The mothers eye the beak and decide the carver has never stood at a ford at dusk, because real fear is not all teeth. Merchants carry compassion edicts in their chests, along with novelty trinkets. A man sells copper dishes the size of a plum pit, calling them Sarah charms, to keep your own head bowl from spilling. The older monk buys one, hangs it by the temple gate as a joke, then forgets it until a wind knocks it, and the small clink sounds like a tiny bell. He smiles and lets the charm stay. Dry humor, used lightly, is its own apotropaic. The Miko, older, yes, but still reed-strong, adjusts her ritual technology. Over the old Gohei wands, she ties tiny willow rings with a single drop of water caught in each, balancing water on branch to mimic what the creature on the other side must balance to keep its strength. Let it see itself here, she tells the boy who asks why. Perhaps courtesy will cross. She commands the children to practice bows with bowls on their heads. Not copper charms this time, but real kitchen bowls, half filled, so that they learn the art of not spilling, even when their hearts knock. On the fourth practice, one girl bows so perfectly that not a ripple mars the surface. Her mother cries with pride and fear combined. The Miko allows herself one rare aside. If only monsters were as easy to train as we are. One evening, at Swallow Low, a samurai on small stipend, Hatamoto by pride, nearly merchant by purse, stops at the ford with a pack wrapped in oil paper. He watches a boy bow toward a ripple and hears the hollow clap run along the reeds. His mouth tilts, half amusement, half ache for a son left in a city dormitory. He takes a cucumber from his bundle, the skin dull from travel, the household mark, his, not his lord's, cut at the tip. He sets it into the water with the reverence one gives to a letter one will never see delivered. He is killed in wars a decade and more ago. He believes in little. He believes in balance. He bows a span and steps back. The village takes him into the ritual and lets him pretend he knew the words all along. Then, an incident. Small, sharp, and stamped with the age. A cow goes missing in the night. In the morning, drag marks at the bank, reeds crushed, mud showing broad smears like hands or like hooves turned wrong. A clump of hair caught on a low branch, dark, wiry, pungent with animal. The magistrate's aide comes with 2 doshin on his heels and a face prepared to carry both mercy and decree. No animal sacrifices, he says, before anyone can suggest what none would risk now. No panic gatherings. We investigate. He kneels, which earns him something, and uses his short bamboo staff to probe the mud. He finds nothing but a hard root and a frog that leaps like a punchline. That night, between willow whispers, the village launches radish birds in double number and sets out 5 cucumbers bearing household marks cut deep. No drumming, no conch. They move like men laying a new beam under a sagging roof. The next morning, the cow returns. It staggers in at the edge of the lower path, mud to the belly, ribs a sharp argument under hide. It carries a rope across its back that does not belong to the village. Men lift their hands to their brows against the sun and name facts, not drowned, wandered, found, or let go. Women do a different accounting. The animal is alive. No child was on the bank last night. There will be milk. The magistrate's aide writes lost, recovered in a crisp hand that denies the river a line. The Miko, who has watched too many knots form from the wrong rope, lets the radish birds float one more night anyway. Peace and proof are different animals. She tells the ledger when no one is listening. The edicts on compassion reach their oddest local expression in summer, when a group of children find a turtle the size of a millstone in a backwater. They haul it to shallow bank with squeals and pride. "Kappa," one boy cries, because stories love any excuse to come true. The older monk arrives at a breathless shuffle. He looks, lowers himself slowly, studies the curve of shell, the old coin face, the wary eyes. He declares, with a smile so thin it is almost a blade, "Suijine's watchmen." He orders the boys to carry the turtle back, gently, and to ask its pardon for discourtesy. They do, staggering under weight made of centuries. The thing slides off their arms, vanishes with the elegant finality of a decision made. For a week afterward, the boys bow at the rope, not out of fear, but out of respect for a neighbor they had misnamed. Sometimes a misidentification tagged with ceremony turns into better attention. The ledger notes turtle returned. Boys less loud at ford. Ukiyo spreads beyond pictures. In a nearby Shukuba town, a troupe turns the Kappa into a shadow play. Lantern behind a screen, paper figures crisp as the edges of knives, and the last act shows a boy who thinks to mock the river, then learns the posture that keeps his breath. The crowd claps. The troupe passes a basket. The headman's son, watching from the back, feels the old resistance rise, danger turned to laughter, but then counts that 3 boys near the gate practice bowing as they leave, and he writes in his book that poetry and rope can pull the same way if you keep your hand on both. A stranger arrives late in the year, an apprentice ashigaru attached to a survey team measuring fields for tax. He carries in a neat tube a map on mulberry paper, a picture of the valley as gods might see it. He lays it on the temple porch. Hills scrunch into little humps. The river snakes a polite path between dots for houses. The headman's son points where the ford lies. The apprentice marks it with a tiny 3-pronged symbol he says means crossing. The older monk leans over and adds, in the margin, a line of his own. Swallow low to midge-rise. Forbidden. The apprentice snorts and says maps do not mark hours. The monk says this one does. The apprentice leaves with a new crease in his understanding of what a line can hold. It is in the 3rd autumn of the Genroku glow that the village meets a different form of test. The road brings a skeptic with charm and patience. He is a Confucian tutor for a merchant's sons, reading morals between travel accounts. He stands at the ford and gives a speech to anyone with ears. Your rituals, he says kindly, are metaphors. They train children to obey. They need not be credited to goblins. He smiles. He is not cruel. He makes sense the way a well-sawn plank does. The headman's son thanks him, then leads him to the shrine shelf. The sandal, the 1608 report, the 3-finger rub, the children's paper oaths. He asks the tutor to choose which item the village should remove if the tutor commands. The man looks at the sandal too long. He shakes his head. Keep them all, he says softly. Even the wrong things lean the right way. They bowed to one another. The ledger writes, talked, kept all. One light touch of humor ripens as autumn rice turns from green to gold. A peddler in the market arranges pickles, tsukemono, into faces on boards, cucumber slices for eyes, daikon birds for noses, a curve of plum for smile. The older monk stops, a man who has carried fear like a bucket for decades, and feels his mouth quirk. We have raised a village that makes jokes about its medicine, he tells the Miko later. Perhaps that is how you know a cure is holding. The Miko replies that laughter and vigilance are not enemies. They are neighbors who complain about each other's noise but share a wall and a well. And still, the river remains its exact self, a moving fact under all our names. One evening, a breeze runs like a hand along the reeds and sends a hollow chuckle downstream. A child bows and counts. A merchant's apprentice puts his hand on the horse's neck until the animal's breath meets his. A mother touches the ofuda slip near the lintel without theatrics. The sound passes. No one writes a poem. No one adds a page to the report. Not every survival loves ink. Then, the thing that sets up a cliff in the mind, harvest over, water low. A cluster of boys wander farther along the bank than the rope's end. They find a plank stuck in the mud at the bend. Small. Lacquer mostly gone. Edges chewed with age. It looks like a writing board from a gatehouse, the kind men use to note watch changes or fines, not a shrine tab. On it, faint but unarguable, 3 dark ovals mark an oath space, the old wet-forged sign, a print pressed long ago and held like a breath under silt. One boy pries with his heel. The plank sucks free with that soft mud kiss and comes up into air. The boys run with it to the headman's son. He scrubs it with rice chaff and water, and the marks grow darker in the grain, as if ink blooms in wood that remembers. The older monk, who has spent a lifetime teaching the village to balance between evidence and use, sets his fingers on the print and feels nothing but dryness. He looks at the boys' faces, at the river, at the plank, and at the shelf where the sandal, the report, and the rub sit together like three unequal brothers. He lifts the plank, turns toward the shrine shelf, and the rope at the ford gives a single hard tug. It is not wind. It is not a man. It is not nothing. Someone on the bank inhales. The plank tilts in the monk's hands, and then the reeds begin to part. The humid summer of 1643 presses down upon the lowlands of the Kanto region. Farmers and fishermen, caught between swollen rivers and the demands of daimyo tax collectors, live with a tension that seems to have no release. Rice stalks bend heavy with water, yet brittle from wind. The Sumida River, broad and unpredictable, swallows entire banks in the rains. Families move their mats higher each night, fearing the next swell. And into this already precarious world creeps the rumor that children are being pulled beneath the current by unseen hands. The villagers whisper the same word, Kappa. They describe the creature in nervous fragments, a child-sized body, green-tinged skin, the smell of pondweed, a hollow in its head where water sloshes. Each witness insists on some new detail, yet they all agree on one thing: the cry of the drowned echoes long after the body is gone. Tonight, a fisherman's daughter is missing. She had wandered to the water's edge with a basket of herbs, her sandals left behind in the mud. The search party, carrying lanterns shielded by oil paper, combs the reeds. A dog barks toward the marsh. One elder insists the creature will not return the body unless appeased with cucumbers, the Kappa's favorite fruit. So they carve the child's name into the rind of 3 cucumbers and set them afloat. The water accepts them without sound. What must it feel like, standing there with only faith and fear as your tools? Would you trust a cucumber to ransom your daughter from a spirit? By dawn, her body surfaces downstream, untouched by claws or teeth, but with strange bruises circling the arms, as if held firmly in place. Magistrates will record it as an accident, a drowning brought on by carelessness. Yet the people keep looking to the water with narrowed eyes, as if the river itself has grown sentient. The case travels beyond the village, carried by merchants into Edo. In the city's tea houses, it becomes both entertainment and omen. One samurai patron laughs it off, a peasant superstition. But even he lowers his voice when describing the hollowed head bowl of the creature. Story by story, the legend tightens its hold. Somewhere in the Sumida's reeds, fishermen claim to hear splashing when no boat passes, as if something paces them below. Children are warned to bow at the river bank, a trick to make the Kappa bow back, and when it bows, the precious water spills from its head, weakening it long enough to flee. Even in grief, they invent survival strategies, yet not all believe these measures suffice. A monk traveling from Kamakura scolds the villagers for offering cucumbers instead of sutras. He demands they chant for the drowned girl's soul, not barter with river demons. Still, the cucumbers continue to vanish downstream. This single death hardens into a parable. Parents grip their children's wrists tighter near the river. Fishermen cross themselves with hurried prayers before casting nets. And at night, the story of the girl who fed the Kappa by accident joins the long chain of warnings whispered around hearth fires. The legend grows heavier, more real, each time a child disappears in flood season. To the villagers, coincidence is no longer coincidence. it is confirmation. The Kappa waits in the dark bends of the river, listening for footsteps on the shore. The official record may bury the truth in polite ink, but memory does not fade so easily. The Sumida becomes a place both necessary and cursed, lifeline and grave, and those who live by its banks know that the next monsoon might bring not only high water, but hungry hands rising from beneath. The rains relent, but the fear does not. By late summer of 1643, the story of the drowned girl ripples outward like the river itself. It is told in shrines, in roadside inns, in the half-sung chants of blind storytellers who travel from village to village. A single tragedy hardens into evidence of something older and larger than a single child's misstep. Each teller adjusts details. Some add webbed fingers, others describe a turtle shell glistening on the Kappa's back. But the central claim never changes. The river is hungry, and the Kappa is its emissary. A magistrate from Edo, hearing these tales reach even the city gates, orders a small investigation. He dispatches a clerk and 2 assistants to interview the Sumida villagers. They arrive in neat robes, carrying brush and scroll, expecting to find nothing but peasant superstition. Yet by the time they leave, their scroll is heavy with testimony. Fishermen swearing they saw a pale arm reach from beneath a boat. Women describing children dragged ankle first into sudden whirlpools. Elders insisting they have heard the Kappa speak in distorted human tones. The clerk's report is careful. He avoids words like yokai, strange being, that might embarrass the magistrate. Instead, he describes disturbances of the water and unexplained accidents that cause unrest among the populace. It is bureaucratic ink hiding folkloric panic. The magistrate files it away. But in the villages, that same ink becomes proof. If the government wrote it down, then it must be true. Meanwhile, protective practices intensify. Cucumber offerings grow more elaborate. Not just a single fruit carved with a name, but full baskets of salted cucumbers floated downriver, sometimes with small coins wedged into the flesh. Families etch protective prayers onto wooden slats and plant them along riverbanks, as if fencing the water with words. Children are dressed with tiny amulets of Jizo, the guardian bodhisattva of children and travelers, sewn into pouches around their necks. The clink of little bells echoes when they run, each chime meant to scare off invisible hands. One fisherman, bold or desperate, claims to have fought a Kappa directly. His story spreads like fire. He says he caught the creature clutching at his net in the moonlight. He describes its skin as slimy as an eel, its smell like decaying lotus stems. With quick thinking, he bowed deeply on the boat, and, bound by politeness, the Kappa returned the bow. The water spilled from its head bowl, and in its weakened state, he shoved it back under. The crowd who hears the story gasps, half in horror, half in admiration. A clever man can survive the river's demon, they say, but stories alone cannot erase grief. By autumn, 2 more children drown in tributaries feeding the Sumida. Their bodies bear no tooth marks, no wounds, only the inexplicable bruising along their arms and legs, as if clutched by something that left no nails. The bereaved families demand action. Priests organize purification rites, scattering white paper strips over the water and chanting sutras into the current. Monks declare the river cursed by restless spirits, not by monsters. Yet mothers still tell their children, bow to the bank, carry a cucumber, never go alone. Edo itself, swelling with population, absorbs the story into its nightly culture. In bathhouses, men swap tales of Kappa snatching women to marry them beneath the water. In kabuki theaters, performers parody the creature, strapping turtle shells to their backs for comic relief, turning dread into laughter. Humor becomes a form of control. If you laugh at the Kappa, perhaps it loses its grip on your mind. But underneath the laughter, unease persists. In a back room of one tea house, two scholars argue late into the night. One insists the Kappa is simply a metaphor for drownings, a tool for parents to frighten children into caution. The other, pointing to the meticulous bruises on the drowned bodies, demands how metaphor leaves physical marks. Their debate drifts unresolved into silence. The Sumida, swollen with silt and memory, carries on. Boats slip past, fishermen cast lines, and children still press their faces to the water's edge, curiosity stronger than caution. And somewhere beneath, in the reeds or the murk, imagination fashions shapes that tug, shapes that wait. Many people still think that these stories are nothing more than superstition. But when the bruises appear on pale arms pulled from the current, when cucumbers vanish into the dark water, when a fisherman bows to an invisible opponent on his boat. So what do you think? The Kappa remains unseen, but its presence grows thicker, binding itself not only to tragedy, but to ritual, not only to warning, but to daily life. And as the years inch forward, the river child becomes as real as the river itself, a truth written in fear, faith, and flowing water. Winter drapes itself over Edo in a thin veil of frost. The Sumida runs slower now, its edges glazed with ice, but the fear does not sleep with the season. On cold mornings, when mist hovers above the surface, villagers claim to see faint outlines moving beneath, too large for carp, too deliberate for drifting logs. The Kappa, they say, does not hibernate. It waits. The drowned girl of last summer has become more than memory. Her story is told in rhyme now, woven into lullabies that mothers whisper not to soothe but to warn. Do not wander near the reeds, do not touch the water's skin, lest the river child take you in. Children sing it in half playful, half serious tones while skipping stones, daring one another to approach the edge. Even their games bend toward the monster's shadow. Merchants passing through Edo carry fragments of this tale north to Sendai and west to Kyoto. With each retelling, the Kappa grows stranger. In Kyoto's tea circles, it is said to be a trickster spirit who demands wrestling matches at the bank, snapping bones when it wins. In Sendai, the rumor changes again. There, people insist the Kappa collects human entrails, reaching through the body for the shirikodama, a mythical sphere said to house the soul. The Sumida creature has merged with older terrors, stitched together by fear and imagination into something grotesque, more than any single river could contain. Yet, in Edo itself, the legend remains anchored to the child and her cucumbers. Farmers from outlying villages now bring cucumbers to market, etched with protective words, claiming they grew untouched by Kappa mischief. Housewives buy them at higher prices, convinced they carry blessings. A new kind of commerce emerges, cucumbers as currency against fear. Priests grumble at this vegetable superstition, but they cannot deny the steady line of buyers. By the second month of 1644, the Sumida suffers another drowning. This time, it is not a child, but a grown man, a ferryman known for his sharp tongue and heavy drink. His boat is found adrift, poles snapped, cargo spilled. His body surfaces days later, face pale, arms mottled with bruises that look disturbingly like handprints. Some mutter that the Kappa does not always kill the innocent. Sometimes it punishes arrogance, just as spirits of mountain and forest do when hunters overstep their bounds. The death is retold as cautionary justice. A ferryman mocked the river one night, and the Kappa answered. The magistrates, embarrassed by yet another case, again dispatch clerks to investigate. Their new report is longer, filled with contradictions. Some villagers swear the ferryman was drunk and slipped. Others insist they saw something pale climb aboard his boat before it vanished beneath the current. The clerks cannot reconcile such testimony, so they frame their report in vague phrases. The people are restless. The river takes lives. Offerings continue. Once again, official ink does nothing but affirm what the people already believe. Around temple fires, monks attempt to seize the narrative. They call the Kappa a metaphor for unclean karma, warning that greed and arrogance draw demons as surely as bait draws fish. They organize mass rites, ringing bells over the river, chanting for purification. The Sumida absorbs it all without answer. The water laps at the banks as if mocking their prayers. Meanwhile, Edo's popular culture seizes the Kappa with greedy hands. In kabuki theaters, comic scenes of bumbling Kappa battling samurai delight crowds. Printmakers carve woodblock images of squat, turtle-backed figures chasing children, half warning, half entertainment. And yet, beneath the laughter, unease persists. The humor is a mask. Behind it lies the shared knowledge that someone, somewhere, has indeed been taken. The duality hardens. In art, the Kappa is laughable. In water, it is lethal. The dissonance only deepens the legend's hold. People can laugh in the theater, but clutch their child's hand tighter by the riverbank. They buy prints of Kappa for their homes, yet bow at the reeds just in case. One night, a fisherman recounts a new tale by lantern light. He claims he saw a Kappa bow first, unprovoked, its dripping arms folded politely. He returned the bow, heart hammering, and in that instant, the creature retreated into the reeds. To him, this was proof the Kappa are bound by the same codes of courtesy that govern men. Word spreads, bow deeply, always bow. Courtesy is a shield stronger than steel. The advice becomes ritual. Children are drilled. If you see something in the water, bow and run. Parents bow with them, practicing the gesture as if rehearsing for a meeting with death itself. The ferryman's drowning and the fisherman's tale sit uneasily side by side. Is the Kappa a monster who kills without reason, or a spirit bound by rules of politeness? In this uncertainty lies its power. The people must prepare for both, appease with cucumbers, bow in respect, and whisper prayers, never knowing which gesture will save them. The Sumida itself grows into a kind of shrine, a place where terror and reverence blend. Every ripple becomes suspect, every splash a potential omen. And though many outsiders scoff at Edo's obsession, those who live along the river know the truth. The Kappa need not be seen to be real. It is enough that the river keeps its dead, and that bruises shaped like hands appear on bodies pulled from its depths. In these long winter nights, when the fog clings to the water and lanterns cast trembling light across the surface, villagers glance at the river with a mix of dread and devotion. They whisper to their children and to themselves, respect the water, respect what lives within it. Bow, always bow. The river listens in silence. Spring stirs again along the Sumida, though the thaw brings no relief. The water swells with melted snow, faster and deeper, and the old fear awakens with it. Fishermen whisper that the Kappa grows strongest in spring, hunger sharpened by winter's lean months, emboldened by the rushing current. Mothers keep children indoors longer, warning them that the river's laughter is not joy, but appetite. A story spreads from a hamlet upriver. One morning, a girl of 10 returns from fetching water, pale and trembling, her pail overturned. She claims she saw a creature crouched at the water's edge, skin green and glistening, a hollow bowl atop its head brimming with liquid. It bowed, and though she did not understand, she bowed back out of instinct. When she lifted her eyes again, it had slipped silently into the river. Some dismiss her as fanciful, yet others see in her tale confirmation of the fisherman's story from winter. Bowing works. Parents repeat her tale to their children until it becomes catechism. If it bows, bow. If it reaches, run. The magistrates, weary of complaints, attempt to impose rational order. They send notices nailed to wooden boards. Children must not play near the river unsupervised. Offerings should be left at shrines, not in the water. Report drownings to officials, not storytellers. But the villagers scoff. They know what they have seen, and even those who have not seen believe. Official notices cannot erase bruises that look like handprints. At night, the stories shift again. Some say the drowned ferryman was found without his shirikodama, his body oddly hollow. Others whisper that his eyes were wide open, as if frozen in terror. Rumors stretch the truth, each retelling making the Kappa darker, hungrier, less bound by courtesy. Soon, even bowing feels uncertain. Can one trust a demon with manners? Still, cucumbers remain the favored ward. Farmers carve charms into them, placing them at water's edge as if leaving ransom. One priest, hoping to reclaim the ritual, declares that cucumbers should bear written sutras instead of mere words. He blesses a field of them, then tosses the harvest into the river while chanting. The cucumbers drift away, spinning slowly in the current. Hours later, one floats back to shore, gnawed clean at its center, the charm still etched around the rind. The people take this as proof that the Kappa read and accepted the offering, though the priest, shaken, says nothing. Spring also brings festivals, and with them, theater. A kabuki troupe stages a play where a clever farmer defeats a Kappa by tricking it into bowing endlessly until the water drains from its head. The audience laughs, but when the actors take their bows, some villagers glance nervously toward the Sumida, as if fearing the Kappa might resent its mockery. Indeed, weeks later, an actor from the troupe is found drowned after a late-night crossing. The coincidence is too sharp for the people of Edo. They whisper the Kappa punishes ridicule as harshly as disrespect. The creature, once contained in the reeds, is now everywhere in imagination. Woodblock prints depict it with webbed hands, turtle shells, grotesque beaks. Street vendors sell charms shaped like cucumbers. Even samurai, passing through Edo, carry whispers of the Kappa in their travel journals, half ashamed to admit that they too glance at rivers differently now. Fear has moved from village banks to the veins of the city. One evening, an elder tells a tale by lantern light that chills those listening. He claims that long ago, before Edo swelled into a city, the Kappa were guardians, not predators. They patrolled rivers to punish polluters and thieves, keeping the waters clean. Only when people forgot to honor them, when offerings ceased and arrogance rose, did they turn malevolent. The river children mirror us, he says. When we bow, they bow. When we mock, they drown us. They are our reflection in the water. His words linger, unsettling yet persuasive. The Kappa is not merely monster, but mirror, revealing human failings through its violence. Soon, the idea takes root. Villagers who quarrel by the river are told they risk summoning the Kappa. Parents scold children not only for disobedience, but for arrogance, warning that spirits despise pride. Thus, the legend creeps into morality itself, shaping behavior as effectively as law. To live near the Sumida now is to live under the eye of the Kappa, every gesture measured against the unseen. Summer approaches, and with it comes dread. Warmth means children will beg to play by the water, and merchants will ferry goods daily. Everyone knows that more drownings are certain, but this year they prepare differently. Priests plan processions of offerings, households stockpile cucumbers, and the fishermen rehearse bows as if preparing for an audience with a lord. The Sumida flows on, swollen with snowmelt, carrying secrets beneath its surface. Some nights the current flashes strangely, like pale arms reaching up, then vanishing in ripples. Whether it is fish, driftwood, or the Kappa, none can say. But the villagers bow just in case. Always bow. The rains slacken. The water clears from tea brown to bottle green, and travel resumes in earnest. What has been rumor in Edo returns to the provinces braided with market talk and temple gossip, braided so tightly that no strand can be pulled without tugging the others. By late 1644, the inn on our valley road sells out of cucumbers most market days, not only for pickles, but for writing. Travelers ask the headman's son whether the village still keeps depth stakes with charcoal rings. He nods and, with the tired pride of a man whose little rule has traveled farther than his feet likely will, points toward the ford where willow fringes the curve like a brush. He has begun to think in two ledgers, one for fear, one for tools. In the fear ledger, the drowned ferryman's marks shaped like finger pads, the girl who claimed a dripping bow and returned alive, the actor mocked by rumor into a cautionary tale. In the tools ledger, stones set to bend current, ropes retied high and low, paper oaths for children, green thread for wrists, ginger and willow bark, daikon birds in place of blood. He carries both ledgers in his head and moves through the day, adjusting weights between them. The older monk regards the same balance in subtler terms. He stands at the shrine shelf one morning, bright, dry air so clear it makes edges sing, and reorders the objects like a small sermon. Sandal, 1608 report, rub of the 3 ovals from the castle moat, the recovered plank with its faint, wet-pressed mark, the children's signed slips. He places the plank between the bureaucrat's page and the children's oaths. Past bargain, present order, future habit. The Miko watches, amused and approving. "We are building a shrine to paperwork," she teases in a voice that never quite becomes a tease. "Paper that kept breath," he answers, and moves the sandal half a finger's width to give the others room. The village adopts a new investigation protocol, shaped by tales from the Sumida and refined by farmers' impatience with drama. It is not written on an official board. It is recited until everyone can say it in their sleep. First, listen. If laughter skims reeds, freeze and bow. If clapping runs the curve, do not move feet until breath is calm. Second, look. Ash the stones at dawn and dusk to read what crossed. Egret, straw sandal, turtle belly. A boy is taught to distinguish the round nub of a crane's heel from the smear of a dragging toe. Third, test. Float half gourds and watch where they stall. If 3 stop in the same eddy, move a stone or declare the path closed to children. Fourth, count. Beans for the creature if it counts, breaths for the chest if it does not. Fifth, record, one line, no adjectives, in the headman's son's neat hand, day, height, sound, outcome. They call it the 5 fingers, because a hand that knows its work saves more lives than a story that loves itself. The protocol gives men who dislike charms something to do that looks like carpentry. It gives women who fear in silence a task at the door, checking bean pouches, tying green thread, that feels like dressing a child in armor. It gives the younger priest, who has learned to put practice before argument, a framework he can endorse without hiding his books. And it gives the Miko language to speak to magistrates without saying what makes them frown. We counted, she can say when asked what was done, and even a Confucian mind will nod at counting. A traveling herbalist pauses on her way toward Edo carrying a basket of thin-bound booklets, recipes for feeds and balms, copied from a scholar's notes and from her own father's mouth. She exchanges 3 copies for rice and, at the monk's request, sits on the temple porch to teach 3 mothers how to make a tight packet of loquat leaf for coughs and a paste of ginger and rice flour for ribs sore after a close call. She shows them how to burn mugwort cones, little moxa, on coins without blistering skin, and how to ease the ache called water ache, the dragging heaviness after a near drowning, by warming the calves with cloths dipped in willow tea. She is not a monk. She is not a Miko. But when she lifts a child's wrist, listens and nods, the porch becomes a clinic in which fear is treated as if it were fever, with measured heat, counted sips, patience. The year curves into 1645, and with it, the Kan'ai era's memory of hardship still smolders. The Kan'ai Great Famine of 1642-1643 is not far behind. Its teeth marks show on faces in the way cheeks remember hunger even after rice returns. Families that once would have risked throwing fish offal into water to skip a walk now tie buckets with lids and trudge to the midden because they do not wish to invite the mirror of their own carelessness. Men who once would have shaved a half day off the rebuilding of a washed-out fence in order to drink in the market now move the stones as if each were a child's name. The famine has cut the village in a place books will not record. It has taught that bad luck is impatient to be fed and that careless hands throw at scraps. Along the highway, the Sankin Kotai trains pass, lords to Edo, wives and sons to Edo, or back again, depending on a schedule drawn with the same ruthlessness as rivers, retinues glittering and grubby all at once. Porters swell the inn-yard and bring with their wages a rash of Kawara band sheets with block-printed headlines. One such sheet, cheap ink bleeding into its own borders, carries a wood cut of a ferryman's boat and a pale hand on its gunwale. The caption is less careful than a clerk's report. River child in the capital. The headman's son tacks it beneath the shrine shelf for a day, then takes it down and burns it. He will not let spectacle own his shelf. The Miko says nothing, but later hums an old tune while setting cucumber boats side by side like letters she expects to be answered. The magistrate's office does not forget them. An aide, new sash, old eyes, arrives with a directive folded 4 ways. Bridges may not be blocked by festivals. Ferrymen must keep planks clear. Shrine offerings must stay on precincts. The penalty for disorder is a penalty. The aide softens on seeing the depth stakes and the measured rope. He softens further when he notices the children's paper oaths, hung like little flags in the shrine's breeze. He collects a peach from a basket and mutters to the monk that it is a relief to find a village where terror does not stink. The older monk thinks how terror sometimes smells like incense if you pound it thin and burn it in a bowl. The village answers edict with design. Two old men who have mended cartwheels their entire lives build a fort house. Not a shrine, not a gate, just a roof on 4 posts, at the entry to the stepping stones. On one post, a bell hangs. No temple bronze, just a thick iron ring that used to live on a plow, mounted to be struck with a wood mallet. On another post, the board lists the path's grammar. Left, pause, right. Beneath, a line for those who will not read. 3 circles printed by a child's palm, dipped in soot to show where feet should land. On the beam, the headman's son paints, in characters large enough to shame stubbornness, swallow low to midge-rise, no children. He uses the broad brush the tax collector once left behind by mistake. Believing this a tax of another kind, the fort house becomes the village's small theater of manners. In the morning, a boy strikes the iron ring and counts his steps in rhythm. Ichi, ni, san. At noon, a mother pauses and tightens a green thread at her daughter's wrist, then shows the girl how to bow without spilling the water in the bowl she balances like a crown. In the late afternoon, the younger priest posts a fresh page with 3 bits of information that have become the only statistics that matter: height, speed, quiet, or talking reeds. When reeds talk, men shut their mouths. When height rings a second charcoal line, the bell rings twice to close the path. The Miko favors the corner where willow shade cuts the heat and quietly teaches toddlers to scoop beans, spill beans, count beans, game and guard in one. News from the wider world arrives dusty but sharp. A pilgrim repeats that after the Mireki fire of 1657, though the date is still a ways off for our scene, the story moves faster than the calendar. Edo will build higher embankments and straighten courses the way a clerk straightens a messy ledger, and that those who keep to the engineering will fare better when wind and flame conspire. The monk tucks this into his sermon of stones without telling who first said it. He knows men in fields obey shapes, not citations. He draws a triangle in ash: water, story, practice. Stand at the base, he tells the boys, where practice lives. As if to test the base, a case comes that belongs in both ledgers at once. 5th month, 1646. A girl carrying a yoke with 2 small buckets at dawn slips at the first stone. The water is low. The day is soft. The slip is of the ordinary sort that makes fathers bark and mothers cluck. But from the reed bed comes a slap. Not wind, not fish. A sound with a soft hollow to it that village ears now know the way they know a child's cough from a stranger's. The girl freezes. She bows so quickly her buckets knock her shoulders. Water slops over her collarbones. She does what children drilled in games do when practice walks in with real shoes. She counts 1, 2, 3. Her neighbor, an old man who used to shout and now mostly hums, steps behind her and lays his palm near her shoulder blades without touching. Left, he says. Pause. They step together. Knees shake after. Breath returns like a loan repaid. The ledger writes slap, bow, counted, old man stepped with child. No loss. The Miko writes nothing. She ties a little willow hoop to the fort house post, so any child who wants can step through it and hear the leaf kiss their hair. The headman's son adds a column to his book that he calls aftercare. Not just what happened by water, but what happens next. Was ginger brewed? Did child sleep? Did nightmares come? Was a confession made, and to whom? He discovers, though a grandmother could have told him, that sleep returns faster when a child who slipped is given a job at the fort house for a week. Ring the bell at noon, wipe the board, lay dry stones by the path. Fear, kept moving, dries like laundry hung facing the sun. Fear-boxed, he writes, grows mold. That summer ripens, heavy with dragonflies and a sweetness that makes men say dangerous things. The river likes us now. The older monk answers, as he has a dozen summers, the river does not like, it moves. But he feels the draw of relief and allows himself one joke. He tells the Miko he will insult Suijin by installing a little shelf in the Ford house where men can put a coin when they pass dry with a child. He says the shelf will feed the bell's rope and repair the mallet. The Miko says all shrines are boxes for breath and coins, and if the Ford house wants to be a shrine, let it. He nails the shelf up and paints on its edge, in a hand that will outlive him in splinters, for rope, rope again, and rope thereafter. The village begins to catch patterns the way old fishermen catch wind. When dragonflies skim low in long strings, boys stay home. When midges bloom in veils at dusk, mothers pull shutters shut without needing bells. When herons appear in pairs instead of solitary, the ford runs quieter, and men loosen their shoulders. They learn the sociology of waterfowl, which is to say, they learn to let birds be their calendar when cloud and clerk disagree. In early autumn, a man from the domain office stops to view the Ford house because he has been told to count structures. He expects a shrine and finds a workshop. He reads the board, tries the bell, watches a girl demonstrate the step pattern with an earnestness that puts his lists to shame. He has nowhere on his sheet to write bell rung at noon by small hands, so he writes public good in the margin and then looks about guiltily as if he has stolen a phrase from a poet. Before he leaves, he puts a coin on the shelf without saying why. The shelf does not ask. The road continues its electric duty of carrying news faster than bodies can arrive. A peddler claims a retainer in a distant castle town, scribed a contract with a wet hand, and set a bowl for cucumbers in a storehouse where it was never locked. A boatman swears that in a storm a pale head surfaced and bowed, and that he bowed back and lived to tell, though it cost him later, the scorn of a man who likes to say he fears nothing. A Confucian tutor passes, looks long at the children's oaths, and admits he prefers paper that makes small people careful to sermons that make big men proud. He buys 2 cucumber charms and pretends they are for a mason he will never see again. In winter, when water shrinks and hardens and men forget how deep it will be in months, the protocol remains muscle. The bell still rings. The bean pouches still hang. The Miko keeps one willow ring green by setting its bottom in a bowl. Children pass through it on play days to make entering safe water feel like passing through a rule. The older monk divides his sermons in 2. Half on compassion, because Shogun Tsuneyoshi's edicts have trained ears to hear it. Half on dexterity, because river and common sense require it. He quotes no shogun. He quotes the headman's book. Count, stone, bow, breath, record. The words sound like a sutra. Perhaps all sutras began as instructions about where to place feet in a dangerous world. Cases become rarer, and that rarity births its own superstition. If there is a long peace, some say, the river wants a name. The older monk fights this with stubborn patience. Want, he says, belongs to us. Rivers have only gradient. But he also knows the mind's ability to conjure debt where none exists. He prescribes preemptive work as cure, reset the stakes, repaint the charcoal rings, recite the stepping stone grammar when no one is crossing, oil the rope, boil ginger and pour a cup for a neighbor who has slept too lightly since last summer. He calls these silent offerings. The Miko calls them useful chores. They drink tea and do both. It is in that lull that a travel account comes through, a proper one bound with paste the color of wet clay. Inside, in a tidy hand, a samurai miner named Masanori has written an entry from 1635 about standing at a provincial ford and seeing farmers bow to reeds. He does not name the creature. He does not speak of dishes or oaths. He writes, "They bowed, and the river let them pass. Their rule pleased me. I told my sons to bow at water, even when no one watched." The headman's son copies the line onto a slip and pins it under the bell rope. He likes that somewhere a man raised sons to a habit. He likes that the habit requires no agreement on metaphysics. If the road can carry only one thing, let it carry that. Another winter passes. The Ford house wood darkens with oil and touch. The bell rope fattens from hundreds of hands. The board's paint cracks and is repainted by boys who try to make characters as square as the headman's sons, and manage only to make them confident, which may be better. Then a spring when taxmen come to tally rice, and the village rehearses its courtesy as carefully as a bow it reads. The ledger notes a drought at the mouth of the month that kisses the bottom of the ford with stone. The ledger notes a surge that licks the second ring 3 weeks later after 2 days of rain stole the sun. The ledger notes boys kept home, girls kept home, old men pretending not to be restless and being restless anyway. Out of that careful ordinary comes a ripple of political economy. A new domain regulation demands labor for a dam farther downriver, a levee meant to protect rice on broader flats. The men leave for 10 days in 3 shifts. The Ford house sits quiet at odd hours. The Miko leads the remaining women in the stepping stone grammar not as token, but as necessity. She posts a schedule. 2 women at the rope from swallow low to midge-rise daily, because work leaves dangers lean and dangers bite sharper when the village is thinned. She is not the only woman who has held a valley when men went elsewhere to move earth, and nothing in that sentence feels new. The dam stands and does what dams do, saves some fields and sends the water's temper to others. The first storm after its completion snarls currents where they were polite and makes polite what once snarled. The protocol catches it. The gourd halves now stall 2 stones upstream from last year. The headman's son moves a stone, closes the path to children for a week, paints a new circle for feet. He adds a line to his book that reads like an equation. Man changes river. River changes village. Village changes rule. The older monk copies that line on a slip of paper and wedges it behind the sandal strap on the shelf so that men who bow to grief will glimpse what kind of world they live in. One afternoon in high summer, the Ford house sees a scene that will be told in the way people tell a thing when they need its shape more than its decoration. A rice broker, that old one, soft-necked with coin, approaches with a boy carrying his ledger. The broker has not knelt at washing, not confessed, not tied thread, not admitted that striking a horse once hurt him more in memory than the horse's hide ever showed. He stops at the post. He does not look left or right. The Miko is there, binding a willow ring with fresh strip. The broker clears his throat to sell himself a story in which he is still the main actor. He bows, not showy, not deep enough to spill a dish on any other head, but lower than he has bowed to anyone without rank in years. He bows toward the board, the bell, the river, the rope, the sandal, the shrines, the cup of ginger cooling on the shelf, the book that says aftercare, the boy who will carry his family name farther than he carried it, the woman whose needle made bean pouches for people he thinks beneath him, the old man whose hand hovers near children's shoulders without claiming them, and perhaps even toward the version of himself who could have been kinder earlier. He bows. The bell does not ring. The river does not slap. The rope does not tug. Nothing dramatic justifies the moment, which is precisely why the moment matters. Because a man who only understood politics learns practice. Because fear turned to policy, and policy turned to posture, and posture, obeyed, becomes habit. Memory becomes muscle. The day sinks its light into willow, and the Miko knots the last hoop for the evening. The headman's son writes in his ledger with a smile he does not know he shows. Broker bowed. Boy copied step pattern. Rain distant. Reeds quiet. Beans counted for play. No loss this month. At his elbow, the older monk adds a minimal line to his notebook. Courtesy holds when water tests. It is the smallest sermon for the biggest idea. Bedtime brings the small third thing that keeps the valley honest. A boy wakes from a dream in which reeds counted him instead of beans. He pads to the door, sees the green thread at his wrist in moonlight, and settles back under his quilt because he can wrap his fingers in the thread until sleep returns. The Miko, awake because Miko are awake when other people sleep, hears a thin chuckle creep along the bank. A traveling gourd sound more curious than cruel. She bows from the waist in the dark so the habit does not forget itself. She does not wake anyone. She keeps the bow for herself and whatever shares the bank. There is no cliff in this night, no sudden hand, no splash. Just rules rehearsed, work done, fear warmed, breath counted, a village that has learned to live beside a story without letting it steer, and a river that, like any power, can be managed only by the humility that never calls the job finished. Tomorrow the bell will ring at noon. Tomorrow children will run to strike it, bean pouches bouncing. Tomorrow the board will get a fresh streak of charcoal where rain faded a line. Tomorrow a traveler will read Swallow Low to Midge Rise and ask a girl what that means, and she will point at the sky and the air and say it as if she had invented the time herself. Tomorrow, the rope will hang. The sandal will stiffen 1 millimeter more. The plank's ovals will be the same darkness they were today. And the river will do what it has always done. Move with the gravity it has been given, and the shape 1,000 choices have taught it. And next week, though no one knows it from this calm, a rumor from far downstream will arrive, jittery with news of a domain official who wants to measure every crossing for a new survey and replace rope with tax paper. That paper will bring ink into contact with water in a way the valley has not yet felt. But for tonight, the bell is quiet, and the board is correct, and the 5 fingers of the village's hand rest uncurled on its lap. The river flows slow beneath the late summer moon, its surface a sheet of darkened glass, punctured only by the flicker of torchlight reflected from the banks. The villagers are restless, huddled in close clusters, as though proximity itself could drive back the unseen thing that drags children into the depths. In this hour, their fears have reached a point where words alone no longer suffice, and a ritual of binding must be enacted. They bring with them bundles of hemp rope, their strands dyed in indigo and blessed with smoke from smoldering cedar, believed to drive away the Kawataro, the river boy, who charms with politeness before tearing life away. At the center stands the Yamabushi, a mountain ascetic, dressed in patched robes faded by years of forest solitude. He chants in a rolling cadence, his conch shell horn hanging from his side, a relic used in mountain pilgrimages, but now pressed into service against river spirits. The villagers tie knots into the ropes with trembling fingers, each knot representing a barrier to be placed between the Kappa and the innocent. Their hands are clumsy, and yet each motion carries the weight of centuries of inherited fear. The ritual is not merely an act of defense, but also of negotiation. The villagers place cucumbers, deep green, etched with names of children, into the river. The cucumber, long and cool to the touch, is said to be the Kappa's greatest delicacy. If fed properly, it is believed, the creature may be appeased. Yet here lies the paradox. The same offering can save or condemn. Some tales insist that if a Kappa consumes a cucumber marked with a child's name, that very child will be claimed by drowning. The villagers whisper prayers, torn between hope and dread, their eyes darting to the current that carries the vegetables downstream. By torchlight, the magistrate's aides look on, recording the sequence of actions into their log. They are tasked not only with keeping order, but also with reporting back to the domain lord. This, too, is politics. If the people's fears are left unanswered, unrest could spread. A drowned child becomes more than tragedy. It becomes proof of governance failing. In this fragile balance between folklore and authority, every action is weighed not only against belief, but also against the need to maintain control. The ropes are lowered into the water, stretched across the narrowest point of the river. Men wade waist-deep, their muscles straining as they anchor the lines to heavy stones driven into the riverbed. They mutter that the knots, tied in patterns resembling turtle shells, will confuse the Kappa, trapping it in a web of its own reflected form. Their breaths come in sharp bursts, water chilling their bones, but no one dares falter. To turn away from the work would be to invite suspicion that one secretly courts the Kappa's favor. Children are kept at the rear of the crowd, their eyes wide. Some peer into the water, half hoping, half fearing that the creature might surface. One boy whispers that he saw a shadow with a dish-shaped head slipping just beneath the current, and instantly several women pull their children back, murmuring invocations to Buddhist deities. In the half-light, imagination and reality blur, each ripple becoming the outline of something hunched, watchful, waiting. And then the conch horn sounds, a deep, echoing note that rolls across the river valley. The Yamabushi raises his staff, capped with iron rings that jingle sharply, and recites sutras learned through lonely nights on mountain paths. The sound seems to thicken the air, as though the world itself pauses. Some believe the vibrations shake the Kappa's bowl of water, spilling its strength and forcing it to retreat. Others believe it is a warning, a reminder to unseen forces that humans, though frail, still claim a place on these banks. For a heartbeat, nothing moves but the current. Then a sudden splash erupts downstream, loud, violent, unnatural. Panic courses through the crowd, feet stumbling backward, voices rising in shrill cries. Was it only a carp breaking the surface, or something else? No one knows, and no one dares to step closer. The ropes quiver, straining against their anchors as though something beneath has tugged. The men holding fast shout to each other, their knuckles pale against the cords. The magistrate watches, face stern, quill scratching across paper, even as his aides exchange nervous glances. He records every detail, yet deep within he wonders, is this truly superstition, or has the river itself awakened in protest of human trespass? His role demands dismissal of peasant lore, yet here under the moon, surrounded by the hiss of water and the smell of wet hemp, He feels the chill of doubt creep along his spine. The splash subsides, the ropes hold, and the cucumber offerings vanish downstream. Slowly, the villagers' cries dim into murmurs. Relief is fragile, but it seeps into their shoulders, loosening the knots of fear for now. Still, the question lingers unspoken. Have they truly bound the Kappa, or merely provoked it further? The torches gutter low. Families clutch one another as they retreat to their homes, leaving the river behind in uneasy silence. The knots remain, stretched across the current, glowing faintly in moonlight as though they hold more than fibers of hemp. They are symbols, bridges between faith and fear, between authority and survival. And as the Yamabushi lowers his horn, his voice breaks the silence in a single, weary phrase. The river remembers. The crowd disperses, but the water flows on, inscrutable. And somewhere in its depths, unseen eyes might still be watching. Night deepens, and the village lies hushed, though no one truly sleeps. Doors are barred, shutters drawn tight, yet still the sound of flowing water reaches into every ear, carrying whispers that seem less like current and more like breath. Mothers sit awake with children cradled close, muttering charms over their foreheads, and fathers pace beneath the weight of silence heavier than any storm. Every soul feels the river pressing against the boundary of the known world, an endless reminder that even stone houses are but fragile shells against its reach. Down at the banks, where the hemp ropes glimmer faintly under pale starlight, a watch has been set. 3 men crouch near the water's edge, spears ready, their eyes swollen from sleepless nights. Each swears silently that if the Kappa rises, he will drive the point of iron through its skull. Yet within their hearts, courage falters. How does one strike a creature both flesh and myth? How does a man stab fear itself? Still they keep vigil, knowing that to abandon the post is to doom the village to whispers of cowardice. The magistrate does not return to his manor. He remains with the people, seated upright beneath a lantern whose oil burns low. His brush scratches paper still, though the ink runs faint. He writes not only of knots and cucumbers, but of trembling voices, shifting shadows, and the way men glance to the sky for gods who remain silent. Perhaps he senses, more than he admits, that these chronicles will outlast his office. When the matter is spoken of generations hence, it will be his record that shapes memory. And so, by firelight, he fashions not only an account, but the very frame in which posterity will judge what happened here. Beyond the river, the forest waits. Its trees stand as though listening, and fox cries echo faintly through the undergrowth. Folklore warns that kitsune gather where fear is thickest, weaving their own mischief into human panic. Some villagers swear they see shapes slipping between trunks, tails brushing low, their golden eyes flashing before vanishing into mist. Whether fox or phantom, each sighting deepens the conviction that the night is filled with more than one presence. The Kappa may not stand alone. Perhaps the very land conspires with it, cloaked in forms no hand may grasp. The Yamabushi rests only briefly, his conch laid across his lap, robes damp with dew. In his dreams, if they are dreams, he wanders the bed of the river, where stones gleam like scales and silence weighs heavier than air. A figure crouches there, dish upon its crown brimming with black water that never spills. Its eyes are sunken pools, its lips stretched in a grin too wide to bear. He does not move, nor does it, yet he wakes with the taste of river mud on his tongue. Without speaking, He stirs the embers of his fire, breathes upon them, and resumes his chant. By dawn, the ropes sag with moisture, their knots swollen. Fishermen approach cautiously, pushing boats into the shallows to test whether the spirit has been stilled. They return with empty nets, though each claims to have felt a tug stronger than any carp. Some describe a hand, cold, leathery, brushing against their legs beneath the surface. Others insist they heard laughter rising from below, faint but distinct. Their words spread quickly, igniting terror once more. To the people, absence of proof is no comfort. Silence is itself a sign, a waiting, a pause before the storm. In desperation, elders turn to another measure, the water burial of effigies. They shape crude figures of straw, bound with twine, each marked with ashes from the communal hearth. These stand in place of the villagers themselves, sacrifices of form and spirit. One by one, they are cast into the river, drifting on the current like small corpses. The children cry at the sight, sensing too much truth in the ritual. If the Kappa accepts the substitutes, perhaps flesh will be spared. If not, then straw and child alike will vanish. The magistrate frowns at such practices, yet does not forbid them. He understands that order is sometimes preserved not by reason, but by allowing fear to wear itself thin. He records the ritual in detail, knowing that officials above him will scoff, and yet he wonders, if the straw men drift beyond the village untouched, will that not be counted as proof? If they are pulled down into the depths, does it not demand acknowledgement? His quill hesitates, then presses harder, as though to pin these contradictions into permanence. As the sun lifts, a mist coils over the surface of the river, dense and low, wrapping the water like a veil. Voices hush. No one steps forward. From within the fog comes the sound of splashing, steady and rhythmic, unlike fish or boat. The men with spears tighten their grips, children cling tighter to their mothers, and the Yamabushi raises his horn again. But the sound that follows is stranger than all else, a polite cough, soft and deliberate, echoing across the current. It is said, the Kappa mimics human manners, bowing and greeting, only to seize when hands are extended. The villagers freeze, hearing that cough repeated, closer now, like a guest clearing its throat before asking permission to enter. Some swear they see a silhouette in the mist, small, hunched, with arms dangling long and thin. The magistrate himself leans forward, his stern mask cracking into disbelief. He has written of omens and rituals, but never of voices rising from fog. And yet here it is, undeniable, carried to them on the breath of the river itself. The cough becomes a chuckle, then dissolves into ripples, leaving silence so profound that even the birds dare not break it. The mist thins slowly, and when it lifts, the river is once again bare. The ropes sway, damp and unbroken. The cucumbers are gone, the straw effigies nowhere in sight. And on the far bank, where reeds bend beneath unseen weight, a single wet footprint gleams in the light of morning. The village exhales as one, not with relief, but with dread made flesh. They know now more than ever before that the Kappa is not merely a tale. It is present, patient, and aware. And though the sun climbs higher, though daily tasks must resume, every gesture, every breath, carries the weight of a river that has begun to answer back. Morning lifts, pale and clear, the kind of light that shows edges and secrets alike. Dew beads on hemp fibers. The rope between stakes hangs heavy, dark as if it remembers hands. The single wet footprint found at daybreak, shaped more like a hand than a hoof, 3 ovals pressed deeper than the rest, draws a quiet crowd. No one touches it at first. The older monk studies its curves the way a scribe studies a stubborn character. The Miko crouches, head bowed, as if greeting a guest she can only see from the waist down. "Do not trample it," the headman's son calls, voice even. He sends a boy running for soot and thin cloth. When the boy returns, the monk mixes a paste of rice water and ash and swabs it gently across the print. He lays the cloth over and rubs with the side of his hand. Takuhon, the rubbing technique used to take impressions from stone inscriptions. The cloth catches the shape, 3 heavy pads and a narrow heel of pressure, the suggestion of webbing between. He lifts the cloth carefully and holds it to the morning. The crowd inhales as one. Now the print belongs to the shelf as much as to the bank. The Miko traces the 3 ovals in air with a willow twig, then plants the twig at the water's lip. "Let it know we saw," she murmurs. Not a threat, a courtesy. She turns to the children gathered behind the adults. "What do we do when laughter travels?" she asks. Small voices answer in a chorus drilled by weeks and years. Bow, count, step back. She nods, satisfied but not indulgent. Habit is the village's new shrine. Work flows into place around the evidence. 2 men rehash the stepping stones to read new crossings. A girl fills the Ford House inkstone. The bell rope is tightened and the mallet handle rewrapped in hemp to soften the strike. A fisherman brings in a broken gourd and asks to tie it to the rope as a night ear. If something tugs, the gourd's hollow will knock against a stake and wake the watch. The headman's son allows it, but adds a sign. If the gourd talks, people listen before running. He will not have panic stealing the profits of preparation. By midday, the valley sees its first visitors, a domain surveyor and his 2 assistants, arriving with measuring rods and a notebook bound in gray. He is not the magistrate's aide. This one wears the small confidence of a man who believes numbers will save the country. He bows to the headman's son, glances at the rope with professional curiosity, and says he is making a crossings inventory for a new tax apportionment. The roads grow busier each year. Post towns must be kept clear. Bridges may be built. Ferries standardized. Rope, he says, not unkindly, is not a policy. The headman's son leads him to the Ford House. He shows him the board, left, pause, right. The depth rings charred on stakes, the bell, the paper oaths with children's thumbprints smudged in soot. He places the fresh takuhon rubbing beside the 1608 report and the plank marked with 3 ovals dredged from the bend. The surveyor's eyes sharpen despite himself. He is not a cruel man, just a busy one. He reads the monk's neat lines, slap, bow, counted, child saved, and feels the odd urge to copy one into his own book. "Your rope is good," he admits. But the domain wishes uniform signs, standard boards, hours declared in proper characters. A ferryman's bell, perhaps. The older monk smiles without mockery. "Our bell rings already," he says. He strikes the iron ring. Its sound ripples the reed line. Even the surveyor's assistants look pleased. Sound that carries across water is policy you can hear. The Miko asks a question that makes the surveyor blink. "Will your boards tell us when swallows fly low?" He begins to answer and then stops, because swallows do not read. He turns the conversation toward bridges. "The domain may fund a small plank bridge," he says, "if the valley contributes labor and signs a pledge to keep processions off it." The headman's son nods. He knows the language that calls a levy a gift. He asks the cost in rice, the schedule in moons, the conditions in ink. The surveyor, relieved to be on his own ground again, talks numbers. The village listens with both ears, one to the state, one to the river. They have learned that both speak in the same place and that survival means learning both dialects. They accept the promise of a bridge, but protect the rope as if it were a second spine. They agree to a crossings code the surveyor can carry back. No children from Swallow Low to Midge Rise. Bell must be heard from willow to willow. Depth stakes to bear 2 rings at waist, 1 at knee. Counted steps posted. Offerings not to block the path. The surveyor writes briskly. He likes codes more than folklore. The Miko smiles because she hears her own words in his hand. To give the state something it can love, the headman's son proposes a line he has dreamed of putting on a board for years. Domain rule: bow at water. The surveyor laughs despite himself, then hesitates. We do not command bowing, he says. Only lords command bows. The older monk tilts his head, then right. Observe courtesy at crossings. Your lords like courtesy. The surveyor considers, then nods. Courtesy is a word that rides well in both towns and reeds. The day flexes on. While the surveyor measures, the valley keeps its pattern. A mother brings her boy to the Ford house for aftercare. He woke from dreams with reeds counting him. The older monk pours warm water over the child's wrists and ankles and tells him to strike the bell 3 times and name the next 3 meals. The Miko slips a fresh bean pouch into his sleeve with the same motion she used years ago for other children and will use years hence. The boy laughs after the second strike. The bell's sound fits the shape of his fear and gives it room to leave. Mid-afternoon, the headman's son reads a case from the ledger to the surveyor, not for drama, but for demonstration. Genroku 2, 1689, 3rd month, cool wind, reads quiet. Witness H, female 7. Laughed near rope, something like clapping ran. I bowed because father says. I counted beans. The sound walked away. Witness F, male 40. Saw ripple cross current against wind. No drag track at dawn ash. Depth 1 ring. Measures. Board repainted. Bell rung at dusk. Cucumbers floated. Household marks only. Result. No loss. The surveyor copies the shape of the entry, circumstance, witness, measures, outcome, into his book without writing the word Kappa. He will report disturbances and habit enforcement and will feel, not for the first time, that the words are a palanquin that carries more weight than he intended. The investigation protocol grows a new finger that very afternoon. A fisherman brings in a strip of bark chewed ragged at the edge and shows the tooth marks to the older monk. Otter, the monk says after a long look. He has seen such scallops on loquat branches near backwaters. He rubs thumb against bark and nods. Kawauso, he tells the children. River otter, a sleek mammal with handy paws. He draws a quick otter print beside the kappa rubbing. 5 small pads, a narrow heel, claw nicks. He does not announce that otters solve fear any more than edicts do. He says only, learn both prints. A village that can tell otter from omen is 1 notch safer. That evening, boys draw otter tracks in dust until they can sketch them from memory. The Miko lets them, pleased. Knowledge is an amulet you can carry without thread. As the sun tilts low, a pilgrim stops at the Ford house and offers to sing for the shelf coin. He has a thin voice worn by the Nakasendo and the Tokaido, but he knows a verse that sticks. Bow when reeds are speaking, count when beans are spilled, name your house in cucumber green, and leave the river filled. The headman's son snorts softly at the rhyme. then offers tea. The surveyor writes local safety rhyme in his book and does not know that years later a clerk's child will chant it while skipping near a drainage canal in a city that once was a marsh. Near dusk, a roomer walks up the road with the smell of fish and tar. In a post town 3 valleys away, a plank bridge collapsed under the weight of a late summer festival. No one drowned, but 2 ankles broke, and a cart of tax rice tipped into muddy shallows. The supervisor there has forbidden superstitious obstructions near bridges, offerings, processions, gourd drums. The surveyor hears it, frowns, and rubs at his temple. This, he says, is what my superiors worry about. The older monk nods. Then let them see our Ford house and our quiet bell, he says, so they may worry less about us. The Miko arranges a teaching evening to meet the roomer with practice. Lanterns are lit around the Ford house. Bowls half filled with water balance on poles. Children line up to bow without spilling. Men demonstrate step patterns with laughter that mends shame, not deepens it. She places a shallow mirror, bronze dulled with age, beside the rope. Reflection confuses hungry ghosts, she tells a skeptical father. If you do not believe in ghosts, believe in the way a mirror makes a child look at his own posture. He tries it, bowing until he sees his own crown reach the bowl's edge. He grunts approval. He is not converted. He is recruited. That night, the gourd alarm knocks twice. The watch wakes, bell struck once, voices kept low. A wind curls the reeds. A heron lifts and lands farther off. The headman's son steps to the rope, bows, waits, learned patience held like a lantern in a dark room, and hears nothing else. He logs it. Gourd twice. Wind. Heron. No tug. The gourd is a friend who loves jokes. They will not let it make them fools, daze, coil, and uncoil. The surveyor departs, pack heavier with notes than he expected to carry. He leaves behind a promise of planks in the 8th month and a stack of blank boards for the headman's son to write with. He also leaves, though he does not say so, with the rhythm of a village he did not expect to admire. He will tell his superior that this valley can be trusted to maintain a crossing without fussy supervision. He will take the phrase, "observe courtesy," at crossings, and bend it until it sounds like his idea. Early autumn brings a documented case with dates and witnesses, the kind the older monk likes because story steps into law's shoes for a moment. Can Boon, 5, 1665, 8th month, 2nd day, willow shade at noon. Witness T, female, 30. Child reached for Eddie. I heard reed laughter. I bent and pulled him backward by belt. He bowed and spilled his bean pouch. He counted and calmed. Witness S, male, 60. No prints in ash at dawn. Depth 1 ring. Wind from northwest. Measures, bell rung, board chalked anew, willow trimmed to improve sightline, cucumber floated with household mark, beans replenished in Ford house jar. Outcome? No loss. Child slept after ginger. Confession next day. Child bragged yesterday he feared nothing. Remedy. Assign child to whiteboard for 7 days. The monk reads it in the temple hall on market day. He does not say Kappa. He does not need the word to deliver the lesson. Bragging makes ankles slick. The headman's son adds a political note to his ledger that surprises even him. After posting the crossings code with the domain crest, market thefts near the Ford decline. He cannot say why with certainty. He guesses that rules in one place stiffen spines in another. Or perhaps people who bow at water shame themselves out of picking pockets. He is tempted to write, "Fear of Kappa reduces crime," then laughs and writes, "Habit reduces accident, may also reduce temptation." A scholar stops by with a basket of printed herbals. Woodblock pages copied from Kaibara Eken, the Confucian naturalist whose plant books walk the islands. The older monk buys one and points to the willow chapter. Bitter bark for fever. He pins a page in the Ford house, not because men will read it, but because he likes the way knowledge looks beside the bell. The Miko, amused, nails a small pouch next to it labeled beans, for counting, yours or something else's. The two pages together make a kind of secular altar. Under the harvest moon, the village tests a new alarm. A tight line of small cane bells, the kind hung on shrine wands, strung 3 hands above the rope so they do not clatter in small wind. If something taller than a dog passes, they sing. The first night, a deer trips them and 3 men run and then laugh and then log it. Better deer than drown, the headman's son says, and no one argues. The magistrate returns at last, having read the surveyor's notes and the aide's directives, and the headman's quiet letters, written in a hand he likes. He stands at the Ford house, with his sleeves folded back, and watches for an hour as nothing dramatic happens, and safety proves itself in boredom. He reads the code. He touches the bell. He allows, in front of 2 witnesses, that offerings may be floated so long as they do not obstruct. He pretends not to see the cucumber boat at his knees. He is not a fool. He signs his name on the back of the board in small characters and tells the headman's son not to show it around. The headman's son smiles thinly. Signatures are for shelves. Then, in a turn that tests both ritual technology and aftercare, a traveler stumbles into the Ford at dusk. He is not a child. He is a woodcutter from Up Valley, with a load strapped too high, and a mind caught between hunger and hurry. He misreads the ring on the stake and steps where the current hooks and pulls. The gourd knocks. The bells tremble. 2 boys, bell guardians that week, do exactly as drilled. One rings thrice. One shouts, "Bow," not as magic, but as a command to halt rashness. The woodcutter bends on instinct to adjust his load. Bending helps. The current slips from his knees. 2 men reach and haul. The load goes, and he stays. He collapses on the bank, cursing his own stupidity, until the monk hands him a cup that smells of ginger and makes him cry from relief instead. The ledger entry is dry as straw. Man saved. Drill worked. Bells valid. Gourd overtalked. A just line height. The next day, the woodcutter returns with 2 loaves of millet bread and puts them on the shelf not as offering to a spirit, but as repayment to habit. The Miko tears 1 in half and gives a piece to the bellboys. She has learned to feed courage as one feeds a working ox. The mirror by the rope earns its keep in an unexpected way. A child who stutters in the temple hall speaks smoothly when he stands before the bronze and recites the step grammar to his reflected face. The older monk hears and writes a small line in the margin of his book that no one will understand but him. Mercy lives in strange furniture. The mirror stays. A fox cries in the woods one night, and half the village dreams of tales and tricks. In the morning, someone has draped a strip of white cloth over the Ford house bell like a prank. The younger priest blames boys. The Miko lifts the cloth and sniffs. No boys sweat. Fox, she says, or wind, or joke played by the world itself. She forbids scolding. Not every fright needs a culprit, she says. Let some be weather. The headman's son pins the cloth under the shelf with 2 nails, because even jokes deserve a place to sit. As the year turns, the crossings code is copied by a clerk in a post town, then by a ferryman 2 provinces over, then by a shrine warden who changes 1 line and swears it was always his. The code walks faster than men. Within 3 winters, A traveler will find a bell and a board at a ford in a valley he does not know, and the words will feel like home. Observe courtesy at crossings. The river child never learns to read, but those who fear it do. The village's economy knits itself to the ford house in practical threads. A carpenter carves small toys, flat wooden turtles with wheels, that toddlers push along the path, while older siblings practice bowing with bowls. A pickle seller stamps a tiny 3 oval mark on cucumber barrels and charges an extra coin he calls river tax, and customers pay it cheerfully because they remember the woodcutter's bread. A tinsmith brings shallow copper dishes and sells them as head bowls to hang by doors. The monk buys one and drops beans into it so children can practice not spilling as a habit, half game, half drill. Everything becomes useful. Almost nothing becomes sacred beyond use. The historian's fact that threads this year into a larger cloth arrives as supper talk from a porter. Edo, he says, now drinks from the Tamagawa Josui, the canal completed in 1653, carrying clear water into the swelling city. Men there measure gradient in inches and shade, regulate sluice gates, and build embankments that hold when rains test them. The older monk repeats this at the next teaching. He says, "We do not have their timber or coin, but we have gradient in our heads and sluice in our rules." He draws 2 lines in ash, one straight, one curved. He bends the straight line until it follows the curve. "Make your habits like that," he tells the children, and one girl sighs because she was told never to bend anything and finds this a relief. The folklore detail that answers the fact is smaller and green. The miko shows mothers how to score cucumbers lengthwise with a shallow cut so that when floated they spin slowly. Spinning, she says, pleases beings that count. She never says the being's name. She ties a green thread to each scored fruit as if to marry it to a sleeve it will never share. Children watch the spins and fall asleep later counting turns instead of reeds. Counting is always cure. What would you have done, standing where the surveyor's rods meet the monk's bell? Signed the paper and cut the rope? Burned the print and kept the chant? Or tried, like this valley, to fasten a bridge on top of a ritual, a bell beside a board, a code that tells you to bow without telling you to whom? The question sits with the same weight as a wet sandal. There are wrong answers, but there are many more that are merely unfinished. Evenings when clouds catch the last light and hens mutter into straw, the ford house becomes not an altar, but a bench. The headman's son sands a splinter smooth. The older monk writes one small line: gourd moved, bells useful, mirror taught boy, otter print learned, bridge promised. The miko knots a new willow ring, though no child waits to pass. The bell rope creaks when wind makes friends with it. Water moves, not malicious, not merciful. It moves. And though Section 23 will bring the snap and thunder that stories seem to require, this day ends without cliff or hand. It closes on a board repainted, a bell polished, a mirror wiped, a code learned by heart, and a shelf that holds a coin, a cloth, a copper dish, a gourd with a dent, a bean jar half full, and a slip of paper in a careful hand that says, simply, "Observe courtesy at crossings." On the far bank, something low and sleek slides between reeds and leaves a chain of prints that a boy, newly wise, identifies correctly as otter. He grins, proud, and does not shout Kappa. Then, because drills are drills, he bows anyway. The habit pleases the river, or perhaps it merely pleases him. Either way, the rope hums in the evening like a string tuned to a song the valley has learned to sing without breaking. The modern century arrives like a storm sweeping over the Japanese archipelago, and yet, in the rural paddies of Tohoku or the mist-thick valleys of Kyushu, the figure of the Kappa still lingers. In this section, the tale unfolds not through isolated stories, but through a slow weaving of continuity. How a creature first feared in the 1600s remains a faint shadow in modern Japan, simultaneously folkloric mascot and lurking cautionary whisper. It is late summer in 1910, near a village in Miyagi Prefecture. A boy disappears by the river, and when his body is later found, villagers murmur that his anus is strangely ruptured, an uncanny echo of old stories where kappas drag victims underwater and scoop out the shirikodama, the mythic soul ball said to reside inside the anus. Doctors, newly trained in Western medicine, insist on natural causes, drowning combined with decomposition. But older men shake their heads and whisper that the kappa has not forgotten its appetite. Here is the tension of a transitional era. Modern explanations offered, yet ancient dread left unstilled. The Japanese state, by then pushing for modernization and scientific education, compiles collections of regional folklore. Scholars like Kunio Yanagita, 1875 to 1962, the father of Japanese ethnology, deliberately seek out such tales. When Yanagita interviews villagers, he records dozens of testimonies about river children and water goblins. His meticulous notes preserve not only the broad strokes, a creature with a beak, a turtle shell, a water-filled bowl atop its head, but also the peculiar variations. Some say the kappa smells like fermented soybeans, others that its laughter sounds like a child choking. Yanagita does not laugh at these claims. He catalogs them respectfully, insisting that they reveal the psychology of people in transition from rural myth to modern nationhood. By the 1920s, urban newspapers are printing oddities about kappas, alongside reports of earthquakes and political scandals. In August 1924, a paper in Osaka carries a story of fishermen who swore they glimpsed a green-skinned figure paddling against the current in the Yodo River. The article half mocks the claim, but also titillates readers with the suggestion that even in a mechanized age, old spirits survive. The popularity of such clippings shows how deeply the image of the kappa has embedded itself in the cultural imagination. No longer solely an object of terror, it becomes entertainment, a folk echo fit for serialization. Meanwhile, Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples quietly adapt. At shrines dedicated to water deities, small ima plaques, wooden prayer boards, are decorated with crude kappa drawings offered by parents who still worry about their children near rivers. In some temple sermons, monks reinterpret the kappa not as an evil being, but as a restless form of water kami, a wayward child spirit who must be appeased with prayer and offerings. Thus, the kappa slides further into the category of playful nuisance spirit rather than lethal predator. But traces of the old fear remain. Even as festivals emerge where children dress in kappa masks, the older villagers watch the rivers with caution, muttering that mockery is dangerous. What if the kappa takes offense at being made into theater? The 1930s bring nationalism and the militarist wave, and here, the kappa gains a new layer. Propaganda campaigns use folklore creatures to teach discipline. Schoolbooks in some districts include kappa illustrations as moral lessons. Do not swim carelessly, or the kappa will take you. Such warnings are less about myth and more about enforcing obedience to authority, yet they keep the legend alive in daily pedagogy. It is fascinating how a being born of rivers and folk fear is co-opted into the machinery of modern discipline. After World War II, with Japan shattered and occupied, the Kappa resurfaces in unexpected forms. Manga artists, among them the famous Shigeru Mizuki, 1922-2015, creator of Gegege no Kitaro, breathed new life into yokai lore. Mizuki, a war veteran who lost his arm in Papua New Guinea, infuses his art with both humor and unease. In his series, Kappas appear sometimes as tricksters, sometimes as eerie presences in the margins of towns. His work popularizes yokai nationwide, bringing river imps into living rooms and classrooms. The shift is remarkable. Where once Kappas threatened life and demanded rituals, now they become pop cultural icons, still unsettling, but often comic, yet beneath the surface play remains a kernel of dread. In 1954, the same year the Godzilla film is released, a flood devastates rural areas of Kyushu. Survivors report hearing strange splashes at night, voices like children calling from submerged rice paddies. Though journalists attribute the sounds to displaced animals, some villagers write letters to editors suggesting the Kappas had returned to punish communities for polluting rivers with factory waste. This blending of old superstition with new ecological guilt is telling. The Kappa now serves as a metaphor for disrupted balance for rivers abused by industry. By the 1970s, Japan's rapid economic boom both erodes and revitalizes folklore. On one hand, highways, dams, and urban sprawl drown old villages, and with them vanish countless oral traditions. On the other, municipal councils seeking tourism opportunities rediscover the Kappa as a mascot. In towns like Tono in Iwate Prefecture, Kappa statues line the riversides, beckoning visitors with playful grins. Children receive Kappa dolls as souvenirs. Tour guides recite sanitized legends of river children demanding cucumbers rather than souls. The myth morphs into branding, part of regional identity that draws income rather than dread. Still, ask the oldest villagers in such towns, and their voices falter when recounting personal stories. A farmer in his 90s recalls losing a cousin in 1922, pulled beneath a river. To this day, he refuses to eat cucumbers, muttering that they are the Kappa's food, not ours. This private avoidance contrasts with the public embrace of the Kappa as kitsch. Here, we glimpse how folklore operates on multiple registers: tourist surface, childhood play, and hidden, unresolved trauma. The Kappa also migrates into language. Phrases such as Kappa no kawa nagare, even a Kappa can drown, become common idioms, meaning that even experts can fail. Such sayings strip the figure of supernatural menace, but preserve its symbolic utility. It is almost as if Japanese culture cannot discard the Kappa entirely. It must be reshaped, repurposed, turned into lesson, mascot, proverb. The section closes with a moment in the present day. At dusk along the Kanda River in Tokyo, a grandmother tells her granddaughter not to linger too close. The child laughs, pointing to her phone screen where a cute green Kappa emoji smiles. But the grandmother's tone holds no laughter. She remembers a body fished out when she was a girl, and she recalls the whispers that it was a Kappa's doing. One story surfaces in manga panels, another lingers in personal memory. The two streams flow together, shaping a complex living myth. The Kappa, once a terrifying river child of the 1600s, has not vanished. It has multiplied into mascot, cautionary tale, ecological omen, and private shadow. Each version tells us something about the river's enduring hold on the human mind. And still the question hovers. If a child vanishes by the water today, who dares to say the Kappa is not involved? The rivers of Japan have never been only waterways, They are veins of memory, carrying both rice-field lifeblood and the ghosts of forgotten drownings. By the dawn of the late 20th century, the Kappa is both everywhere and nowhere. It lurks in toys, television, tourism campaigns, but it also lurks in the unspoken anxieties of people who still live beside rushing water. This section unfurls slowly, layering the strange persistence of the myth across modern decades, where folklore and progress collide like currents meeting in a narrow gorge. In the 1980s, Japan rides the height of its economic bubble. Neon towers glow in Tokyo and Osaka, money pours into speculative land deals, and department stores sell imported luxury goods. Yet in countryside regions, Akita, Yamagata, Kochi, the myth of the Kappa is not lost. Oral historians still find villagers who recount fresh sightings. A fisherman in Akita tells of a creature surfacing near his net, its hair dripping algae, its eyes round and sad, before vanishing with a ripple. A farmer's wife in Yamagata claims that during a flood, she saw a childlike figure crouched on her roof, laughing as the waters rose. Such testimonies are ridiculed in metropolitan media, but ethnographers collect them, noting how they continue a chain of oral storytelling stretching back centuries. At the same time, consumer culture seizes the Kappa's image. Convenience stores release cucumber-flavored snacks decorated with cartoon Kappas. Television shows for children introduce friendly versions who speak in squeaky voices and teach safety tips. Look both ways before crossing the street, or the Kappa will scold you. These modern versions strip away the viscera. No more shirikodama extractions, no more drownings, yet the bones of the legend remain. The Kappa is still linked to water, still associated with rules of conduct. What has changed is tone, from dread to discipline, from nocturnal threat to daytime mascot. But folklore is never fully tamed. In 1984, in Saga Prefecture, rumors spread of a boy attacked by a strange creature near the Chikugo River. Doctors diagnose animal bites, perhaps from a large turtle, but newspapers briefly flirt with headlines suggesting Kappa involvement. For weeks, people in surrounding villages leave cucumbers by the riverbanks just in case. The episode is revealing. Even when dismissed as superstition, the impulse to appease remains strong. Folklore does not need belief to survive. It needs only gestures, rituals repeated without certainty. Environmental crises of the 1990s breathe darker life back into the myth. As factories pollute waterways and fish populations decline, journalists note that Kappas have become symbols of ecological warning. Editorial cartoons depict Kappas choking on garbage, pleading for cleaner rivers. Environmental NGOs adopt the creature as a mascot for conservation. Yet the irony is sharp. Once feared as killers, Kappas are now portrayed as victims, river children harmed by human negligence. This inversion mirrors a broader cultural shift as society begins to reckon with its own violence against nature. Meanwhile, ghostly anecdotes persist. In 1991, an elderly man in Kochi swears that a Kappa knocked him into a canal, though neighbors insist he slipped while drunk. In 1995, after the Kobe earthquake, stories circulate of Kappas seen swimming in flooded streets, their presence interpreted by some as omens of disaster. Even in modern disaster zones, people revert instinctively to myth, as if the old language of yokai still offers explanation when rational categories collapse. The new millennium brings digital transformation. Internet forums buzz with alleged photographs of Kappas, grainy images of shadows in rivers, turtle-like shapes caught in twilight. Most are obvious hoaxes, but the discussions they ignite reveal something deeper. fascination persists because Kappas are both near and elusive. They are neither dragons of distant lands nor abstract gods. They are local, intimate, living in the same streams children cross every day. In an era of screens and skyscrapers, the idea that something wild and dangerous still hides in ordinary rivers provides a thrill of continuity with the past. Pop culture seizes this. Manga, anime, and video games feature Kappas in increasingly surreal forms. In the Pokemon universe, creatures like Lotad or Ludicolo echo Kappa traits. In Studio Ghibli's fantastical imagery, echoes of Kappa designs ripple through minor spirits. The Kappa becomes globalized, recognized far beyond Japan, joining a pantheon of cultural exports like kitsune or oni. Yet internationalization often softens it further, turning a once lethal water demon into a quirky green sprite, palatable for global entertainment markets. Still, private lives hold darker tones. A mother in Shizuoka confides to her daughter never to play by the river at night, whispering that Kappas still hunger. She does not say this in jest, nor with a smile. For her, the river remains haunted, and she uses the old myth to convey her fear more vividly than any lecture about undertows. This generational passing of caution, blending folklore with genuine safety, ensures the Kappa's survival. It is not only story, it is survival strategy, a bridge between practical danger and supernatural metaphor. Into the 2010s and 2020s, the legend takes new forms again. Tourism boards hold Kappa festivals, where costumed mascots parade through town. Souvenir shops sell bottled river water branded with Kappa images. Social media influencers pose by riversides with hashtags like just Kappa spotting. Yet alongside this commercialization, local priests in places like Tono still perform small rites for water spirits, acknowledging them with offerings of cucumber, sake, and prayer. The public face is kitsch, the private core remains ritual. Both coexist without contradiction. And what of today, in the early 21st century? Climate change brings unprecedented floods and typhoons. Each time rivers overflow, whispers arise again. Are the Kappas angry? Are they reclaiming their domain from humans who built dams and factories? No newspaper prints such claims seriously, but in online forums, threads gather hundreds of comments, half mocking, half sincere. The myth flexes, reshapes, but does not break. The Kappa has survived because it mirrors water itself. Adaptable, mutable, impossible to pin down. It can be monstrous in one century, comic in another, ecological in yet another. It can dwell in oral tales, in manga panels, in emoji stickers. It can be feared, mocked, loved, pitied. Yet at its heart, it continues to whisper the same warning the Edo villagers once heard. Rivers are not safe, water is alive, and those who forget its power may pay a price. At night, when the neon of Tokyo drowns the stars, rivers still flow unseen beneath the concrete. Imagine walking home, passing a narrow canal, hearing the faint ripple of water. From the corner of your eye, perhaps, a movement, a child-sized shadow crouching by the bank with wet hair gleaming in the streetlight. You turn quickly, and there is nothing. Only the water moving, endlessly. That is the Kappa's genius, not only to live in stories, but to remain in the corner of vision, a reminder that some presences never vanish. By now, the Kappa has become a mirror held up to Japan itself. The rivers, once feared as haunted corridors, now course beneath bridges of glass and steel. Yet, if one listens carefully, beyond the drone of traffic, beyond the hum of neon, the murmur of myth can still be heard. This section stretches wide, layering how the Kappa is not only folklore, but also a cultural litmus test, revealing what each age fears, what each community protects, what each child is taught when darkness and water press close. In the early Heisei era, 1989-2019, Japan undergoes a long economic decline after the bubble bursts. Factories close, young workers flee rural towns, rivers grow quieter as villages depopulate. In these abandoned spaces, folklorists observe a paradox. Belief in Kappas seems to sharpen where communities are shrinking. In remote valleys, the elderly tell visitors that Kappas still live in half-forgotten irrigation ditches, waiting for humans to return. A grandmother in Yamaguchi says she often sees shadows with dripping hair by the river when she tends her garden at dusk. Whether or not anyone else sees them is beside the point. Her voice, carrying these tales, ensures the myth persists long after she is gone. At the same time, scholars begin to reinterpret the legend as a coded memory of childhood mortality. Japan's rivers claimed countless lives over centuries, especially young boys sent to fetch water or play unsupervised near irrigation canals. To say, a kappa dragged him under, was not only folklore, but grief translated into narrative. It gave parents a way to warn, to mourn, and to endure the unbearable. Academic papers in the 1990s emphasized this psychosocial function, and conferences on yokai studies debate whether the kappa should be read less as monster and more as ritualized memory of loss. Such analysis does not weaken the myth. It deepens it. People begin to understand that yokai are not childish illusions, but cultural fossils, carrying the weight of lived experience. Yet even as scholars dissect, pop culture keeps reshaping. A series of manga in the late 1990s paints kappas as lonely wanderers searching for friendship, their violence softened into melancholy. Children read these comics with sympathy. The kappa is no longer a murderer, but a misunderstood outsider. This reframing resonates strongly with younger generations navigating alienation in post-bubble society. Letters to the editor in teen magazines even describe kappas as like us, trapped between worlds, mocked, yearning to belong. What once terrified villagers now comforts urban youth, but folklore rarely allows a single interpretation to dominate. Alongside the gentle kappa, darker reports emerge. In 2003, a construction worker in Miyagi claims to have been dragged by something unseen while repairing a floodgate. Rescue divers pull him free, and though newspapers dismiss it as an accident, rumors spread. Elderly locals mutter that kappas grow restless when rivers are blocked. They want the water free, one old man insists to a journalist. This refrain, rivers demanding freedom, echoes environmentalist concerns about damming and pollution. Once again, the kappa stands not only as ghost, but as ecological conscience. Festivals too adapt. In Tono, where folklore tourism thrives, entire streets fill with kappa-themed parades. Costumed dancers in green shells wade into streams, tossing cucumbers to laughing children. Lanterns float on water, glowing softly like eyes watching from below. Tourists snap photos, buy charms, and return home with a memory both kitschy and faintly uncanny. Because beneath the celebration lies a quiet respect. People still leave offerings at the riverside shrines, not entirely certain whether anyone or anything receives them. The digital age sharpens the uncanny. On YouTube, grainy videos claim to show kappas slipping into canals at night. On forums, anonymous posters recount childhood terrors, hands brushing their legs while swimming, shadows darting below the surface. Skeptics dismiss, but replies pile up. I saw something too. A folklore researcher notes that this is how oral tradition has migrated, from fireside whispers to comment threads. The platform changes, but the human impulse is the same: to confess an encounter, to seek validation, to remind oneself that the border between natural and supernatural is thinner than daylight suggests. Even the government, unintentionally, keeps the myth alive. In disaster preparedness pamphlets distributed in flood-prone areas, mascots modeled on kappas remind citizens not to swim during typhoons, not to play in swollen rivers. The irony is rich. Official policy leans on centuries-old monsters to teach safety. The cycle completes. What once was superstition becomes civic education. And yet, the kappa refuses to be entirely domesticated. In the 2010s, after unprecedented flooding in Kyushu, several survivors claim to have seen small green figures darting through the torrent. A local paper prints the accounts alongside expert dismissals, but the story spreads. On social media, hashtags like Kappa Flood surge briefly, blending memes with genuine fear. In times of catastrophe, people return instinctively to old language. The kappa, it seems, thrives on liminality. Whenever human control collapses, it reemerges. A reminder that nature is still wild, still alive, still more than concrete walls can contain. Today, as rivers are hemmed tighter by urban sprawl and climate change deepens uncertainty, the myth breathes in new ways. Environmental artists sculpt kappa statues from recycled plastics, placing them along polluted canals. Writers pen speculative fiction imagining kappas rising en masse to reclaim Japan. Parents still murmur warnings to children. The kappa will grab you if you lean too far. And children, whether they laugh or tremble, carry the word forward. The myth has no end because it is not only about a monster. It is about a country's relationship with water, danger, memory, and death. Picture this: a midnight walk through a suburb of Kyoto. Rain falls steady, streets glisten, and storm drains gurgle with unseen water. You pause near a narrow canal, the air cool and heavy. For a moment, you swear you see ripples moving against the current. A shape lingers, low, child-sized, hunched. Its eyes catch the dim yellow light of a street lamp. You blink, and the shape is gone. Was it a trick of rain or something older watching from beneath? That hesitation, that moment when certainty falters, that is where the kappa survives. Because the true genius of the kappa is this: it does not need proof. It needs only the shadow of possibility, a story told at the right time, a parent's whisper at the riverbank, a ripple in water where no fish should be. And so it endures, not as fossilized folklore, but as living myth, as present in the 21st century, as it was in the Edo nights of candlelight and silence. By the time the 2020s arrive, the kappa no longer belongs solely to the archives of folklore or the playful stage of festivals. It belongs to a fractured present, a Japan pulled between the unrelenting pace of modern life and the tug of ancestral memory. To write of the kappa now is to write of survival, not only of a mythical creature, but of cultural imagination itself, persisting against the erosion of time. This section expands upon the kappa's role in contemporary Japan and beyond, weaving together anthropology, technology, community memory, and the ways in which the human psyche still bends toward myth when the rational world grows thin. 1. The kappa in a globalized world. Tourists arriving in Japan today often encounter the kappa before they have ever heard its name. Souvenir shops in Narita and Haneda sell plush toys of green, wide-eyed figures with plates gleaming on their heads. Amusement parks feature mascots with cucumber-patterned capes. Even international pop culture absorbs the myth. Video games set in fantastical landscapes offer side quests to battle or befriend Kappa-like beings. Anime fan conventions in Los Angeles or Paris see cosplayers dress as Kappas, their plates balanced with mock water bowls, their costumes lined with cucumber motifs. The legend has crossed oceans, yet in translation, something subtle shifts. Outside Japan, the Kappa is more curiosity than warning, more monster pet than river phantom. And yet, the fact it travels at all proves its adaptability. 2. Folklore and environmental consciousness. Inside Japan, a parallel transformation unfolds. Climate instability intensifies, typhoons grow stronger, floods more frequent, rivers harder to tame. In this landscape, the Kappa regains its sharp teeth. Artists, activists, and journalists alike reframe the Kappa as a spirit of ecological vengeance. Documentaries highlight abandoned riverside shrines, where moss grows thick over carved Kappa statues, connecting the imagery to environmental neglect. Murals appear in Tokyo alleys, depicting Kappas dragging plastic bottles and oil drums beneath the waves. University lectures discuss yokai as ecological metaphors, treating the Kappa not as outdated superstition, but as a cultural rallying point, a reminder that humans ignore water's power at their peril. During the record floods of 2018 in western Japan, when entire towns drowned in brown torrents, local radio stations aired stories of Kappas spotted riding the flood. Survivors told reporters they had seen childlike shapes in the water. The descriptions were uncanny echoes of Edo-era accounts, re-emerging centuries later under the banner of natural disaster. Whether hallucinations born of trauma or genuine encounters matters little. What matters is the continuity. When disaster strikes, the Kappa swims again. 3. Generational memory and storytelling. Among older generations, the myth still carries personal resonance. An 80-year-old fisherman in Shizuoka tells a television crew in 2022 that he never swam in the river as a child because my grandmother swore Kappas lived there. His voice shakes, not with irony, but with reverence. The interviewer laughs politely, yet viewers respond online with comments like, "My grandmother said the same," or "We all knew the rivers were dangerous. Kappas kept us alive." This communal memory bridges generations. It reminds modern Japan that beneath the neon and bullet trains lies a culture bound to rivers, fields, and whispered warnings at dusk. For children, bedtime stories continue to feature Kappas, sometimes told as comical, sometimes as terrifying. Picture a mother in Osaka dimming the lights and murmuring to her son, "Don't go near the canal after dark. The Kappa will get you." The child giggles, then glances nervously at the window where rain taps steadily against the glass. That nervous giggle, repeated in countless households, sustains the myth more effectively than any book or film could. 4. The digital afterlife of the Kappa. On Japanese language message boards, discussions flare every summer about sightings. Teenagers post shaky phone footage of ripples moving oddly in village streams. Others claim their dogs bark and refuse to approach certain canals. Hashtags trend briefly. Hitongmuji, Kappa sighting, with stories blending humor and genuine unease. A photograph circulates of a half-eaten cucumber left neatly on a riverbank. Some say it is a prank. Others whisper it is a sign of an offering accepted. Meanwhile, YouTubers make careers hunting Kappas, staging night vision expeditions in abandoned towns. Though skeptics mock them, their videos accumulate millions of views. The aesthetic of grainy footage, flickering flashlights, and sudden splashes in the dark taps into the same primal tension villagers once felt centuries ago. The fear that something unseen waits just beyond the lamplight. In virtual reality, indie developers craft horror experiences where players wade through flooded rice fields while hearing giggles that echo across the reeds. The blending of old fear with new technology proves irresistible. The myth finds new habitats in pixels and code, thriving where imagination is strongest. 5. Symbol of liminality and the human psyche. Deeper still, psychologists begin to use the Kappa in studies of liminality, the state of being caught between. The Kappa is neither fully animal nor fully human, neither wholly comic nor wholly monstrous. Its watery world is neither land nor sea, but the border between. It embodies what scholars call betwixt and between, a space where transformation or danger lurks. This resonates with modern Japanese society, where many feel suspended between tradition and globalization, between communal identity and individual isolation. To dream of a Kappa, therapists note, often signals unresolved tension. The dreamer is pulled under by forces they cannot name. The myth thus serves as symbolic language for the modern psyche, as relevant as Freud's archetypes or Jung's shadow figures. 6. The return of ritual. In smaller towns, rituals quietly persist. On certain summer nights, families still float cucumbers downriver, each carved with the names of their children. These offerings, performed without cameras or fanfare, represent continuity in its purest form. A grandfather in Akita tells his grandson as they drop cucumbers into the current, "Better to give the Kappa a treat than risk its anger." The boy laughs, but he watches the cucumbers drift away with wide eyes, as if wondering whether invisible hands beneath the surface will take them. Shrines dedicated to Kappa deities, though fewer now, remain carefully maintained. Wooden plaques hang heavy with prayers. "Protect my child at the river. Bless our harvest. Keep our waters clean." Tourists snap photos, but for the locals, these petitions are no performance. They are spoken to the unseen. 7. An enduring shadow. So the Kappa survives, not fossilized, but fluid, as changeable as the waters it inhabits. It can be mascot or menace, children's toy or ecological spirit, rural warning or urban meme. Its persistence is not proof of existence, but proof of necessity. Human beings require symbols that condense fear, respect, memory, and wonder into shapes that can be told and retold. The Kappa fulfills this role perfectly. In the end, what matters is not whether a Kappa crouches behind the reeds of a midnight river, plate glistening with water, eyes fixed on trespassers. What matters is that when a person, child or elder, believer or skeptic, walks near that river and feels an inexplicable shiver, they have a name for it. They can say, "The Kappa is watching," and with that name, the unseen becomes bearable. The world remains alive, charged, trembling with possibility. And so long as rivers run, the Kappa will run with them. The final arc of the Kappa's story does not close. It circles back into the flow of rivers and the persistence of memory. This last section must stretch wide, like a slow flood spreading over a plain, carrying every strand of history, folklore, and modern reflection together until the myth feels less like a distant curiosity and more like a mirror still held up to us. Here, the narrative deepens into three entwined themes: cultural survival, human vulnerability, and the need for myth in a disenchanted age. 1. Cultural survival through transformation. The Kappa is not static, never was. Unlike frozen relics of myth that crumble into mere museum objects, the Kappa bends without breaking. During the Edo period, it was a child-drowning terror, a specter invoked to discipline reckless youth. In the Meiji era, it shifted into a symbol caught between old superstitions and new rationalism, mocked in newspapers but still feared in villages. By the post-war boom, it was commodified into playful mascots, its menace softened for a consumerist Japan. And in the 21st century, as rivers once again roar with floods, as climate anxiety reshapes imagination, the Kappa's teeth return in subtle ways. That constant metamorphosis is its power. A myth that changes form can endure indefinitely. It does not die when society outgrows belief, because the myth always grows with society. The Kappa can be ecological prophet, rural guardian, digital meme, or psychological archetype, all at once. That adaptability ensures its survival in the long memory of the Japanese people, and increasingly in the world's folklore at large. 2. Human vulnerability and the water's voice. To speak of the Kappa is also to speak of water itself. Water is life, but also death. It nourishes fields, carries trade, sustains civilization, yet it drowns, floods, and sweeps away. The Kappa is the human face carved into that ambivalence. It is not a ghost haunting one family or a monster stalking one village. It is the embodiment of the eternal reminder. Respect the waters. In modern cities, where rivers are hemmed in with concrete, people forget this lesson until disaster strikes. Then, suddenly, the old fear breathes again. Survivors of the 2018 floods spoke not only of Kappa sightings, but of hearing laughter like children in the water. Such accounts recall how folklore acts as an interpretive frame for trauma. When disaster exceeds rational comprehension, the psyche clothes chaos in an old, familiar story. The Kappa's giggle is, in truth, the water's voice. 3. The myth is psychological compass. As psychologists have observed, the Kappa's liminal nature resonates with human anxiety. It stands in between, child and beast, comical and terrifying, blessing and curse. To encounter it is to confront ambiguity itself. The human mind, which craves certainty, cannot domesticate the Kappa completely. That is why it lingers, because it speaks to the anxieties of liminality that define every life. Childhood to adulthood, safety to danger, known to unknown. In this way, the Kappa is not just Japanese. Its symbolic function resembles the trolls under Nordic bridges, the Nixie maidens of German rivers, the fairies who pull wanderers astray in Celtic bogs. Every culture gives water its emissaries. The Japanese genius was to give theirs a mischievous yet menacing form, half child, half reptile, whose stories could be retold endlessly without losing their sting. 4. Kappa as global cultural export. As Japanese culture spread abroad through anime, gaming, and global tourism, the Kappa migrated too. In Los Angeles, fans dress as Kappas during conventions. In Berlin, environmental activists once staged a performance protest where they donned Kappa masks and floated plastic cucumbers down a polluted canal. In Sao Paulo, Brazilian YouTubers tell their audiences about the Japanese river goblin, blending it with local myths of water serpents. Through this global diffusion, the Kappa risks becoming diluted into a simple monster character. Yet even in simplified form, the myth plants seeds. Children in France may giggle at the sight of a Kappa mascot, yet somewhere the story may take root. One day, Standing by a river in the countryside, they may remember, ah, in Japan, they said a kappa waits under the water. That faint echo keeps the archetype alive far beyond its original soil. 5. The quiet return to ritual, and yet, even as globalization spreads the kappa outward, the myth remains strongest in its home waters. In remote prefectures, families still carve cucumbers with names and set them afloat each summer. Farmers still whisper prayers at riverside shrines. Grandparents still tell children, "Don't go near the water at dusk." These are not performed for tourists. They are spoken for the unseen. It is here, in the quiet continuation of ritual, that the kappa's deepest survival is secured. A shrine's moss-covered statue, a cucumber drifting in twilight current. These humble gestures are more enduring than a video game or a mascot. They keep the myth bound to place, to soil and water, to memory passed hand to hand. 6. Toward an ending that never ends, and so the story arcs back to its beginning. A villager in 1600s Japan sees ripples in the river and tells his son, "That is a kappa." In 1800, a scholar mocks such tales as childish. In 1900, a merchant sells cucumber charms at a festival. In 2000, a teenager records strange laughter by a flooded canal and uploads it online. In 2100, who knows? Perhaps astronauts on Mars will tell stories of kappa spirits in the colony's hydroponic rivers, proof that the myth, like water itself, can never be confined. What end could such a story have? To declare the kappa gone would be to declare human imagination itself ended. As long as there are rivers that shimmer under moonlight, as long as there are children warned not to wander, as long as there are disasters that break through reason, the kappa will rise, splash, giggle, vanish, and return again. And so, as our long journey with the kappa draws to a close, the river grows quiet. The reeds sway gently, the cicadas soften, and the last rays of evening light flicker upon the water's skin. You have followed the creature through centuries of fear and laughter, through the shifting landscapes of Japan's memory, through the transformation of myth into mascot, warning, and ecological prophet. Yet what remains is not terror, not certainty, but a soft and enduring awareness. The world is more alive than it seems. Imagine yourself now at the river's edge. The current slides past, dark yet glimmering. Perhaps you recall the stories told to children, the cucumbers drifting as offerings, the footprints said to vanish at dawn. Perhaps you smile at the memory of playful kappa mascots in crowded streets. Or perhaps, listening closely, you feel a chill. The possibility that something crouches beneath the surface, eyes fixed upward. The kappa is not a conclusion. It is a presence, a whisper. It reminds us that safety is never absolute, that joy and fear are twined, that even in the most rational world, the unknown still waits. As you close your eyes tonight, let the river carry you gently. Think of the laughter that echoes faintly across the reeds, not as a threat, but as an invitation to dream, to respect, to wonder. The river flows on, the kappa waits, and in that waiting lies the unbroken thread between past and present, fear and comfort, myth and memory, sweet dreams.